Marx and Lenin in Africa and Asia. Socialism, S, and Socialist Legacies. Edited by Harry Verhoeven. Contents. Citation information. Notes on contributors. 1. What is to be done? Rethinking Socialism, S, and Socialist Legacies in a Post-Colonial World. Harry Verhoeven. 2. Indonesian Socialism of the 1950s, From Ideology to Rhetoric. Kevin W. Fogg. 3. Trade Union Education in Former French Africa, 1959 to 1965, Ideological Transmission and the Role of French and Italian Communists. Gabriel Siracusano. 4. Arab Encounters with Maoist China, Transnational Journeys, Diasporic Lives, and Intellectual Discourses. Mohammed Turki Al-Sudari. 5. Left Turn to Legalism, Fact-Finding Inquiries as Political Critique in 1970s India. Ankita Pandit. 6. Free to Decide Their Destiny. Indigenous Resistance to External Forms of Socialist Modernity in Syed Bar's Somalia. Radoslav Yurdanov. 7. The Party and the Gun, African Liberation, Asian Comrades, and Socialist Political Technologies. Harry Verhoeven. 8. Just Another African Country, Socialism, Capitalism, and Temporality in Mozambique. Jason Sumish. 9. Indonesia's Missing Left and the Islamization of Dissent. Vedi Arhadis. 10. The Legacies of Marx and Lenin in Vietnam, A Historical and Regional Perspective. Tuong Vu. 11. Ambivalent Successes, Magnificent Failures, and Historical Afterlives, A Postscript to Marx and Lenin in Africa and Asia. Julia C. Strauss. Index. Citation information. The chapters in this book were originally published in Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021. When citing this material, please use the original page numbering for each article, as follows. Chapter 1. What is to be done? Rethinking Socialism, S, and Socialist Legacies in a Post-Colonial World. Harry Verhoeven. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 449 to 464. Chapter 2. Indonesian Socialism of the 1950s, From Ideology to Rhetoric. Kevin W. Fogg. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 465 to 482. Chapter 3. Trade Union Education in Former French Africa, 1959 to 1965, Ideological Transmission and the Role of French and Italian Communists. Gabriel Siracusano. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 483 to 502. Chapter 4. Arab Encounters with Maoist China, Transnational Journeys, Diasporic Lives, and Intellectual Discourses. Mohammed Turki Al-Sudari. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 503 to 524. Chapter 5. Left Turn to Legalism, Fact-Finding Inquiries as Political Critique in 1970s India. Ankita Pandit. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 525 to 542. Chapter 6. Free to Decide Their Destiny. Indigenous Resistance to External Forms of Socialist Modernity in Syed Bar's Somalia. Radoslav Yurdanov. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 543 to 559. Chapter 7. The Party and the Gun, African Liberation, Asian Comrades, and Socialist Political Technologies. Harry Verhoeven. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 560 to 581. Chapter 8. Just Another African Country, Socialism, Capitalism, and Temporality in Mozambique. Jason Sumish. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 582 to 598. Chapter 9. Indonesia's Missing Left and the Islamization of Dissent. THIRD-WORLDISM. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 599 to 617. Chapter 10. The Legacies of Marx and Lenin in Vietnam, A Historical and Regional Perspective. Tuong Vu. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 618 to 629. Chapter 11. Ambivalent Successes, Magnificent Failures, and Historical Afterlives, A Postscript to Marx and Lenin in Africa and Asia. Julia C. Strauss. Third World Quarterly, Volume 42, Issue 3, 2021, pages 630 to 640. For any permission-related inquiries please visit http://www.10dfonline.com/page/help/permissions. Notes on contributors. Mohammed Turki Al-Sudari King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Hong Kong Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences, China. Kevin W. Fogg Carolina Asia Center, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, USA. THIRD-WORLDISM Asia Institute, University of Melbourne, Vic, Australia. Ankitapande Department of Political Science, Indraprastha College for Women, University of Delhi, New Delhi, India. Gabriele Siracusano Dip. Distoria, Patrimonio Culturale, Formazione e Società, University of Rome Tor Vergata, Italy, Centre Histoire Sociale du XX siècle, University of Paris 1 Panthéon Sorbonne, France. Julia C. Strauss Department of Politics and International Studies, SOAS, University of London, UK. Jason Sumish Department of Sociology, University of Essex, Colchester, UK. Harry Verhoeven School of International and Public Affairs, Columbia University, USA. Tuong Vu Political Science, University of Oregon College of Arts and Sciences, Eugene, USA. Radoslav Yurdanov Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies, Harvard University, Cambridge, USA. What is to be done? Rethinking Socialism, and Socialist Legacies in a Post-Colonial World. Harry Verhoeven. Abstract. Throughout the 20th century, the ideas of Marx and Lenin were fervently listened to, adopted, modified and confronted in Africa and Asia, an ideational and organizational reservoir still of foremost importance today, as this volume demonstrates. What socialism has meant, and still means, in theory and in practice has always been highly heterogeneous. African and Asian movements have not simply mimicked the blueprints and dogmas of Soviet or European Marxists, but have built and contextualized their own, the post-colonial metamorphosis of class and regional order, the appropriate role, if any, of religion, culture, and nationalism in their societies, the organization of political institutions and economic control mechanisms after 1989, etc. Above all, what has set socialists in African and Asian societies apart from their comrades in Europe have been three great challenges they have had to simultaneously contend with in their articulations of liberation: how to build up empirical and juridical statehood, how to forge a nation after colonial divide and rule, and how to position themselves in a world order not of their making. In a post-colonial world, this then begs a key question: what can African and Asian imaginaries, institutions, and practices tell us about socialism as a global phenomenon? Introduction. At the time of authoring this collection, the world was commemorating the 30th anniversary of the fall of the wall that had physically and politically divided Berlin, Europe, and international society as a whole. The thousands of Aussies who reunited across the border with thousands of Wesses accelerated already ongoing processes that were dissolving the Warsaw Pact and one-party communist rule in Central and Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. The year 1989 seemed to signal the imminent burial of Marx and Lenin in the European heartlands where their teachings had first revolutionized politics. Few doubted other parts of the world would follow soon, as Soviet and Cuban troops withdrew from Afghanistan and Angola. Socialist autocracies in Benin, Congo-Brazzaville, and Zambia disintegrated, the Sandinistas lost power in Nicaragua and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen joined North Yemen to form the non-Marxist Republic of Yemen. The end of the Cold War appeared coterminous with the end of socialism to many, and with the end of history to some. Yet, as has become increasingly clear in recent years, such conclusions reflected a very partial reading of the meaning of 1989. During that same year, student-led protests demanding political liberalization were mercilessly repressed in Beijing's Tiananmen Square from the evening of June 3 onwards. The carnage entrenched the dominance of what is now widely regarded as the world's most powerful political machine, the Chinese Communist Party, and its tried and tested recipes of Leninist democratic centralism. 1 In Venezuela, riotous protests against neoliberal reforms were met with extrajudicial violence during the 1989 Caracazo, in which more than 2,000 people died, leading to the discrediting of oligarchic democracy and the rise of the Bolivarian socialist movement, with its helmsman, Hugo Chavez, calling it the defining moment of his life. 2 Moreover, the unwinding of the Cold War deprived socialist-leaning governments of Soviet financial and military assistance, but it also led Western states to stop protecting erstwhile allies, apartheid South Africa, Mobutu's Zaire, the coalition government of Democratic Kampuchea, leaving these in penury and isolation and fatally destabilizing their grip on authority. Especially on the African continent, this had far-reaching consequences. Two formidable, anti-Soviet, Marxist, Leninist movements, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, and the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, readied to capture Addis Ababa and would, from 1991 onwards, begin to rule Ethiopia and soon to secede Eritrea. In Central and Southern Africa, the withdrawal of Cold War assistance opened the door for the surge of Pan-Africanist and socialist-inspired, neo-liberation movements, which after 1986 won civil wars and/or seized total control of the state in Congo, Namibia, Rwanda, Uganda, and South Africa, joining the ranks of comrade governments in Angola, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. 3 From Asmara on the Red Sea to Luanda on the Atlantic, self-declared progressive governments no longer explicitly used all the vocabulary of Marx and Engels, given the shadow of American unipolar dominance, but nonetheless continued to see much of national and international politics through an African socialist lens. These divergent trajectories of socialism, before 1989 as well as after the fall of the Berlin Wall, in the Western-dominated core of the international system and post-colonial Africa and Asia are at the heart of this collection. Westad rightly emphasizes the underestimated centrality of the intersections between the Cold War and decolonization and the ways in which they shaped each other. The Cold War is still generally assumed to have been a contest between two superpowers over military power and strategic control, mostly centered on Europe. However, the most important aspects of the Cold War were neither military nor strategic, nor Europe-centered, but connected to political and social development in the Third World. 4. In other words, what was and is at stake in revisiting socialist legacies is much more than questions of geopolitical alignment. From Nehru in India to Nyerere in Tanzania, the founding fathers of new republics believed socialism could transform their societies following the retreat of European colonialism. Yet what socialism meant and still means in theory and in practice in Africa and Asia has always been highly heterogeneous and differed markedly from the European experience, itself very diverse too. African and Asian movements have not simply mimicked the ideas and institutions of Soviet or European Marxists, but have endeavored to define their own in a post-colonial setting, experimenting with a variety of interpretations and in the process adapting doctrines and templates to their unique political and social contexts. 5 Socialists of various stripes across Africa and Asia have debated and tested the metamorphosis of class divisions and regional order, the organization of political institutions and state structures, multinational federalism, a unitary state or a regional federation with their neighbors, the appropriate role, if any, of religion, culture, and nationalism in their societies, and much more. Above all, what has set, self-declared, socialists in African and Asian societies apart from their comrades in Europe and the Soviet Union have been 3 great challenges they had to simultaneously contend with in their respective articulations of liberation: how to build up empirical and juridical statehood, how to forge a nation after colonial divide and rule, and how to position themselves in a world order that is not of their making but has heavily influenced the conditions for their entry and maneuverability in the international system. Socialist ideas and the study of Africa and Asia. The vast, multidisciplinary literature on socialism and communism spans many states, societies, and movements. 6 However, it is predominantly focused on 20th century Europe and, notable exceptions notwithstanding, the US, Soviet confrontation has provided the chief entry point through which observers have approached socialist parties, writings, personalities, policies, and regimes in Africa and Asia. Most of the scholarship on the topic was produced during the Cold War and, as Askew notes, abounds with classification schemes delineating the features, merits, and internal contradictions of socialism/communism, measuring them against each other, and scientific socialism as articulated in the Soviet sphere. 7 Much of this literature inevitably finds African and, to a lesser extent, Asian socialisms under-theorized, skewedly implemented or otherwise wanting, 8 Leading some to reject any usefulness of viewing third world states through a socialist lens. 9 An exemplar of this skepticism is Rubin's dissection of Afghan communism. The PDPA, People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, articulated criticisms using poorly understood Marxist terminology. The Marxism was skimpy, mainly limited to what could be gleaned from translations of a few Marxist classics published by the Iranian Today Party. More important than Marxism as a theory of social change was the role played by the neighboring Soviet Union in supporting the Afghan state and offering to export its versions of modernization. The PDPA's analysis of Afghanistan, as set forth in its platform, was a more or less canned Soviet line analysis that could just as well, or ill, have been applied to any one of dozens of post-colonial countries. 10. As Rubin postulates, Afghan could be replaced by Bangladeshi, Senegalese, or Tunisian, and the same diagnosis would still apply in study after study of African and Asian socialism. In such critiques, empty socialist rhetoric served the principal purpose of obtaining funds from Moscow, and, after the Sino-Soviet schism, Maoist Beijing. It obfuscated the real drivers of politics, ethnicity, fundamentalism, and greedy elites battling it out, that reasserted themselves in full force after the collapse of what turned out to be Potemkin regimes. This volume counters that such a sweeping conclusion is at once factually incorrect and intellectually unproductive. While emphasizing the external imperatives for embracing Marxist language and the shallowness of the domestic sources of socialism may or may not have been correct in the specific case of Afghanistan 11, or Benin 12, Burma 13, or Congo-Brazzaville 14, the net result is that the study of various forms of radical left-wing ideology and government has been dominated by the frame of the Cold War and its cognitive organization of the world. 15, interactions between the superpowers and their clients. 16. African and Asian socialists and socialisms have consistently been measured by the degree to which they fit, or, more frequently, fail to faithfully replicate, the categories of the Eurocentric canon and US, Soviet bipolarity. While underlining dissonance from the latter has at times spurred new research into developing alternative lenses to study leftist politics. 17. All too often it has precluded a serious investigation of what socialist praxis and imaginaries have meant, and still mean, for African and Asian societies, and the interactions between them. Therefore, this collection does not seek to appraise African and Asian socialist experiences against a European blueprint and inexorably find more difference than similarity, nor do we wish to throw out the baby with the bathwater and insist that local appropriations of Marxist, Leninist scripture have gone so far that there is nothing meaningfully socialist about non-Western polities, yesterday or today. Rather, we reverse the question: what can African and Asian imaginaries, institutions, and experiments tell us about socialism as a global phenomenon? That this task is both academically pertinent and of real-world contemporary importance is underlined by the scholarship on post-socialism/post-socialism/post-communism, the lack of hyphen itself sometimes the object of epistemological controversy. 18. Even more than during the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s, the literature of the last 3 decades is overwhelmingly dominated by the experiences of Central and Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union. Once again, the conceptual focus is on what societies are not, capitalist or socialist, rather than what they actually are. 19 Much of the early work on post-socialism/post-socialist societies in the 1990s and 2000s was implicitly or explicitly influenced by the transition paradigm. Formerly, socialist societies were positioned along a continuum from having considerably advanced towards becoming a liberal democracy with a free market to still being dominated by an ex-communist rearguard controlling politics and corrupting privatization processes. 20 While some of this work was related to the growing prominence of the varieties of capitalism sub-literature 21 and attempted to recognize that the legacy of central planning majorly challenged the nurturing of some type of market economy. 22 Critics have sought inspiration in post-colonial theory and its emphasis on rejecting positivist frameworks and an epistemology of binaries, East or West, modernizing or traditionalist, etc. 23 Influenced by this cultural turn, recent studies in the post-socialist vein have been strongly anthropological in nature. They have moved away from ideology, political economy, and macro-level conflict to documenting ordinary Germans, Bulgarians and Russians' multitude of experiences with the demise of the Soviet Union and the planned economy. 24 And how this shapes contemporary religion. 25 Consumption patterns. 26 And gender relations. 27 These efforts notwithstanding, it is striking that the broadening of the intellectual canvas has been methodological rather than across time and space, a point also of concern for another recent Third World Quarterly collection on revolutions and the shadow of 1917.28. Contrary to the bulging, and still growing, research program on how empire and colonialism continue to affect African and Asian states decades after their formal termination, few studies have tried to revisit the legacy of Marx and Lenin in Africa and Asia, and when they have done so they have been almost always country-specific. Only a handful of contributions have put forward new thinking about socialism, yesterday and today, in the post-colonial world comparatively and/or cross-regionally. 29 Moreover, the laudable efforts that are being made, including a collection on Frantz Fanon's writings and legacy 30 the manifesto published in 2018 by the Afro-Asian Networks Research Collective in Radical Historical Review, expanded as the Other Bandung's special issue in the Journal of World History, or the 2018 special issue of African Identities on Solidarities and Global Connections in the 1950s to 1970s, have been mostly inclined towards literary and history from below aspects of the so-called Third World. This culturalist, socio-environmental and/or bottom-up penchant is spurring important new work. 31 However, it does continue to leave unaddressed the need to re-examine the hegemonic political economies built by leftist governments, the institutional basis of collective violence meted out by socialist regimes and their international relations outside Moscow's, and, today, Beijing's, guidance. Moreover, the reciprocal influencing between imaginaries of socialism and political organization remains an understudied domain that is seldom assessed in terms of how it shapes contemporary African and Asian movements, societies, and states, as opposed to the era of the 1950s and 1960s. Consequently, ideology and the politics of ideas play a critical role in the contributions to this collection. This is especially pertinent because in the study of Africa and Asia, all too often materialist concerns with patronage networks and the instrumentalization of caste, ethnicity, and religion trump a nuanced study of ideas, which are mistakenly assumed to be mere derivatives of money politics or politically expedient ruses. 32 Instead, we argue that ideas, historically and contemporarily, have relative autonomy and must be taken seriously, their coherence and appeal studied, their influences transnationally situated and their consequences carefully dissected rather than dismissed. Ideologies, for us, do not come in neat, predefined packages, but are families of ideas and practices that naturally vary in time and place without losing their core resemblances. 33 They do not matter simply for the sake of abstract theoretization but have, for millions of people, either been worth dying for or the direct cause of their death. 34 As Skinner reminded us, even if the agent is not in fact motivated by any of the principles he professes, he will nevertheless be obliged to behave in such a way that his actions remain compatible with the claim that these principles genuinely motivated him. To recognize these implications is to accept that the courses of action open to any rational agent must in part be determined by the range of principles that he can profess with plausibility. 35 This volume's engagement with a range of socialist ideas, their internal, coherence, their global diffusion and the multitude of ways in which they have been operationalized and rendered, practical, contrasts starkly with the profound disinterest of the liberal transition paradigm in ideational questions other than those confirming its own ontology. Although the number of scholars and policy makers openly subscribing to such triumphalism has shrunk significantly in the last decade, as even some of its erstwhile illustrious advocates recognize, 36 implicitly its influence remains pervasive. 37 An exemplar of this is the continued impatience in shelving socialism in its many forms as a relic of the past. Transition is a one-way street where lagging is common, markets have for decades been emerging and African and Asian democracies appear forever fragile, and occasional setbacks happen, e.g. post-2006 Thailand 38 or South Africa under Jacob Zuma 39, but reversal to, or a recalibrated version of, socialism is never countenanced. As Sukhomnath observes, many self-described transitologists dismiss China and its Asian cousins Laos, North Korea, etc. as simply subverted forms of communism, more indicative of authoritarian regimes than ideological heirs to Marxist-Leninism. 40 Perceiving 21st century Ethiopia, Vietnam, Eritrea, and above all China as authoritarian systems having abandoned their ideological aspirations has been considerably less threatening to the transition orthodoxy than conceding how relevant Marx and, especially, Lenin remain to these polities, and, in some ways, CVU and Verhoeven in this collection, perhaps once again increasingly so in the last decade or two. For all these reasons, this collection hopes to stimulate renewed debate about the historical silences, forms of entente and technologies of rule that have given meaning, past and present, to socialist government, resistance and solidarity in, and between, African and Asian polities. Such a project is worthwhile not just because of the light it can shed on individual states, movements, or social processes but also because it helps provincialize 41 Western experiments, instead of seeing African and Asian legacies of socialisms as heterodox deviations from the Soviet, East German, or Polish standard. It might be more fruitful to think of socialism, and post-socialism, as defined, constituted and shaped in equal measure by experiences in the global peripheries. Doing so not only majorly deepens and broadens our understanding of socialism and post-socialisms, but in the process also underlines the particularities and idiosyncrasies of European experiences. Building, unbuilding, and rebuilding socialism, a panoply of perspectives. In his contribution to this collection 42 Kevin Fogg examines the omnipresence until the mid-1960s of socialism in Southeast Asia's most populous state. All leaders of the Indonesian independence movement claimed adherence to some form of collectivist society and a foreign policy independent of the superpowers. In Indonesia, like in many other Asian and African states, the surging popularity of various socialisms was intimately related to the struggle for freedom against European colonialism and Japanese fascism. It offered a registry of resistance and dignity sufficiently supple to incorporate a range of indigenous interpretations and experiences. While the initial exposure to radical texts often came through sympathizers back in the colonial metropole 43, Indonesia's founding fathers sought to connect Marxist principles to the lived reality of its villages and the egalitarian teachings of Islam, in the process generating a multitude of socialisms that all promised nationalizations, some form of protection against market forces and an end to resource extraction to benefit foreigners. Fogg's argument about the allure of national sovereignty as economic protection is easily extended to once popular socialist experiments in Burma and Laos. 44. For much of recent history, diverse groupings of socialists similarly dominated the political scene in India, whereas socialism provided the ideological underpinnings of Congress's opposition to British overrule and its protectionist philosophy once in government, the license Raj of Nehru and Indira Gandhi. 45. Various communist parties formed a boisterous opposition in national and regional parliaments. In her essay, Ankita Pandey spotlights how India's politico-bureaucratic leftist establishment was challenged by the rise of a new left in the form of civil rights activists and their innovative yet non-revolutionary tactics. 46. Independent fact-finding investigations exposed state abuse of power, especially in the aftermath of the Naxalite movement, 1967 to 1972, and after the imposition of the internal emergency, 1975 to 1977. Such left legalism combines a socialist commitment to justice for the downtrodden with a strategy of exploiting the possibilities offered by liberal legal frameworks and procedures. It pioneered progressive critiques of a state much more reactionary and exclusionary than its constitution and leadership promised. As Pandey argues, law was acknowledged as a tool of the bureaucratic state but not rejected altogether. Socialist activism instead redirected legal reasoning outside the courtroom towards the public exposure of crimes as a defense of subaltern communities and minority activists, alongside more conventional practices such as popular mobilization. Left legalism underscores the variegated nature of socialist praxis in South Asia. In Indonesia and India, as elsewhere in Africa and Asia. 47. Much of socialism's appeal to both local elites and the wider population was its close association with the idea of modernity itself and the promise of a so-called scientific path to development. Marxism, Leninism combined a theoretical critique of colonialism with a strategy of mobilization and insurrection. It allowed one to be both nationalist, in demanding an end to exploitation by foreigners and their local auxiliaries, and internationalist, in benefiting from, and contributing to, solidarity with movements around the world. But perhaps most importantly, from the perspective of those young urbanites at the helm of newly independent states, socialism was attractive because it offered a pathway to modernization that was neither foreign colonialism nor backward ethno-regionalism or archaic tribalism. In the memorable words of Levinson about Mao's triumph, to be both Chinese and fresh instead of foreign or stale, that was the communist promise. 48. Socialism vowed to integrate a modern, non-tribal nation, build a state resilient vis-a-vis internal and external pressures, and chart a course in international relations that would gradually strengthen national sovereignty as society modernized domestically and garnered increasing support from decolonizing sister countries. These aspirations inevitably rendered the relationship with Moscow highly ambiguous. On the one hand, the Soviet example was material proof that a feudal, multi-religious, and multi-ethnic society could rapidly industrialize and become a scientific superpower in the face of Western hostility. This undeniable success, even if it came at an immense human cost, enlivened the imagination of progressive nationalists everywhere. A case in point was the Ethiopian student movement, for which the meaning of Marxism in Ethiopia came to be contained not so much in its utopian vision of human liberation, a theme familiar to Western Marxism, but in a story of how a weak and backward collection of nationalities, located outside of Western Europe, attained unity, wealth, and international respect, the allegory of the Russian Revolution. 49. However, soon after youngsters had sparked the 1974 Ethiopian Revolution and partnered with junior military officers, The latter consolidated power, enlisted as a loyal Soviet ally and unleashed Red Terror against the student movement. 50 Thus, the Ethiopia of the students, many of whom would become Marxist, Leninist guerrillas against the Moscow-backed Derg government, was not alone in simultaneously admiring the Soviet Union and seeing it as blocking real liberation and sovereignty. As Yurdanov details here. 51 Proud, colonist states like Somalia did not want to substitute one form of hegemony for another, even if Soviet weapons, money, and technical assistance were attractive in the context of regional rivalries and state consolidation efforts. Yurdanov's study illustrates the awkward Soviet-Somali partnership and the mutual frustration and misunderstanding that characterized so many of Moscow's Cold War interactions, for example with Angola. 52 Egypt 53 and India. 54 While Mogadishu repeatedly threatened to derail the Kremlin's ambitions in the Western Indian Ocean, Soviet-pushed modernization backfired and contributed to deepening divisions that led Somalia to calamitous international and civil wars. The ambivalence of the Soviet Union as both an example of liberation and a status quo-oriented superpower led African and Asian perspective builders of socialism to look to alternative sources of inspiration. Western European Marxists, especially in the pre- and early post-independence period and again during the Euro-communist years, played a major role in nurturing political and worker cadres that sought to organize pathways to non-capitalist development. Such efforts were important in spreading ideas at the intersection of anti-imperialism, nationalism and socialist state building, whether in Indonesia, Fogg's paper, or in Guinea and Mali. The case studies examined in Gabriele Siracusano's article, point 55. Yet as Siracusano demonstrates, although French and Italian communist teachers envisaged trade union education as an instrument to forge alliances between Moscow, the European left and post-colonial Africa, socialist vanguards in Bamako and Conakry quickly came to question Soviet orthodoxy and Eurocentric understandings of social progress and class struggle. Leftist African governments wanted to centralize authority, not cede it once again to external advisors. They deplored both the lack of empathy of such education programs with the sociological realities of independent Africa and their potential to subvert African political and intellectual autonomy. In the absence of a genuine dialogue premised on mutual learning between classical Marxism, Leninism and African reinterpretations, the likes of Sékou Touré closed institutions such as the Université Ouvrière Africaine and instead prioritized Pan-Africanist socialist connections over the relationship with their Western European former teachers and Moscow. The interplay between culture and ideology in contexts of asymmetric power and of the post-colonial longing for real autonomy is also investigated by Muhammad al-Sudari's paper in this collection. 56 Al-Sudari tackles the experiences of short-term Arab visitors to and long-term Arab residents in Maoist China, the obvious alternative to rigid Soviet doctrine and paternalist European Marxists. Their writings reveal the thrill of encountering Chinese-style socialism and the emotional resonance of seeing a non-Western ideological model in action, as well as the socio-cultural complexities of ideational diffusion. 57 Maoism resonated with different ideological streams and travelers from a multitude of political and social contexts, but not because the Sino-Arab encounter was a profound cross-cultural exchange, al-Sudari proposes. He argues that romanticist imaginaries of China as a homeland that could have been in the writings of Ahmed Muhammad Khair, Salama Hubaid and Hadi al-Ala'i expose a panoply of anxieties about the Arab world's failure to meaningfully decolonize rather than a full-bodied assessment of the realities and cultural specificity of the project headed by the Chinese Communist Party. The articles of Siracusano and al-Sudari draw attention to a central recurrent theme in post-colonial socialisms and their legacies. Behind the engagement with the canonical texts and teachers of Marxist modernity lay the incessant quest for autonomy so as to develop authentically African or Asian socialist trajectories. Thus, whereas Washington and other Western capitals fretted that the Third World would align with Moscow during the Cold War, and today similarly fear that China's rise undercuts the promotion of liberal democracy and markets in Africa and Asia. 58, socialism for most developing countries has meant non-alignment, including a careful balancing of the superpowers, and the erstwhile colonial overlords, so as to maximize their maneuverability as peripheral states in the international system. This helps explain why during the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s, African and Asian progressive leaders sometimes experimented with political structures other than the sovereign nation-state, whose eventual triumph was not the preordained end product of decolonization. 59 As Fogg and Verhoeven highlight in their essays, cotters, diplomats, and intellectuals in places like Indonesia and Tanzania believed that bipolarity was a recipe for nuclear war and stillborn liberation for the developing world. Nasser, Nyerere and Sukarno saw it as their duty to offer a third way in international relations, both as means to mitigate Soviet, American and European pressures on their polities and to keep themselves, to the extent possible, outside geopolitical dynamics they could not control. 60 Their anti-imperialism did not lead them to snub Western assistance and automatically align with Moscow or Beijing, rather, they sought to flexibly deal with all hegemonic pretenders precisely to open up space for an anti-hegemonic politics. In his article 61, Verhoeven demonstrates that African ideas and practices of liberation have not merely been influenced by Asian comrades during the decades of decolonization and the Cold War, but that socialist political technologies such as the Vanguard Party and a People's Defense Force continue to underpin how neo-liberation movements in places like Eritrea 62, Ethiopia 63, Rwanda 64 and Zimbabwe 65 rule their societies in the early 21st century. Such operationalizations of socialism have proven to be the backbone of post-1989 African experiments in state building that reject Washington consensus-style liberalism and instead combine political authoritarianism and state-guided economic transformation. Since the early 1990s, China, Korea, Malaysia, and Singapore have all, to varying extents, encouraged and influenced attempts at constructing an illiberal African developmental state. By developing a longitudinal perspective to simultaneously illuminate the present, Verhoeven argues that such Afro-Asian relationships and the export of examined socialist political technologies cannot be reduced to economic bargaining or transactional geopolitical jockeying. Instead, it is the enduring usefulness of historical connections, socialist-inspired organizing, and the perceived need to counter neo-liberalism that help explain the kind of partnerships forged, the particular forms that ideational influencing has taken and the reasons for why solidarities and learning processes between states thousands of miles apart remain intact and have recently intensified again. As Verhoeven's article and work on China 66, Guinea 67, Laos 68 and South Africa 69 remind us, the enduring relevance, and, indeed, sometimes resurgence, of socialist practice and thought in Asian and African governments remains under-acknowledged. This neglect is despite their importance, for instance, in molding how post-colonial states perceive global human rights and trade regimes. One socialist political technology in particular was, and remains, at the center of many post-colonial societies, the Vanguard Party. McAdams argues that its versatility and ability to deliver on different priorities of the leadership explain its appeal and longevity. The party seemed to provide the solution to a multitude of different challenges: national liberation, economic modernization, cultural transformation, that went beyond the conventional Marxist focus on the class struggle over control of the means of production. 70. From his viewpoint 71, Tuong Vu investigates the longevity of East Asian vanguard parties, and Vietnam's in particular, and their refusal to politically disentangle from socialism. Vu reminds the reader how violent the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat historically was in East Asia 72 and proposes that surviving communist parties in Beijing, Hanoi, Pyongyang, and Vientiane are driven by a deep fear of losing not just power but their identity. The reinvention of 21st century socialism occurs mostly through broadening the sociological base of the party, not least in response to potential threat actors 73, and renewed propaganda and indoctrination drives that accompany high-tech shadowing of opposition. Advances in information and communication technology, ICT, have given East Asian publics greater means to scrutinize and publicize the party's mismanagement, but have simultaneously empowered its security organs to cover society with an unprecedented surveillance blanket. Paradoxically, the growing effectiveness of these technologies of rule in securing the party in the short term is also the main contributor to the long-term erosion of its societal legitimacy and of economic distortions that breed inequality and concomitant widespread anger, or so VU concludes. A revolutionary party is now used to run a criminal racket under the cover of a state. Similar sentiments of a population embittered by rent-seeking and of rumblings inside the party regarding the withering of the revolution's egalitarian promises are the focus of Sumish's article. 74 Portrayals of African Socialism as Rhetorical Grandstanding Without Much Substance. Notwithstanding, the revolutionary project in Mozambique as spearheaded by Frelimo was never lacking in ambition. 75 It ruthlessly uprooted traditional structures and fearsomely disciplined Mozambicans to prepare them for their climb to utopia. 76 Sumish's interest is in how Frelimo, by creating a socialist new man, developed a post-colonial sense of national belonging to escape the colonial politics of prétense, which prioritized performativity over actual economic or ideational transformation. However, civil war, Western development assistance stipulating liberalization and Frelimo's own dysfunctionality have strangled the revolutionary momentum, leaving the population and party cadres trapped with a paradoxical sense of nostalgia and bitterness, much like in contemporary Laos. 77 Socialist Mozambique lives on in the party's enduring grip on national identity and its comprehensive dominance of the instruments of coercion, but to many, including in Frelimo, the politics of prétense seem to have returned, the dream of transformation again deferred. As one of Sumish informants disappointedly confides, after all the years of struggle and hardship, now we are just another African country. If socialism in Mozambique feels to many like a dream lost in 45 years of upheaval and mediocrity, in Indonesia, where it was once omnipresent, as Fogg reminded us, socialist reveries vanished amidst the genocidal violence that followed a failed coup attempt in 1965 and in which hundreds of thousands of suspected communist activists and sympathizers were murdered. 78 Haidais proposes in his contribution that the crushing of the left paved the way for a growing Islamization of society, especially of the vocabulary and activism that contests the dislocation wrought by developmentalism. 79 The switch from socialist mobilization to the instrumentalization of religion suggests important parallels with Iran 80 and Sudan 81, where socialists and Islamists formulated similar critiques of the national elite in the 1960s and 1970s, dueled for leadership of the opposition and ultimately saw the fundamentalist right recruit from what should have been the left's sociological mainstay. In Indonesia, Haidai's observers, traditional leftist bastions in Indonesia have become much more overtly religious, culturally and politically, and grievances with crony capitalism and dislocation have been couched in an Islamic lexicon. In the absence of meaningful socialist or social democratic politics, an Islamically tinted populism has become the main vehicle of dissent against the impact of neoliberal globalization on ordinary Indonesians. While not, yet, being on the cusp of capturing governmental power, this groundswell is increasingly forcing the country's political establishment to echo Islamist discourses and emphasize the nation's Islamic character. The volume's collective contribution. In 1902, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov published his pamphlet What is to be Done?, in which he criticized his comrades in the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party for their lack of seriousness in matters of ideology and for their preoccupation with incremental progress through trade unionism rather than operationalizing Marxist theory in the form of a revolutionary party singularly concentrated on capturing government. Lenin answered his own title question by highlighting the importance of knowledge and the need to learn more about, and focus on, the interaction of theory and praxis across society and the international system. Lenin's call for a long and broad view has over the last 12 decades been taken up in a multitude of ways by socialists all over the world. It is our hope that through our trans-historical, cross-regional, and interdisciplinary approach we shed light on various socialisms and their legacies in post-colonial Africa and Asia in a way that has rarely been attempted before. While we have little interest in answering Lenin's question regarding what is to be done, we trust that the contributions in this collection highlight what was done, and what is still being done, by African and Asian socialists to build states, forge nations, and reshape regional orders. In sum, we hope to show how such a comparative exercise contributes to studying socialism as a properly global endeavor, enriching our perspectives on its ideological, organizational, and sociological underpinnings from the peripheries where Marx and Lenin have arguably been at their most influential. Acknowledgements. Heartfelt thanks to all contributors to this volume and to all reviewers who provided highly constructive and nuanced feedback that helped improve the final manuscripts. I am particularly grateful to Anatole Levin, Christopher Clapham, Denayat Negus, Eckhart Wartz, Jorge Cotas Thompson Perez, Marim Lowe, Ricardo Soares de Oliveira and Semyokai Chigudu for their tremendous support during the challenging and drawn-out process of putting this collection together. Disclosure Statement. No potential conflict of interest was reported by the author. Indonesian Socialism of the 1950s, From Ideology to Rhetoric. Kevin W. Fogg. Abstract. From 1945 until 1965, virtually all Indonesian political parties claimed to follow some version of socialism. What did socialism mean in this context, though? In economics, party platforms promoted aspects of redistribution and collective ownership, but the application of such ideologies was limited. In international relations, Indonesia was dedicated to a third way between the capitalist and communist superpowers, meaning socialism was not generally invoked for foreign policy. Where many Asian and African Marxist experiments have been characterized by utopian visions, in Indonesia the future was framed in more nativist than socialist terms. In the end, the fact that socialism had such a diverse spectrum of understandings in Indonesian politics allowed different political streams to claim the term for highly different purposes, and eventually President Sukarno claimed the mantle of Indonesian socialism for his personalistic regime from the late 1950s. After socialism was rendered virtually meaningless, it was easy for the leaders of an army-backed coup in 1965 to 1966 to paint it as dangerous in the wake of their anti-communist campaign. Thus, within a decade socialism went from ubiquitous engagement with collectivist economic principles to meaningless rhetorical device to political pariah. Introduction. After Indonesia proclaimed its independence in 1945, according to political scientist George Kaheen, the leaders of the Indonesian Revolution were nearly all adherents of some variant of socialism. 1 Indonesia's first prime minister and the longtime chairman of the Indonesian Socialist Party, Sy, Sutan Syahrur, went even further. Among the many political parties in present-day Indonesia, there is not one party that does not express its sympathies for a socialist and collectivist society, nor is there any party today that advocates unlimited free economic enterprise or free competition. We in Indonesia are all socialists, or at least, socialistically inclined. 2. These analyses of Indonesian politics in the 1940s and 1950s, while indicative of an important general frame, are limited in their usefulness to understanding the country's ideological specificity, because the broad term socialism was used for a range of ideologies in Indonesia at this time, as Kaheen's quote suggests. The first goal of this article is to dissect what Indonesians meant when they claimed to follow socialism in the first 2 decades after their independence. Even though supporting socialism was ubiquitous in Indonesia in the 1940s and 1950s, Indonesia's politics after independence should not be understood as the inevitable imposition of Marxism through a broad consensus of parties. Unlike other places, such as Ethiopia 3, where competition between socialist-leaning groups led to a race to the left so as to bolster claims to true proletarian bona fides, the far-left communist bloc in Indonesia was decimated after 1948, when a failed communist uprising alienated most parties from the Soviet international line. 4 After that, Indonesian political actors claimed the mantle of socialism without, for the most part, a full-fledged embrace of communism or alignment with the Soviet Union. Over the 1950s and into the 1960s, as socialism was widely heralded across the political spectrum, the idea of engagement with the USSR became less dangerous and more accepted. This changed again overnight in 1965, when another supposed coup attempt linked to the Indonesian Communist Party, PKI, prompted an immediate army counter-coup. 5 And this time both communism and socialism became bogeymen in Indonesian politics, dangerous ideologies for individuals to espouse, and institutionally not viable as a basis for any political parties and institutions. This tremendous shift, from the ubiquity of socialism in the 1940s, 1950s, and early 1960s to the utter rejection of socialism from 1965 onwards, is the historical puzzle framing the second goal of this article, to explain how socialism could be rejected so quickly and so thoroughly as a political ideology. Although there is a simplistic answer in the new army leadership of Indonesia from 1966, the broader context is necessary to understand why this new leadership was successful in charting such a different course for the country. The novel argument articulated in this article is that the term socialism, because it was subject to such a wide range of meanings in the 1950s, was easily appropriated by President Sukarno for a personalistic ideology that was mostly void of content, economic, geopolitical, or otherwise. Having been rendered almost meaningless in this way, it was easier for political elites to quickly denounce socialism after the army assumed control in the late 1960s. Thus, one must understand the roots of Indonesian socialism, and the spectrum of socialism in Indonesia in the 1950s, to understand the rejection of socialism from the 1960s forward, the subject of Vedi Hadi's contribution to this special issue. Modern Indonesian politics began as the rejection of Dutch colonialism, the force that had brought the archipelago together as one political unit across the 19th century and consolidated it by the early 20th century. Although Indonesian nationalism grew more prominent and popular from the 1910s to the 1930s, it was still very much constrained as a political force by Dutch colonial power. Such power, including imprisonment and exile for key thought leaders and politicians, framed the thinking of many young Indonesians about ideology. Everything changed in 1942, when Japan quickly defeated the Dutch and occupied Indonesia. Under the Japanese, there was very little freedom for politics, but key Indonesian leaders were elevated to positions of prominence, most notably Sukarno and Muhammad Hatta, allowing them to proclaim the country's independence in August 1945, and become president and vice president, in the process. Indonesia then fought a revolutionary war against the Dutch, who were trying to reassert the status quo ante of colonialism after World War II, with independence brokered by the United Nations and eventually recognized by all sides in 1949. This ushered in a period of liberal democracy in the early 1950s, but economic malaise and government dysfunction, as well as the charisma of Sukarno, led to an increasingly constrained political sphere by the late 1950s, which the latter declared guided democracy in 1957. By the 1960s, Sukarno had banned several parties and ruled largely as an autocrat. His affinity for the communist world by the mid-1960s alarmed the Indonesian army, which took advantage of a supposed communist-backed coup attempt on the night of September 30, 1965 to throw an army counter-coup, leading General Suharto to become President Suharto and facilitating the mass killings of anyone accused of communism, over 1 million individuals, between 1965 and 1967. The 1950s are the most interesting time for studying Indonesian political ideology in the early years of independence, because the window of liberal democracy allowed so many of the country's political elite to write out their ideologies. Authors from the 1950s and 1960s, and again since the 1990s, have dissected these political writings to better understand Indonesia's political thinking in the independent era. 6 Although studies have examined the failure of democracy or the trajectory of Islamic politics in this early period. 7 Only recently has there been a renaissance in studies of Indonesian socialism and Marxist history, inspired in part by an increased attention to the victims of the 1965 to 1967 killings. 8 This article uses the political writings of the 1950s and 1960s, across a range of parties and non-party actors, to draw broader conclusions about what socialism meant to political leaders in Indonesia and how this term could be erased so quickly from political discourse after Sukarno's fall. Unlike previous studies looking at socialist trends in this period, this paper does not attempt to chronicle the parliamentary or provincial politics of the 1950s to understand Indonesia's trajectory. Rather, operating at the level of high political debate allows a new understanding of the ideological shifts. The parties articulating socialism as an ideology of government in 1950s Indonesia ran the ideological gamut. The largest party in the 1955 general elections was the Indonesian National Party, PNI, Partai Nasional Indonesia, which produced very little of its own theory of government but worked hard to appropriate the political program of President Sukarno, a nativist socialism with some Marxist inspiration but also deep concern for Javanese cultural traditions. On the religious end, the Muslimai Party, the second largest political formation in 1955 and the largest Islamic party in the country, promoted social justice inspired by Islam and was led by a group of men heralded as religious socialists. Several smaller Islamic parties, such as the Nahdlatul Ulama, NU, and the Partai Sarekat Islam Indonesia, PSII, produced less theory but held similar economic programs, and even the Protestant Christian Party, Parkindo, and Catholic Party, PK, Partai Catholic, were inclined towards religious socialism, i.e. state ownership of key means of production and a strong social safety net for the poor, justified by religious principles. Point 10 on the left, the Indonesian Socialist Party, SI, Partai Socialist Indonesia, was a thought leader with several key figures in national politics, including Indonesia's first two prime ministers, but without a mass following. Point 11 minor parliamentary factions like the Labour Party, Partai Buruh, and the Proletarian Party, Partai Merba, also engaged with international socialist thought but were too small to have a political impact. Point 12 the one significant party that was committed to explicit doctrinal Marxism following the interpretation of international communism was the Indonesian Communist Party, PKI, Partai Komunis Indonesia, which was almost wiped out in the 1940s, first by suppression under the Japanese occupation, later by political rivals after a failed communist attempt to take over the revolutionary Indonesian government in 1948, but quickly regrew to become the fourth largest party in the 1955 national elections. Point 13. Given this wide ideological range among Indonesian parties that nevertheless claim to be socialist, it is pertinent to ask what meaning socialism actually carried in 1950s Indonesia, and for whom. The most consistent element was in the economic field, where all parties advocated some limitations on free market capitalism and an economy that prioritized social justice. In the field of international relations, where socialist at the time often merely meant aligned with Moscow over Washington, Indonesia had a broad consensus to pursue a free and active, bebas active, foreign policy. Thus, Sukarno was well positioned to host the Bandung Conference in 1955 that brought together countries from across Asia and Africa to reclaim their agency on the world stage. Indonesia then became an early pillar of the non-aligned movement but not a member of the socialist bloc. Finally, in terms of a utopian vision of national renewal, several prominent leaders in Indonesia engaged in this kind of discourse but usually more along nativist rather than Marxist lines. These three fields provide a basis by which Indonesian socialism can be compared with other case studies in this special issue, but also show the diffuse nature of the debate. Surveying these different ways in which Indonesian socialism of the 1950s could be understood, it becomes clear that the actual content of socialism was in some cases not very deep, both practically and ideologically, and in other cases not very effective. By the 1960s, Indonesian socialism had been watered down into vague sloganeering to support the increasingly authoritarian President Sukarno. For this reason, it was easy for Indonesian politics to quickly jettison the rhetoric of socialism after an alleged coup attempt by the Indonesian Communist Party in 1965. Roots of Indonesian socialism. Unsurprisingly, given its many faces in the 1950s, Indonesian socialism also had many roots. These included influences from the colonial power, the Netherlands, but also international currents and indigenous ideas, not unlike the mixture of influences described by Siracusano in his essay in this collection on Malinesa and Guinean trade unions. The first large organization to identify itself with socialism in Indonesia was the Sarekat Islam, a religiously based organization founded in 1911 to promote the economic and social interests of native Indonesians. The group incorporated various cooperative and protectionist ideas in economics 14 with additional inspiration from a leftist reading of Islamic principles that originated in South Asia. 15 Sarekat Islam was an incredibly successful organization, growing quickly to 2 million members within its first decade. Indeed, this group's success spawned other socialist movements, including the Indonesian Communist movement. The Communists first arose as a faction within the Sarekat Islam, before being expelled in 1921 to form an independent, non-religious, political party, with some inspiration and direct involvement from Dutch leaders. 16. The Dutch did not merely influence rising socialism on the ground in Indonesia, there were also a number of Indonesian students who learned socialist principles directly in the colonial metropole. In the Netherlands, socialism was popular in both intellectual and political circles. Socialist parties had entered parliament in 1881 and breakaway groups moved increasingly leftward, including the influential Social Democratic Workers' Party, SDAP, founded 1893, and the Social Democratic Party, later the Communist Party of Holland and then the Communist Party of the Netherlands, founded 1909. Both Indonesia's first vice president, Muhammad Hatta, and its first prime minister, Sultan Syahrir, actively studied socialism while in the Netherlands as university students around 1930. These two stood apart from the League Against Imperialism, which was too communist for their position, and from the SDAP, which they felt did not sufficiently support the Indonesian people. 17 So, although acutely aware of European socialism and communism, the mainstream leaders of Indonesian socialism were not beholden to these European models. Even Tan Malaka, an early Indonesian communist famously active in the Netherlands and in exile across Asia until he re-emerged in his home country in the 1940s, had his own unique understanding of the socialist ideal. Despite sitting as a member of the Comintern executive. 18 He was more interested in the empowerment and education of peasants and the protection of traditional ways of life than in state control of the means of production. By the end of the 1920s, leading Indonesian thinkers could see that socialism held a variety of conflicting meanings in contemporary political discourse, not least because of a failed communist uprising in 1926 to 192,719, and wanted to bring the strands together. Future President Sukarno tried to tie all these together in his major speech Nationalism, Islam, Marxism. 20 His was just one of many fusions or syncretic versions of socialist thought in the Dutch colonial era. 21 Similar to Sukarno, his future vice president Muhammad Hatta tried to tie together socialist factions and root them in Indonesia's own values by pointing to the traditional village culture of Indonesian societies as a source for socialist inspiration. There are parallels with Tanzania, as discussed in the article by Verhoeven in this issue. Hatta said, "With that spirit of helping one another, we see that the true foundation of social cooperatives was planted in the village-based societies of Indonesia. Colonialism, which capitalism imposed on Indonesia, did much to destroy the pillars of indigenous society, but the principles of collectivism still live on in Indonesian villages, even to this day." 22 Thus, the breadth of the 1950s socialism, spanning nativist, religious, and Marxist variants, was already apparent at the close of the Dutch colonial era. Socialism was also bolstered as an ideology during the Japanese occupation of Indonesia, 1942–45, during the Second World War. This was not because of Japanese promotion of socialism. In fact, the Japanese persecuted socialists. Rather, it was precisely because socialism provided the most credible resistance to the excesses of Japanese fascism, both in terms of ideology, where socialists had long been at the forefront of resisting fascism, and in terms of specific leaders in Indonesia, where the future standard-bearers of the Sultan Syahrir and Amir Sharifuddin were the most prominent Indonesian non-collaborators under the Japanese. 23. By the moment of independence in 1945, socialism was already on the lips of all the political elite in Indonesia, and the 4-year War of Independence against the Dutch, 1945 to 1949, did nothing to temper this. The two aforementioned leaders from the SI became Indonesia's first and second prime ministers, and self-identified socialists rose in the leadership of other parties. 24. Indonesian socialism was, though, self-consciously different from models seen elsewhere. As Vice President Muhammad Hatta put it in a 1957 speech, because Marx himself did not provide a clear picture of the nature of a socialist society in the future, Indonesian youth in the pre-independence era believed that socialism in Indonesia in the future had to be built upon the situation and facts on the ground, what they found in Indonesian society itself. 25. When evaluating the dynamics of Indonesian debate about socialism in the 2 decades after independence, 3 areas provide helpful themes for analysis: economics, foreign policy, and utopianism. Socialism in the economic sphere. The most credibly socialist aspect of Indonesian politics in the 1950s was in the field of economic planning. Such economic planning was set up by Indonesia's temporary constitution of 1950, where Article 38 asserted that the economy shall be organized as a collective effort based on the principle of familial relations. Industries that are important for the state and that control the necessities of life for the general populace will be controlled by the state. The earth and water and natural resources within them are controlled by the state and used for the greatest benefit of the people. 26. The protection of natural resources for national benefit rather than private exploitation was particularly important in a state whose major sources of foreign exchange were mineral and plantation products, especially from outside Java. 27. The vagueness of which industries fell under this article, on the other hand, may have been intended to avoid offending political-cum-business interests focused in cities, even as the large majority of the Indonesian population was rural and agrarian. So, the constitutional formulation both reflected common political sentiment and empowered different parties to advocate different levels of public ownership of key industries, protections for labor, and economic programs benefiting the poor. Still, as the leading constitutional lawyer in Indonesia, Soepomo wrote, our state economy is not based on liberal economics, but rather is in opposition to economic liberalism. 28. Although politics of the 1950s clearly leaned towards socialism, the parties had limited success in implementing these ideas in the chaos of Indonesia's early democracy. The socialist economic policies were drawn from some Marxist ideas, but rarely did Indonesian politicians embrace Marxism outright. The SI, according to its longtime chairman Sultan Syahrir, employs the methods of analysis and the conceptions used by modern socialism, in its analysis of the capitalist world. It also employs the method of analysis used by Marx and Engels in their dissection of the development and organization of capitalist society. 29. However, in its platform of the 1950s the party had removed all references to class struggle, and regarded Marxism only as a guide, not as a dogma. 30. Similarly, the Islamic Musjamai party platform enthusiastically recounted the teleological history of dialectical materialism, but then condemned Marx for his atheism and failure to understand God's plan for mankind. 31. PNI, the largest party, placed a strong emphasis on mutual cooperation as the basis of the country's economic system, and in practice leaned towards protectionism and economic nationalism. 32. It called the party's program Marhanism, named after the ideal type peasant of Sukarno's early political speeches, Marhan. 33. Changes to the economic system were a priority for early governments after the revolution, with successes in the areas of limited working hours, pensions, social security and sector-based minimum wage. 34. Various parties called for land redistribution for peasants. 35. Greater labor protections. 36. Public health care. 37. And state-led industrialization. 38. Although these areas did not see as much progress in the 1950s, some parties framed these issues in more religious ways, e.g. PSII's emphasis on zakat or alms as a mechanism for redistribution, 39 or more intellectual ways. Sy spoke at length on demonstration factories and model farms to improve production. Point 40 Some parties promoted special issues, such as Musjami's platform on price protections for fishermen, that catered to specific constituencies of theirs. Point 41 Still, common threads of economic socialism, such as government-guaranteed worker rights, pension systems and providing basic necessities to the population, were shared across the political spectrum. Socialism in 1950s Indonesia was characterized by serious and wide-ranging engagement with the economic ideas of collectivism. The intense theoretical engagement with socialism did not mean entirely accepting a Marxist direction or revolutionary reorganization of Indonesia's economy, though. For example, in a 1954 speech to business leaders, the intellectual socialist and vice president of Indonesia, Muhammad Hatta, emphasized that the goal of Indonesia's independence was greater economic empowerment of the average person, but he did not go so far as full state control or redistribution. He put the task of creating a more socialist economy on business people, saying, "The business people and traders of Indonesia must be fully conscious of the fact that they have an obligation to society, that in the coming, and even present, stages of development their own interests have to take a backseat to the interests of society." Point 42. As much as the many different parties claimed they wanted to crack down on fat cat businessmen, they were all strikingly reticent to restrain those who funded their own party, and instead competed to issue lucrative import-export licenses to potential donors. Point 43. On the other side, these self-professed socialist politicians also saw an obligation for workers to contribute to national development, which led to limitations on worker rights. Under the leading Islamic socialist, Prime Minister Natsir, the Indonesian government banned strikes in designated essential sectors, including transportation, banking, and oil. Point 44 Although minimum wage laws and regulations on working hours were passed, they were difficult to enforce, and were not a priority of the government. Some parties, including Musjami, sought to limit the free activity of labor unions. Point 45 From the 1940s, the appetite of workers for socialist legislation seemed to outstrip the readiness of the government to put such policies in place. Point 46. The most concrete national action towards a socialist economy was the nationalization of Dutch holdings. Point 47 Even the Islamic parties, which had a scriptural belief in the sanctity of private property, supported the nationalization of major industries, but wanted such an effort to be slow-rolled. Point 48 Although the germ of the idea for this policy came from socialist notions of state ownership of the means of production, the nationalization program in action emphasized indigenous Indonesian ownership and was not limited to state ownership. There was also popular appropriation of foreign land, businesses, and resources. By the time nationalization came in the late 1950s, so much wealth had already been concentrated among specific Indonesians that this economic hit to foreign interests cannot be seen as a thoroughgoing socialism. Nationalization and threats to foreign-owned businesses were understandably a point of serious international interest, but they did not become a beachhead of further socialist policies. As George Caheen wrote, without the immense shadow cast by Anglo-American might standing behind the Dutch, Indonesia's agenda for socio-economic change in the Republic would have been considerably more progressive than it in fact became. Point 49 PKI-aligned peasant and workers' unions, reportedly with the involvement of both local and foreign Chinese groups, repeatedly engaged in strike and squatting actions against major foreign interests, for example plantations and oil concessions on Sumatra. These efforts were consistently tempered or thwarted by the actions of Islamic Party politicians, closer to American interests. Point 50 Thus, the Soviet Foreign Ministry wrote disappointedly in 1960 that Indonesian socialists believed in the possibility of building a socialist society without a revolutionary breaking of bourgeois relations of production. Point 51 Indeed, the opposite happened in the 1950s. The Indonesian government provided state subsidies for indigenous enterprise in the name of Indonesianization. 52 An idea that emerged from socialist discourse on nationalization but in actuality merely a form of economic nationalism that remains clearly visible in Indonesian policy circles today. The only party that was strictly and radically Marxist was the PKI. After the party had attempted a coup d'état in 1948 to turn the Indonesian revolution in a communist direction, it had lost both its national leadership and its popular credibility, but it quickly rebuilt during the 1950s. As it grew back, the party promoted Soviet-aligned economic policies in its platform: nationalization of industry, a party-aligned labor movement, in this case, the All Indonesia Federation of Workers' Organizations, or SOBSI, and eliminating land rents, first by promoting nationalization of land, but later promoting land redistribution to peasants. Point 54. In the 1960s, the PKI undertook to implement its policies by radical action, such as forcible land redistribution on high population and land-scarce Java. Point 55. These actions were not purely economic, however, they also disproportionately targeted Muslim groups. So leading Islamic parties responded by pointing out how closely allied it was with the USSR, and thus suspect on nationalist grounds. Point 56. This shows how the economic aspects of the debate over socialism in Indonesia in the 1950s were intimately tied with other parts of the debate, such as foreign policy. In sum, the most important meaning of socialism in Indonesia's early politics was its economic sense, and in the early administrations after independence there were some socialist economic policies implemented and an appetite for even more. The inability to enact greater labor protections and redistributive systems was due both to political paralysis and to a lack of practical plans for implementation. This disappointing performance might also have lowered popular expectations for what socialism might entail in Indonesian economic planning. As one foreign commentator in the 1960s wrote, Indonesian socialist economics, for most political parties and spokesmen, is much more definite about what it opposes than it is about what it stands for. Point 57. A similar argument could be made about Indonesian foreign policy, which very clearly opposed alignment to one of the major blocs: socialism and the international system. As Verhoeven discusses in his introduction to this special issue, socialism in the global 1950s not only functioned as an economic vision, it also functioned as an identifier for a bloc in world politics, the allies and client states of the USSR. This is the meaning that least applied to Indonesia in the 1950s. The Indonesian political consensus unambiguously rejected joining the Soviet bloc, instead working to build a third way in international relations through a free and active foreign policy. The idea behind a free and active foreign policy was to pursue a policy of peace and of friendship with all nations on a basis of mutual respect and non-interference with each other's structure of government. Point 58. The policy stance was free insofar as Indonesia refused to commit itself to either superpower or to any other permanent bloc that may arise. It was active, though, not passively neutral, in that Indonesia would still seek to promote specific policy goals, such as anti-imperialism and the protection of human rights. Point 59. In this way, Indonesian parties were within the mainstream for socialism across Asia at the time. Point 60. A wide range of parties incorporated an explicit commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in their party platform. 61. A broad spectrum of parties promoted writing human rights protections into the Constitution being drafted in the 1950s, ultimately abandoned. 62. And each party tripped over itself to assert anti-imperialist credentials. Point 63. Rather than leaning towards the socialist bloc, as similarly non-aligned India did in drawing closer to the USSR, one could even argue that the political leadership of Indonesia in the early 1950s leaned more towards the United States. Certainly the US, under the auspices of the United Nations, UN, had played an important role in negotiating the process for Indonesia to receive international recognition of its independence. Point 64. Although PNI, and its allies, took down a Musjami-led cabinet for being too closely aligned with U.S. foreign policy in 1952, the PNI nominated the incumbent ambassador to Washington as a new prime minister in 1953. 65. In the PSI, similarly, the greater fear was of the Soviet bloc. Sultan Syahrir rejected alignment with Cominformism because he felt all countries in the socialist and communist bloc became merely running dogs of Soviet Russia. Point 66. In the middle of the decade, though, Indonesia established itself as a thought leader in the rejection of the bipolar world system by hosting the Asia-Africa Conference in Bandung in 1955, see Verhoeven's article on African and Asian liberation movements. Both Sukarno and Ali Sastro Ahmad Joho, Indonesian Prime Minister at the time and the elected president of the conference, used oblique references to nevertheless make transparent critiques of the USA and USSR. 67 The final communiqué of the Asia-Africa Conference also put forward the principle of abstention from the use of arrangements of collective defense to serve the particular interests of any of the big powers, a clear rejection of alignment. 68. From this point onward, Sukarno assumed a greater role in foreign affairs, as in domestic politics, alternately wooing and insulting both superpowers, ultimately trying to keep both at a distance. He leaned towards the Soviets after the American government came to the aid of a rebellion against the Jakarta government from 1958 to 1961. The Islamic and Psi politicians and military-led regional governments that rose up on Sumatra and Sulawesi against Sukarno's leftward, authoritarian drift were defeated soundly despite generous Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, financial and logistical support. 69 So, by the 1960s, American Cold Warriors warned that Sukarno was becoming too antagonistic towards U.S. interests on all fronts as the Cold War was becoming hot in Southeast Asia. 70 Sukarno, for his part, did nothing to dissuade the Americans from this impression. In his National Day speech in 1964, while still averring that Indonesia's policy was non-bloc, one of the new emerging forces, in Sukarno's parlance, he told the Americans 4 times, in English, to go to hell. 71 Facing the socialist bloc, while getting friendlier over time, Indonesia still abstained not only from committing to the communists but also from choosing sides between the USSR and the PRC, who were waging a proxy battle for influence around the world including in Indonesia. 72. Although the 1960s brought Indonesia significantly closer to the communist bloc in world politics, the country was never committed to one side or the other in the Cold War before 1966, and therefore Indonesian socialism cannot be understood as a foreign policy position. Policymakers from the president down prided themselves on leading Indonesia in a third way of non-alignment and Asian, African solidarity. Utopian visions in Indonesia. Like any newly decolonizing nation, especially those who achieve independence by revolution, cf. Sumisha's article on social engineering in Mozambique, Indonesia had its fair share of utopianism facing the future. In his path-breaking book The Global Cold War, Westad identified the broad tropes of anti-colonial movements as communism and nativism. 73 And this is also a way to look at the utopianism being peddled by politicians in the wake of Indonesia's independence. Socialist utopianism was never the dominant form in Indonesia, even where socialist authors presented hopes for the future that involved economic principles akin to socialism. This was most often still presented within the frame of a nativist or religious vision. Among Indonesia's political elite, Sultan Syahrir, the first prime minister, presented the vision of utopianism that was closest to socialism. In his manifesto Our Struggle, published in 1945 and influenced by both Lenin and Mao, he spelled out a strong vision of freeing the people from feudalism and the spell of traditional elites, although without the sharp class struggle found in other Marxist theories of the time. 74 Similarly, in the platform of Syahrir's Psi in the 1950s, creation of a new culture and a new way of life appeared as point number 31 out of 40, but it was only minimally developed. 75 The Socialist Party was known for being enamored of scholarly debates more than popular action, though, so it is unsurprising that this group did not campaign on glorious futures in the manner of populist politics. Religion provided an alternative lens for idealism. A common frame among Indonesian Muslims was an explicitly Islamic utopia being ushered in by independence. This was popular at the grassroots level during Indonesia's revolution, 1945 to 1949, 76, and it was also fed by both leading clerics and politicians in Islamic parties. For example, the Musjamai leader Syafruddin Praharanegara, in his book on Islam in the World Upheaval, 1949, presented Indonesia's independence as leading to an Islamic utopia, whereby Muslims could enact their religious beliefs and thus would usher the world into a new era. 77 Similarly, the respected cleric K.H. Abdul Wahab Shashbala, when arguing that Islam should be made the foundational ideology of the country in the Constitutional Assembly of the 1950s, said that a society based on religion would bring about an ideal economy, because all citizens would respect economic rules and freely help one another. 78. On the other end of the spectrum, most secular and left-leaning parties put forward a distinctly nativist vision of the country's ideal future. Sukarno framed independence as a golden bridge to the future, where Indonesians would be happy and prosperous in a society based on the Javanese idea of gotong royong, mutual assistance. 79 The PNI, by framing its ideal society around the prototypical Javanese peasant called Marhen, also struck a nativist tone in its utopianism. 80 Even the PKI, the most ideologically Marxist party, emphasized traditional Javanese culture when presenting its vision of the future, and deftly deployed Javanese traditional arts to win over supporters to the party. 81. Thus, although many of Indonesia's socialist-inclined political movements promised the transformation, enlightenment, enrichment, and/or empowerment of the still ignorant Indonesian masses, 82 these visions were rarely framed in socialist terms. In fact, socialist economic programs more often appeared as one aspect of a religious or nativist utopianism, rather than the key measure of a Marxist vision for the future. The co-optation and subsequent abandonment of socialism. In the late 1950s, a number of factors conspired to push Indonesia away from multi-party, parliamentary democracy and towards authoritarianism. The army, President Sukarno, and regional disagreements all played key roles, but no single factor was decisive. The point of no return, when Sukarno unilaterally disbanded the Constitutional Assembly in June 1959 and returned Indonesia to a strong presidential system, was merely the culmination of several years of government dysfunction and political infighting. 83. Even in this slide into authoritarianism, socialism as a rhetorical device retained a prominent place in Indonesian politics. Sukarno co-opted the term as part of his all-encompassing new political role, in which he titled himself not only the extension of the tongue of the people and leader of the revolution but also the father of Indonesian socialism. 84. It should be noted that labeling adherence to the executive's quixotic political whims as a form of nativist socialism was not unique to Indonesia. This was very similar to Colonel Nasser in post-1952 Egypt. 85 or Siad Barre's revolution in Somalia, as Yurdanov's article in this issue discusses. Recognizing that socialism was popular and ubiquitous among Indonesian political leaders but not understood clearly by the population at large, Sukarno effectively turned it into his personal brand. The ideology promoted after 1959, called Indonesian socialism, was simultaneously devoid of details and incredibly demanding, calling on all loyal Indonesians to dedicate themselves entirely to a just and prosperous society, without providing plans for how this would be achieved. 86 The role of Sukarno as the head of state was reinforced by his positioning as the sole author of the national ideology. Sukarno ascribed to himself both the ideological purity and the state authority to become impervious to other challengers. As time wore on, the rhetoric of socialism also wore thin. For example, when tasked with training an assembly of Islamic scholars on the nature of Indonesian socialism in 1964, the Minister of Information got no more specific than telling them to nurture a positive tolerance of other religions, build up a spirit of patriotism that forms a principle of faith, and throw far, far away backwards teachings and empty formalism. 87 This was a far cry from the economic engagement that characterized all parties a decade earlier. By the mid-1960s, then, after socialism had become a term devoid of concrete economic or political policy, jettisoning socialist vocabulary became much easier than when it carried real meaning in the 1950s. With the abortive coup on the night of September 30, 1965, which was blamed on communists, all forms of leftism quickly came under attack from the army, which led an immediate counter-coup. 88 The army leadership and their allies in society attacked the idea of socialism by associating it with the, supposedly, treasonous PKI, thus rendering it a dangerous, subversive philosophy that had led to an attack on the heart of the Indonesian state. The army presented the violent disruption of Indonesian society from 1965 to 1967 as turning over a fresh page. This involved mass killings of over 1 million Indonesian suspected communists across the archipelago. 89 Few among Indonesia's political elite faced the kind of extreme violence that was directed at ordinary people, but purges among academic, governmental, and military leaders were equally thoroughgoing. General Suharto forced Sukarno to give up the presidency, and the United States was ready in the wings to provide a new, alternative ideology, Western developmentalism. 90 Within 3 years, socialism disappeared completely from Indonesian political life, where communism was despised. It seems that socialism was forcibly forgotten. Conclusion. The widespread embrace of socialism in Indonesian politics in the 1950s and its utter rejection in the next decade did not merely reflect the sudden change of political winds with a new, army-backed, authoritarian regime. Rather, both the peak and the trough of socialism as a political philosophy in Indonesia were facilitated by the wide variation in meanings ascribed to socialism at different points and by different actors in Indonesia's post-independence history. The focus on socialism's economic aspects, around a controlled collectivization of the economy but without a consistent understanding across parties, facilitated the ideology's universal acceptance across the political spectrum in the 1950s. Unlike some of the other aspects of socialism that were less palatable to the Indonesian people, like alignment with the Eastern Bloc in the Cold War, various aspects of the economic program were highly appealing in the wake of the bitter colonial experience and the destruction brought by fascist occupation and revolutionary decolonization. The fact that more radical socialist economic policies were not successfully implemented was a result of both Cold War pressures from the West and the sullied name of communism after the PKI's abortive attempt to hijack the Indonesian Revolution in 1948. The reputation of communism improved over the next 15 years, before its annihilation in 1965, but Indonesia's negative historical experiences with Marxist revolutionary movements, along with religious and nativist principles that also strongly influenced society, prevented Indonesian political parties from competing to be the furthest to the left. The plural interpretations of socialism in the 1950s were not to last, however. In 1957 Muhammad Hatta could still say, "I believe that the road to socialism is not just one, but all kinds, in line with the history, experience, and civilization of various nations and also with the structure of their countries." 91 Hatta's openness while still asserting Indonesian specificity of experience soon gave way to Sukarno's move in the following years to assert Indonesian socialism as his own personal philosophy, where alternative, and more policy-based, interpretations were no longer welcome in the political arena. Thus, socialism lost its core economic direction and became increasingly vapid, associated with support for the president but not a particular platform. Emptying all meaning from socialism was key in facilitating the Suharto regime's later elimination of socialism as a viable alternative. Benedict Anderson has noted that the early Suharto years were characterized by a change in public language as drastic as anything outside early revolutionary China, Vietnam, or Cuba. 92 This included, very prominently, a prohibition on communist or socialist discourse. However, socialism had already been effectively changed in public discussions by its appropriation under Sukarno, so that its importance as an economic program or a foreign policy position was already being forgotten. Indeed, this programmed forgetting allowed for the preservation of some key aspects of Indonesian socialism even as discussion of the ideology was outlawed. This is evident today in the long tradition of protections for employees under law, even where these are not often enforced, and the ubiquity of cooperatives in Indonesian workplaces, going back to Hatta's model of socialism from the 1940s and 1950s. Although Indonesian socialism has been largely rejected and forgotten, it has not been erased, and the strong Indonesian engagement with socialism in the 1950s was part of the wider trend across Asia and Africa to move in a socialist direction at the time. 93 The way that Indonesia jettisoned socialism and exterminated all vestiges of communism, notably happening in 1965 to 1968, just at the peak of Brezhnev's and Mao's power. 94, is more easily understood by looking at the evolution of Indonesian socialism over the previous decades. The remaining historical puzzle is why socialism has seen so little success in re-entering political discussions since then, despite the liberalization of Indonesia's public sphere after the democratic transition in 1998. That question, though, must remain for further studies, with Vedi Hades making an excellent start later in this special issue. Acknowledgements. The author wishes to thank Harry Verhoeven for shepherding this project from start to finish. The initial presentation also benefited from the feedback of Uday Chandra, Jason Sumesh, and Imad Mansur. The final version benefited greatly from advice by Matthew Wilger and 2 anonymous reviewers for the journal. All remaining faults are the author's alone. Disclosure statement. No potential conflict of interest was reported by the author. Trade Union Education in Former French Africa, 1959 to 1965 Ideological Transmission and the Role of French and Italian Communists. Gabriele Siracusano. Abstract. The socialist experiences that were born in West Africa during the decolonization of the French Empire, 1958 to 1960, showed their most significant expressions in Guinea and Mali. The 2 new independent republics took an anti-imperialist stance and chose to pursue a non-capitalist development, supported by the USSR. The sudden departure of the European rulers left an untrained bureaucratic apparatus. The leading parties needed a political training for their own leadership and their mass structures to pursue a strategy of political and economic control of the state. The role of African unions became necessary in the orientation of state strategies and in the ideological dissemination of Marxism among workers. The connections of the sub-Saharan unions with the World Federation of Trade Unions, WFTU, referring to the International Communist Movement, and with the French Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, and the Italian Confederazione Generale Italiana del Lavoro, CGIL, show the permeability of the African workers' movement to the Marxist ideas coming from European communism, that were integrated with anti-imperialism and Pan-Africanist anti-colonialism. The Guinean and Malian trade unions took a vanguard vocation of socialism in their respective countries, also making use of the technical assistance of European trade unionists who had come on behalf of the WFTU in Africa to train Union Générale de Travailleurs d'Afrique Noire, UGTN, cadres. The historiography of international communism and the spread of socialism has mainly focused on the European scene. African experiences, with intersecting nationalisms, Pan-Africanism and socialist ideas, were conceived as peripheral reproductions of European Marxism, wrongly so, as this special issue highlights. The development of post-colonial states in Africa after independence took place against the background of a global Cold War, the transnational dynamics of the bipolar world order that heavily influenced the politics, society, and economy of these new republics. 1 Scholars have reconstructed these dynamics by investigating the archives of the global actors who actively intervened, directly or indirectly, see Yurdenov in this special issue. Consistently with Harry Verhoeven's introduction to this collection, which stresses rethinking global socialism, this paper deal with the intersection between the birth of the post-colonial world, on the one hand, and ideological conflict between the communist and capitalist worlds, on the other. As the Cold War's early stages ended, such conflicts were no longer limited to East-West confrontation, but also took place within the same ideological bloc, e.g. China, Soviet Union, France, USA, etc., often along the lines of how to deal with the post-colonial question. In this article, I shall consider the role of African and European trade unions in the formation of political and workers' cadres in Francophone sub-Saharan Africa. Their contribution was fundamental for the spread of socialism on the continent. The close, important links between African and European trade unions fostered a network of relationships between African and socialist countries, embedding the Cold War influence into the dynamics of African decolonization and beyond, while also generating dynamics independent of East-West confrontation. These European trade unions were usually linked to Western communist parties, opening up intriguing perspectives on convergence between the workers' movement in the capitalist countries and the struggle for decolonization. While emphasizing the obvious originality and specificity of Africa's experiences, I argue that it is through their interactions with European communists that we can better understand the global dimension of socialist ideas and African mediation and elaboration. After the dissolution of the French Empire, 1958 to 1960, socialism developed its most radical West African expressions in Guinea and Mali. These two independent republics embraced anti-imperialism and chose to pursue non-capitalist development, supported by the USSR and led by Sékou Touré and Modibo Keïta, respectively. The thinking of these leaders matured in the circles of the African Marxist left, close to the French Communist Party, the Parti Communiste Français, PCF, blended ideological and political influences from France and the Socialist bloc. Their training persuaded them to focus on creating parties with mass ambitions, under the guidance of cadres capable of ruling the newly independent states. However, the abrupt departure of the European rulers, who had provided most of the administrative staff in the colonies, left behind an untrained bureaucratic apparatus. The leading parties therefore needed training for their own leadership and their mass structures to pursue a strategy for the political and economic control of the state. The African trade unions, which had been crucial in the independence struggles, took on an essential role in steering state strategies and in the ideological dissemination of Marxism among the workers. Point 2. In this paper, I retrace the positions of the two largest communist parties of Western Europe and the trade unions linked to them, France's Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, and Italy's Confederazione Generale Italiana del Lavoro, CGIL, with regard to workers and parties in the former French Africa. This entails examining the cultural and political instruments used by the leaders of the Italian Communist Party, PCI, and the PCF in their relations with their Guinean and Malian partners, before and after the achievement of independence by the West African states. I shall do so by drawing on new documents and insights from the archives of the CGIL, the CGT, and the World Federation of Trade Union, WFTU, as well as documents of the PCI and PCF kept in the archives of the Gramsci Foundation in Rome, for the PCI, and the departmental archives of Saint-Denis, for the PCF, 3. To understand their respective roles in the ideological and political formation of the African trade union leaders. It is not only a question of understanding how the French and Italian communists perceived the ideological originality of African socialism, but how the socialist model was transmitted and reinterpreted by African societies. This story is a crucial piece in the mosaic of global socialism, to be understood by considering the dialogue between European and African militants through mutual cultural and theoretical mediation. The role of the trade unions has already been taken into account to assess the influence of the global Cold War on African decolonization, as transnational workers' networks help to internationalize anti-colonial concerns. Point 4. However, the cultural transmissions between the socialist bloc and Africa have rarely been thoroughly analyzed as part of the political and economic dynamics of the Cold War in the global South. The purpose of this paper is not only to reconstruct the importance of African trade unions for the spread of Marxism in West Africa, but also to offer an additional contribution to the history of the global Cold War involving Africa and Europe, the study of the transmission of socialism in Africa to clarify the history of the political and cultural competition between the superpowers in the Third World, Western European communists, and the rise of African trade unionism. The policies of the French Communist Party regarding colonial questions have long been debated, particularly with regard to the wars in Indochina and Algeria. The PCF strategy was consistently shaped by French national interests and only secondarily concerned with proletarian internationalism. The idea underlying this approach was that the problems of the head, the center, the metropolis, had to be solved before those of the body, the colonial periphery. Point 5 Critics on the left of the PCF emphasized either its Jacobin and patriotic aspect or its Stalinist aspect, accusing the party of endorsing colonialism. According to this criticism, the orthodox outlook of the PCF leadership prevented a political opening for anti-colonial movements. Indeed, the working class was a minority in Africa, and this influenced the French communists, who were convinced of the immaturity of leftist African cadres and their lack of political acumen. But this harsh assessment ignores the complexity of a mass organization like the PCF, which maintained a plural structure despite its declarations in favor of a monolithic line as an expression of democratic centralism. In the party were many leaders and activists who cared for and were interested in Africa and were engaged in powerful anti-colonial struggles. Among them was Jean Chouret-Canale, a member of the Central Committee of the Foreign Department, Polex, and a historian of Africa. In the 1990s he conducted research on the role of communist study groups, GECs, linked to the PCF, in French Black Africa during colonization as inspirers and trainers of anti-colonial militants. Point 6. The PCF stepped up its presence in Francophone Africa after the Second World War. Its colonial section favored the creation of these GECs in the colonies of French West and Equatorial Africa in 1945. This, according to the French communists, helped to form the first anti-imperialist party in sub-Saharan territories, the Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, RDA, created in Bamako in 1946 by Félix Houphouët-Boigny, the future president of Côte d'Ivoire. The RDA did not aim at independence or declare itself communist. From the PCF perspective, this position was due to the absence of a working class in Africa and hence of a socialist conscience. For the PCF, which inspired the policies adopted by the RDA, a democratic and egalitarian France ruled by a social communist government was supposed to modernize the overseas territories in order to develop new production relations and the structuring of aware social classes, which would lead to a large Franco-African socialist society. Point 7 This policy showed up the rigid Stalinism that characterized the PCF in the 1950s, but it also attracted accusations of ambiguity and paternalism. Point 8. This objective in turn stimulated a new commitment fostered by the trade unions to create an African anti-imperialist party. The workers' rights movements had been operating in West Africa since 1945. There were not only employers' unions, such as the Planteurs Africains directed by Houphouët-Boigny in Côte d'Ivoire until 1946, but also trade union networks close to the communists and the French CGT. Point 9. Some historians date the breakthrough in African political consciousness and the development of the anti-colonial movement to the period 1945 to 1957, with a central role for the unions. This contributed to overcoming dogmatic Marxist ideology within the workers' organizations, particularly by rejecting the idea that the industrial proletariat was the sole engine of the revolution. Point 10 Paul Delanoë, the Secretary-General of the World Federation of Teachers' Unions from 1949 to 1961, saw the key function of the trade unions, after Stalin's death in 1953, as encouraging the development of an original innovative socialism, combining Marxist universalism, Pan-Africanism, the nationalist struggle for independence, and the African communal and anti-individualist tradition. Point 11. The African trade unions assumed a leading role in the 1950s, after the division of the RDA between conservative and more radical groups. The French CGT inspired the constitution of the Confédération Générale des Travailleurs Africains, CGTA, in 1955, but the CGTA's submission to the CGT pushed Africans to create their own organization in 1957, the Union Générale des Travailleurs d'Afrique Noire, UGTN, led by, among others, Sékou Touré of the Guinean radical faction of the RDA, the Parti démocratique de Guinée. Point 12. UGTN's founding arose from the need for independence not only from metropolitan institutions, but also from the French unions, considered by many West Africans to be too paternalistic. African trade unionists wanted to pursue their own autonomous action, and for this reason they broke their affiliation with both the CGT and the WFTU, an international organization linked to the Socialist bloc and based in Prague. In fact, the WFTU was composed of leaders from different countries who were animated by different approaches to Marxist doctrine, but it remained tied to international communism. Despite its loyalty to the Soviet line, it was therefore not a monolithic institution, and for this reason it was particularly suitable for engaging in fruitful dialogue with African trade unions and encourage a strengthening of the anti-imperialist camp. Point 13. The founding of UGTN was therefore directly inscribed in the Principles of Bandung, discussed in Verhoeven's introduction and his standalone essay on African, Asian socialisms in this special issue Third Worldism and the Liberation of the Colonial Peoples, outside the two blocks of the Cold War. Point 14. After Guinea's turbulent independence in 1958-15, the CGTA's choice not to join the WFTU resulted in the establishment of an All-African Trade Union Federation, AATUV, in May 1960 in Casablanca. The final declaration of its founding conference reaffirmed its equidistance from both the Soviet and the Western blocs, rejecting any interference by external ideologies in the Union's work on the continent. Point 16. Despite the autonomous course pursued by the AATUV and UGTN, several individual African trade unions did not lose their Marxist inspiration or their ties to the WFTU, including the Confédération Nationale Guinéenne du Travail, CNGT, or the Union Nationale des Travailleurs du Mali. UNTM. Point 17. The WFTU, although managed mainly by French and Italian trade unionists, Louis Saillant was the general secretary and Luigi Grassi his deputy, remained a vehicle of the communist movement and, above all, of the USSR. After the XXII Congress of the Communist Party of Soviet Union, CPSU, in 1961, which retracted many concessions made regarding the national ways to socialism by the XX Congress in 1956, the WFTU became a real instrument for the formation and organization of the proletariat in the Third World, actively pursuing the creation of workers' union cadres in Africa, where factory organizations were absolutely marginal. The goal was to create a workers' vanguard that could lead progressivist states to reach scientific Marxism, Leninism. Although Sékou Touré declared that he had no interest in the formation of social classes, since his mass party theoretically allowed Guinea's population to gain direct access to power, he did endorse the WFTU's efforts. The combination of WFTU initiatives and cooperation agreements between Conakry, Bamako, and Moscow was intended to entrench the leftward shift in West Africa. WFTU's vision was rigidly materialistic, and did not conceive of a structural change towards socialism without a revolutionary event and the destruction of the old system. Such a revolution would have been impossible without the presence of the working class which, according to Marxist dictates, was to guide the people. For this reason, the goal of the World Federation was to form a conscious working class in Africa. Point 18. The Sino-Soviet split in the 1960s heavily shaped the external engagement of unions and other solidarity organizations with Africa. Point 19. The WFTU wanted to orient trade unionism and African politics towards convergence with the Soviet-led Socialist bloc and to prevent the propagation of Maoist ideas, which were making inroads on the continent. See Verhoeven's article and especially its discussion of Sino-Tanzania ties. For this reason, this organization took advantage of the links of the French communists with West Africa to offer training and political orientation to local trade unions. In this framework, the Italian communists' ability to dialogue was also helpful for the WFTU's anti-Maoist purposes. The CGIL trade unionists had led numerous rural labor struggles in Italy and favored dialogue with the African unions, which mostly consisted of peasants. Hobsbawm noted that Italy had a double face. One half of the country showed itself to be an advanced industrial capitalist society, while the other, southern Italy, had traits similar to a colonial society. Point 20. The Italian communists therefore showed a concrete interest in the African liberation struggles, which demonstrated to the world the fundamental polycentrism of the socialist struggle, no longer exclusively based on the Soviet monolithic model. Valio Spano, a Sardinian communist linked to Africa because of his personal experience as a refugee from fascism exiled in Tunisia, expressed his appreciation for the Pan-African characteristics of UGTN. Spano was convinced of the need to broaden the horizons of global socialism by going beyond the traditional European Marxist, Leninist doctrine. In the Italian communists' view, the Soviet and Western communists had to regain a political advantage within the WFTU in order to isolate the Chinese positions and to better understand the African situation. 21 However, the WFTU also became a forum for confrontation between the two major Western communist parties. Umberto Scalia said that the French communists would use the WFTU to attack the Italian positions about structural reforms and polycentrism in the world. The CGT tried to guide the choices of their African peers by giving them a working-class identity, isolating their Italian comrades within the WFTU. 22. The Italian trade unionists approached Africa according to the new policy that the PCI had inaugurated with the opening of the Italian way to socialism. The latter rethought pure Marxist, Leninist categories by adapting them to particular geographical contexts and emphasizing a progressive structural transformation of society. The objective was to craft the broadest possible anti-imperialist coalition, leaving the colonial peoples free to approach the establishment of socialist society in their own way. The relationship between Italian and African workers had therefore to take into account differing economic, social, and cultural conditions, in order to start a new historical phase that would emancipate Africa from exploitation. To do this, it was fundamental to analyze the composition of the working population in countries such as Mali, Guinea, or Senegal, since it made it possible to outline a strategy to inaugurate fruitful trade union relations. These would help African organizations to build their own identity and their own claims, in relative autonomy from the European workers' movement. 23. The policies of Italian and local trade unions for African development. In the summer of 1960, at the World Teachers' Conference in Conakry, the WFTU was represented by its Italian Deputy Secretary, Luigi Grassi, an historical leader of the CGIL and the Communist Party since its foundation in 1921 and intimately connected to many African trade unionists. In his address to the meeting, Grassi expressed WTFU solidarity with the struggles of Africa and in particular his Guinean host, Victoria's ET Independent, represented by Sékou Touré. He offered full WFTU assistance and training to African workers' organizations, to strengthen the development of a free and anti-imperialist Africa linked to the socialist countries. 24 Traveling with Luigi Grassi was Bruno Trentin, one of the most important leaders of the CGIL and deputy of the union's leader Agostino Novella. He emphasized the growing role of youth in the workers' struggles, reporting the Italian experiences of toiling in factories and universities, where young people had fought in the front line. This new protagonism of young people, according to Trentin, pushed the workers' movement to make room for youngsters in the movement and fostered its liberation from the ideology de monopoles et de exigences étroites et oppressives de profits capitalists. He emphasized that schools and universities had to become bastions of trade union struggles against exploitation. Importantly, Trentin did not simply stress what Italian communists could do for Africa, but also what Africans had already done for Europeans, recognizing the substantial contribution of African anti-colonialism to the Italian workers' movement. 25 Trentin claimed that African decolonization had been a motor of change in global power relations, strengthening the anti-imperialist cause and all those organizations fighting against capitalism in the Western countries. 26 Contacts with African trade unions intensified in the following months through the CGIL and the World Federation, both of which were interested in an enlarged alliance between the European working class and the workers from former colonies. Mario Giovannini, a Bolognese communist and CGIL representative, was sent by the WFTU to some sub-Saharan countries to deepen friendly relations. Although he was a delegate of the World Federation of Trade Unions, he brought the political background of his party and realized that it was necessary to also include civil service workers to strengthen the trade union movement, for civil servants formed the backbone of the anti-colonial struggle. 27 The preponderance of categories other than factory workers compelled alternative struggle strategies, working to generate a class consciousness even outside the industrial proletariat. For this reason, Italian socialists thought that Guinean, Malian, or Senegalese society could not be analyzed with the same tools used in European environments, and that the battle for the freedom of African workers could not be forced into the ideological cages of classical Marxism. The primary necessity of the sub-Saharan unions was therefore independence of any form of conditioning. The WFTU's task was to help build African leftist consciousness and to allow the creation of an autonomous workers' organization with the same goal. In Conakry, Giovannini interacted with his counterparts in CNGT UGDEN, the Guinean Workers' Confederation. From Giovannini's meetings there emerged the concept that the struggle against colonialism was a struggle against feudalism, to escape a state of permanent alienation from the surrounding world and recover lost ground. The stratification of the working classes also had to change, by training technicians, managers, and employees, who until then had been at the service of colonialism. 28 The Guinean Union leader Diallo Seydou asked Giovannini to mediate with the WFTU for real assistance, to receive the help of technicians and experts who could work together with UGDEN militants against the penetration of capital in Africa, that is to say, to launch Guinea towards socialism without going through the capitalist phase. 29. Another CGIL and WFTU member, Pino Tagliatzucca, who was concerned with peasants' demands in Italy and accompanied Giovannini in Africa, was there to make contact with the agricultural unions. Tagliatzucca considered local Guinean activities for farmers to be insufficient. The Italian trade union movement had abandoned the idea that factory workers were the only revolutionary actors, in keeping with the Italian communist approach, which no longer regarded the peasants as members of a reactionary and traditionalist class, but as the engine of social struggle. Although Diallo Seydou considered UGDEN strong enough to represent the WFTU in Africa, neither Tagliatzucca nor Giovannini was confident about the real vitality of this union outside Guinea's borders. Seydou's position was clearly aimed at strengthening UGDEN's role in the rest of Africa, as the only reference point for the workers' demands. The two CGIL representatives tried to make their Guinean colleagues concentrate on the defense of farmers' and laborers' rights, but the CNGT representatives denied the existence of an agricultural issue in Africa. According to the two Italians, they totally ignored the crucial potential of developing an agricultural policy as a means of achieving a more general development of the continent and fostering peasant class awareness. 30 In Tagliatzucca's report on this subject, he stressed the influence of the positions of the French CGT and the organizations of the Socialist bloc on the Guineans, leading them to think that the peasants did not have a well-defined social stratification, and were divided and traditionalist. Vincenzo Galletti, a communist and CGIL member, recognized a leading role for trilateral cooperation among the working class of capitalist countries, socialist states, and the newly independent Third World. At the end of the 1950s, Galletti assumed the position of Secretary of the International Union of Agricultural and Forestry Workers at the WFTU in Prague, and was sent to Mali in May 1961 to meet the representatives of the UNTM, which was linked to Modibo Keita's ruling Union Sudanese. Galletti sought to re-establish strong contacts between African farmers and the WFTU. His trip was also aimed at reaffirming the solidarity of the Socialist bloc with the African states, showcasing the WFTU as representing the majority wing of the international communist movement, close to the USSR and its strategy of peaceful coexistence, as opposed to Maoist permanent revolution. 31. The Italian trade unionists established an easier dialogue with the Malians than with the Guinean unions. The latter presented themselves as the vanguard of the African working class and a revolutionary guide for the government of Guinea, while rejecting a key role for the peasants and the so-called national bourgeoisie. This ideology was inspired by an orthodox Marxism, Leninism that contrasted with Sékou Touré's theories, which aimed at overcoming the class struggle. These contradictions would come to a head during the ideological training provided by an institution linked to the WFTU and UGDEN, The African Workers' University. Maurice Gastaudit and the African Workers' University in Conakry. In 1959, the UGTN and the WFTU co-founded in Conakry the African Workers' University, Université ouvrière africaine, UOA, one of the most interesting experiments in the history of African workers' organizations. The UOA was created to support the ideological and political training programs offered by the countries of the Socialist bloc to Africa, which included both the stay of African students in the USSR or other Eastern European countries and sending communist instructors to Africa. 32. The historian Françoise Blum was the first to address the subject, describing the local and international historical context in which the UOA was established. Immediately after independence, Guinea needed technical and economic help, but also political and ideological assistance to train the party and trade union cadres to form a new ruling class. Seydou Diallo, the successor to Sékou Touré at the head of UGTN, appealed to the WFTU for assistance to set up a school in Conakry that could serve as the center of African liberation movements and continental workers' organizations. The WFTU sent CGT organizer Maurice Gastaudit, a leftist with considerable Africa experience, to Guinea to take care of organizing the future university. 33 He would be assisted in this task by several prominent French and Italian WFTU members, such as Luigi Grassi, Edwin Klebaun, Mario Lispi, Giuseppe Casadi and others who gave vital assistance from farther afield. The French were favored by old ties with African trade unionists dating back to colonial times, while the Italians had started a successful collaboration with UGTN. Both offered training and organizational skills. 34. From a close reading of Maurice Gastaudit's correspondence, it emerged that the aim of the UOA's union training was to create a conscious workers' union vanguard, affirming the validity of class struggle in African society. The non-capitalist path of development implemented by progressivist African states, in the perception of Gastaudit and other teachers, was a first step towards the ultimate goal of socialism, to be achieved via the class awareness of the factory proletariat and the national bourgeoisie. 35 The modernization of the new republics would foster industrial development, to strengthen the working class and enable it to lead Africa towards a socialist society. The Guineans thanked the WFTU for the role played by Gastaudit in stimulating the awareness of the working class. 36 Many African leaders were involved in the organization of the didactics, among them several Senegalese militants, Abdoulaye Gueye, Abdoulaye Thia, and Guineans, such as Diallo Seydou, president of the CNGT and secretary of UGTN, and Ansoumana Oulari, vice president of the Guinean Confederation. What linked these personalities was their past in the CGT. The WFTU and UGTN cadres present in the university shared a common ideology and organizational framework that had inspired their trade union work in the 1940s and 1950s. Although no longer associated with the World Federation, the African Trade Union was therefore directed by militants who had politically grown up with values and theories typical of Marxism, Leninism and represented the left wing of their own movements and parties. 37. Diallo Seydou and the African leaders of the UOA were greatly influenced by the Marxist training proposed by the WFTU. It was the secretary of UGTN himself who requested increasing assistance from the World Federation, especially in the education of African trade union cadres. The goal was to build an organization that could act independently of the WFTU but could lead a conscious African working class. 38 While demanding autonomy, UGTN leaders therefore referred to orthodox theories on class struggle and were convinced that the union should represent the proletariat and provide a driving force for socialism. According to Diallo Seydou, the neo-colonial counterattack had struck where the impact of the independence movement was weakest, and where social demands had been disappointed. For this reason, the UGTN leader admitted the mistake of not giving independence struggles a more revolutionary character, a push that would take the whole process beyond the simple political administrative fact. Rapid granting of independence consolidated bourgeois and feudal interests and has confused and liquidated popular aspirations. 39. The Guinean trade unionists were convinced that education would be decisive in forging a revolutionary mentality. In this way, the transmission of Marxist theories pervaded not only the UOA but also the Guinean schools, where the teachers, led by their union affiliated to UGTN, presented themselves as real soldiers of the revolution, ready for class struggle. 40 This approach was the opposite of any indication given by Sekou Touré, who, despite having a past as a CGT trade unionist, had tried to shape Guinean socialism according to his rather ecumenical conception. He declared that the class struggle in Africa was outdated. The lack of social stratification caused by the imposition of anachronistic feudalism by imperialism had given rise to a mass of subordinates in search of redemption, and the Democratic Party of Guinea had the duty to promote their access to power. Gastaudet, as head of the OUA, delivered several lectures on the role of trade unions in the construction of the non-capitalist path of development to educate the new UGTN cadres in economic matters, differentiating the modernization plans of the socialist countries from those of the West. He invited his students to reflect on the class responsibilities of the workers and their task of political leadership in the transition to socialism, following the example of what had already happened in the so-called people's democracies. 41 Seminars taught the participants that all of human society was stratified into social classes, without distinguishing local peculiarities and applying Marxist categories to every socio-cultural context in a scientific way, i.e. humans are universally categorized into different classes according to their position in the production system, even if this came with the caveat that the African situation also required a new component, submission to colonialism. This division of society in the Marxist sense shows that the aim of the professors at the Workers' University was precisely to overcome salient theories of African nationalism and socialism. See Sumisha's essay on Mozambique in this special issue, which lumped together landowners, wage earners, laborers, and artisans as one block. Once independence had been achieved, in order to really emancipate themselves from Western penetration, it was necessary for the communists to be able to distinguish the various classes that made up society and their interests. The workers' awareness of their own class conditions, however, had to be obtained by educating an industrial proletariat conscious of its leadership role and convinced of the necessity to fight in order to conquer the means of production. 42. In this perspective, the new working class in Africa was also to lead to socialism those who did not have the consciousness of their own class interests. Modernization was fundamental to increase the strength of workers on the African continent, but with due differences from state to state, those who followed capitalist dictates would worsen the living conditions of the proletariat, which would soon turn against its bosses. On the other hand, in countries that adopted a non-capitalist path of development, the working class would have to be vigilant to prevent the accumulation of goods and the creation of exploitative conditions by reactionary and counter-revolutionary components. 43 Such orthodox Marxist conceptions contrasted with the actual composition of African societies, where the majority of the population was employed in agriculture or petty trade. The real cleavage concerned the substantial economic and cultural differences between urban and rural, inequalities that were to transform African capitals into congested megalopolises within a few years. 44. Some UOA seminars were dedicated to the agricultural sector and its importance to human development, but rural activities, although fundamental for subsistence and the collection of raw materials for production, were considered a relic of the past, almost immutable in their practices and traditions. Agriculture had undergone its changes over time, UOA lecturers admitted, changing its relationships and means of production, but its archaic base made it a possible container for social conservation, since, in the countryside, modernization had been softened by the filter of a traditional world refractory to structural changes. In the colonial world, even these small changes had been blocked by European colons, who aborted any modernization that might lead to political consciousness. This aspect, according to Maurice Gastaudet's maps, caused the multiple differences between agriculture in the industrialist world and subsistence agriculture in Africa. The action of the colonialists on the continent, aimed at preventing any industrial development and stopping the creation of an organized working class, ensured that an overwhelming majority of the people were employed in the primary sector. The role of African farmers was therefore of fundamental importance in the anti-imperialist struggle, and the task of the communists and the trade union movement was to merge the interests of the working class and the farmers into a single front against oppression. It was, however, clear that the farmers represented a mass that had to be necessarily led by the industrial workers. 45. Facing the social problems of the rural world and the lack of class consciousness among farmers was of fundamental importance in the ideological fight against the Maoist tendencies that were emerging in Africa. 46. Theorizing a total contrast between the industrialist world and the agricultural society. According to the UOA's viewpoint, the diversity of couches sociales in the agricultural sector prevented the workers in the countryside from conducting a united struggle against exploitation, something the Maoists misunderstood. Imperialism had taken advantage of this condition by setting off the city against the countryside, and dividing the interests of workers and farmers. 47. According to the UOA courses, class divisions and the contrast between urban and agricultural areas would disappear in a renewed revolutionary society free from exploitation. Maurice Gastaud's lectures connected this analysis of a new anti-colonialism. He highlighted the actions of the working class in capitalist countries in opposing colonialism, underlining the solidarity of the communist parties of Western Europe, supported by the people's democracies, with the struggle of the African peoples. This perspective aimed at debunking Chinese theories on the opposition between global cities versus countryside, showing how the workers in European countries were fighting against any kind of exploitation. 48. Such messages were further underlined by the courses of some CGT militants at the UOA on the history of the French trade union movement, postulating the mass opposition in France to the exploitation of the colonies. 49. Such teachings responded to Maoism but also to the dominance of nationalist and Pan-Africanist ideas of African socialism. The dichotomy between the subordinate masses and the colonial rulers was expected to bring the new republics closer to the socialist bloc, expanding the anti-imperialist camp. Educating trade unionists in orthodox Marxism at UOA between 1959 and 1963 formed part of a general discourse in support of the neutralist, nationalist and non-capitalist development choices of the Guinean and Malian governments, thereby hoping to undercut interpretations of African socialism. See Verhoeven's article in this issue, that refused to take their cues from Moscow or the people's democracies. This is underlined by the focus on the modernization of African society and its economy, and the resultant development of the proletariat, which was deemed not yet ready for real socialism and would therefore benefit from further outside guidance. 50. The teaching of history was very important within UOA. Historicism lay at the heart of Marxist doctrine, and this subject was taught through the theory of historical materialism, applying it to all situations. 51. The revolutionary task of the trade unions in Africa in their role as the vanguard of the working class, had to be historicized. UOA teachers explained that this role was only to be understood in terms of the social evolution of the continent from the pre-colonial era to the present day, from primitive communism, followed by feudalism, to emergent capitalism. In order to explain the revolutionary character of contemporary changes, it was necessary to illustrate the distinguishing features of past ages, culminating in an awakening of consciousness in the current time period, in which socialism had triumphed in many places around the world and the colonial system was collapsing. 52. For Jean Chouret-Canale, who taught history at Conakry Workers' University, the progress of African societies went hand in hand with that of the European peoples until the 16th century, when the gap between Africa and Europe opened up with the arrival of the Portuguese on the Atlantic coast and the beginning of the slave trade. 19th century colonialism in effect then froze the continent's history in the feudal phase. Chouret-Canale's vision differed from that of other PCF members. Raymond Barbe, a member of the Foreign Department and former secretary of the colonial section in the 1950s, argued that colonialism could bring capitalist modernization to Africa. He believed that it could herald the establishment of a conscious working class and hence access to the socialist phase. 53. Views like those of Barbe echoed the Stalinist view of colonial peoples as not yet ready for revolution, even though colonialism was now outdated. The Stalinist USSR approached the areas where it could not exert its direct influence by referring to the Marxist orthodox theory. From this viewpoint, the national claims of the colonial peoples were guided by the interests of a corrupt national bourgeoisie. The communists would not help the struggles of the colonial bourgeoisies until imperialism had created a conscious working class in the colonies. Soviet historiography about Africa changed its perspective after 1956 and Khrushchev's acceptance of national paths to socialism. Ivan Potemkin, the most important Soviet expert on African history, rediscovered the revolutionary potential of the colonial world. He was convinced that the historical isolation of Africa had to be broken. 54 At the UOA, Surete-Canale agreed with Potemkin. In his opinion, the colonial peoples had to regain possession of their history, which would only become possible with the collapse of European domination and imperialism. 55. The Italian communists were also influenced by this argument. Valio Spano wrote about decolonization as an African Renaissance, Risorgimento Africano, describing it as a revolutionary period in which colonial peoples were resurrected and rejoined world history after centuries of exclusion. However, Spano's analysis differed from Surete-Canale's because he was convinced that Africa could access socialism by skipping the capitalist phase. Africans could work out their own way to socialism, in which collectivist tribal societies could mix hereditary features of primitive communism and modern socialism. Spano's theory should be understood in the context of the PCI's rapprochement with the Third World movements and the national paths to socialism. However, Surete-Canale's history lessons at the UOA continued to propagate the idea that in order to access socialism only the working class could lead Africa towards revolutionary transformation. The Malayan Trade Union School, 1962–1968. In spite of the many ideological differences, nuances, and battles, the model provided by the Workers' University of Conakry served as inspiration to other centers on the continent. The UNTM established a training school in Bamako based on the UOA model. Gastaudet wrote to Luigi Grassi, to assist the Malayan trade unionists to found their school. 56 For this reason, the WFTU sent Gilbert Julis to Bamako. 57 Julis, a member of the CGT and the PCF, settled in Mali, taking responsibility for a training school for UNTM cadres. The WFTU sent several trade unionists from the CGT and the Italian CGIL to teach at the school managed by Julis during the period 1962 to 1967. 58 According to Julis, the Bamako Trade Union School, starting in March 1962, served to encourage the socialist development of the country, with Italian and French teachers taking advantage of the historical ties of the CGT and CGIL in Mali. 59. Julis narrated his Bamako experiences in a note sent to the WFTU in 1965. According to his report, the WFTU had already organized internships for the UNTM in 1961, and the initiative was so appreciated that the Malian people themselves asked the Federation to assist them to establish a permanent training school for trade unionists. Julis organized a dozen or so courses, mainly aimed at providing ideological guidance to the participants. Once the National Bureau of the UNTM had ratified the principles to be followed, revolving mainly around the innovative concept of syndicalisme révolutionnaire, the heads of the school had to face several difficulties. One was bureaucratic infighting, as the right-wing members of the ruling Union Sudanese Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, USRDA, challenged the revolutionary ideological education of union cadres. The UNTM of Mali, linked to the USRDA and divided between radicals and moderates, resisted the Julis project. Revolutionary trade unionism could have posed a threat to the local administrative elite. Only once the attempts of conservative elements to control the school had been rebuffed could the courses be directed towards the principles of scientific socialism and the role of the working class therein. However, such grand ambitions aside, in his day-to-day efforts Julis had to take account of the real situation in Africa, which was an obstacle to the development of a work program based on Marxism scientific. 60 Seeking a middle ground between idealism and pragmatism, Julis covered several topics including political economy, socialist planning, Neocolonialism and a Study of the Code du Travail and Social Security. Julius also provided courses on the principles of revolutionary trade unionism in the field of organization and propaganda. In addition to the seminars, he gave lectures on the history of the workers' movement, on African economic, social, and political realities, and on the national construction of the Republic of Mali. 61 In 1964, the agreement between WFTU and UNTM should have been automatically renewed, equipping the school with new instructors from the Federation. However, some Malian trade unionists challenged this agreement. According to Julius, it was a maneuver carried out by reactionary components to remove WFTU from the country, since this organization was closely tied to the Socialist bloc. Ultimately, the UNTM's left wing prevailed to such an extent that as early as 1963 some elements close to Modibo Keïta expressed their intention to open a training school for the party's political cadres as well. Julius continued his work in Bamako, starting with the UOA guidelines. As his experience grew, he became increasingly convinced that education in Mali had to be different from that in other countries because the application of Marxist ideas and trade union work had to take into account local social characteristics. 62 His conviction was dictated by the particular conditions in the country, where the Maoist example had strongly taken root among the leading cadres of the ruling party. Modibo Keïta wanted to promote a peasant revolution based also on the Chinese model, and Beijing's influence became even stronger after Zhou Enlai's official visit to Bamako in 1964. 63 Julius's activity questioned one of the fundamental milestones of scientific socialism, namely its applicability to every condition and in every environment. Some other French communists, including Jean Charest-Canale, Jacques Arnauld, and Paul Delannoy, were also convinced that they had to apply innovative methods to develop socialism in Africa if they were to avoid detaching progressivist countries from the socialist bloc. 64 However, the executive apparatus of the French Communist Party remained faithful to the orthodoxy of scientific socialism. 65 The end of the UNTM training school was the prelude to the active revolution declared by Modibo Keïta in 1967, modeled on the Cultural Revolution in China. But the purge of the most autonomous members of the ruling party, in the trade union and in the army, with the intention of centralizing power and creating a new society, marked Keïta's failure and presaged his downfall in 1968. 66 Conclusions. This paper has tackled the underexplored but important question of relations between European trade unionists and their African peers around the time of decolonization. From the viewpoint of European communists, trade unionists from progressive African states represented the spearhead of the anti-imperialist movement on the continent. Political and ideological support by the international workers' movement for the Africans was seen by many as essential, not least in the context of the struggle against neocolonialism and Maoism. The UOA sought to create the revolutionary vanguard that Africa would need if it were to free itself definitively from imperialism and neocolonialism. Relations between these African states and the Moscow-led socialist bloc deteriorated, however, from the end of 1961 when protests by teachers were repressed by the Guinean government. The USSR was accused by Sékou Touré of encouraging this revolt with the aim of establishing direct control over Guinea, and relations between European communists and the governments of Guinea and Mali suffered. 67 At the same time, the Cold War was intensified once again with the disappearance of Kennedy and Khrushchev from the global stage and as the war in Vietnam was stepped up. These international tensions aggravated the African situation, which was already becoming increasingly toxic due to the Congo crisis. These developments, both on and off the continent, also influenced the teaching at UOA. Its teachers and managers felt it necessary to accelerate the historical process, which until then had been analyzed as gradualist, so that Guinea and Mali could fully embrace Marxism, Leninism. As I have shown, the European teachers at UOA had been inclined to analyze African colonial and post-colonial structures focusing on the working class, but they were forced to reconcile the establishment of truly communist leadership with the nationalist choices of African progressivist governments. Any such attempts to strike a middle ground ran into difficulties, not only in Africa but also because the global context had changed in the meantime. As the failure of Soviet foreign policy in Africa became evident in the Congo crisis, Moscow decided that it no longer wanted to fund progressive, non-aligned states on a massive scale. From 1964 on, the Soviets preferred to arm movements that called themselves Marxist, Leninist and clearly professed loyalty to Moscow, such as the liberation fighters in the Portuguese colonies. 68 Only a properly socialist society could resist imperialist aggression. In response to Moscow's marching orders, the programs of the UOA therefore refocused on a revolutionary transformation of African societies. This was not, however, appreciated by radical nationalists such as Sékou Touré. He increasingly perceived the African Workers' University as an intrusive, alien element. The Guinean government also had its own internal reasons to oppose Ugden's pet project. Touré wanted to centralize ever more power in his own hands, and the UOA risked becoming a dangerous source of subversion. This resulted in the closure of the UOA in 1965 as left-wing factions were purged from the university and Parti Démocratique de Guinée, PDG. 69. Despite the end of the UOA, its experience inspired the creation of other trade unions and ideological schools. Congolese trade unionists also sought assistance from the WFTU to establish their management school in Brazzaville, and the trade union movement represented the vanguard of the revolution against the pro-French president of Congo-Brazzaville, Fulbert Yalu, in 1963. The leaders of the Congolese union movement had been ideologically formed in the UOA and planned to give a Marxist imprint to state building. 70 The experience of the trade union schools in West Africa, especially the one in Conakry, also proved important for the ideological formation of the leaders of the Lusophone liberation movements. The lessons at the UOA were also held in Portuguese, attracting guerrilla activists from Angola, Guinea-Bissau and Mozambique living in exile in Conakry. 71 The ideological messages inculcated during their time in West Africa remain visible, as Sumish states in his article in this collection, in the practices and nostalgias of the liberation movements in southern Africa. This article has concentrated on a unique experiment that ultimately did not succeed but whose failure reveals a great deal about the Cold War and our reading of decolonization and the first few years after African independence. The collapse of imperialism in Africa happened faster than almost any observer on the left or the right had expected. In response, the international workers' movement tried to establish connections with the African socialisms that had arisen from decolonization, pushing the WFTU to become an instrument of mediation between Africa and the socialist bloc. The World Federation tried to form a conscious working class in Africa to accompany the socialist modernization being pursued by countries like Guinea and Mali, which implemented their development plans using Soviet funding. This, in their mind, would have shifted the political balance to the left and allowed a social revolution to build on the gains of national independence. But one of the main problems in the relationship between the trade union movement and the African states was precisely to establish the autonomy of the workers' organizations of their governments. The WFTU tried to dialogue with the African socialist governments. The ideological and political formation of the leading cadres had to bear witness to the active solidarity of the international communist movement with Africa. But, as I have shown, attempts to simultaneously push for workers' autonomy and excellent relations with national governments were to prove impossible, especially as the political leaders insisted on the subservience of the trade unions to their ruling parties. This was illustrated when Soviet economic assistance to Guinea and Mali weakened after 1964, and the trade unions' training project failed. Power in Conakry and Bamako was centralized, the unions lost their autonomy and national governments sought help from China as well as from the USA and Europe. 72. Western European communists had played an important role in the WFTU's ambitions in Africa and had successfully fostered dialogue between African socialisms and the socialist bloc, at least for an important half a decade. Against this background I have stressed the central role of the French and Italian attempts to rethink socialism from a national perspective. Their objectives were to find a middle ground between local particularisms and Soviet orthodoxy through the formation of a trade union ruling class capable of guiding African left-wing governments towards Marxism, Leninism without erasing the peculiar aspects of African socialism. These aspects, if anything, were to be encouraged, since many features of traditional African society could coincide with the Marxist models, as is the case, for example, of collectivism in village societies. Orthodox Marxist tendencies nevertheless continued to dominate the internal debate in Western communist parties, particularly in the PCF. The Italian and French trade unionists with considerable Africa experience and concomitant pragmatism therefore lost battles at home, while African governments, such as Guinea's and Mali's, increasingly went their own way. Like other contributions to this special issue, this paper has re-emphasized the fact that ideology was central to the study of decolonization and the construction of post-colonial states in Africa. It is not sufficient to investigate the economic and political relations between international communism and the Third World to understand the choices made after independence by African societies. Rather, one must also understand the ideological and cultural influence of communism, Soviet and Western European. This paper has highlighted in particular both the dialogue between classical Marxism, Leninism and its local re-elaborations, and the contrasts and tensions between them, particularly regarding ideas of social progress and class struggle. Using trade union training as the lens, this paper has sought to combine political and social history as well as local ideas and global history. In this way, I hope that my analysis has suggested a novel historiographical path for the study of post-independence Africa and the role of socialism, revealing both the transnational and ecumenical approach of the global and African communist movement and its heterogeneity. Highlighting the contribution of Western communists to a dialogue between progressive African states such as Guinea and Mali and the Socialist bloc, Italian and French trade unionists fulfilled the role of intermediaries between two different social and geopolitical contexts. The privileged position of Western communists in the socialist networks allowed them to become a vehicle for cultural and political transmission. This transmission proved to be two-way, since the Europeans sent to Africa were conditioned by their African experiences, in turn influencing the radical left in their respective countries. 73 Lastly, this study shows how European communists, and especially Italian trade unionists, tried to make an ideological contribution of their own. The Malian and Guinean governments appreciated Italian ideas on the development of a socialism aimed at the peasant masses, traders, and employees which was not rigidly linked to the Soviet model. And so, despite the growing opposition of Sékou Touré and Modibo Keïta to the trade union schools, the CGT, the PCF, and the more radical African trade unionists, dialogue with the CGIL and the PCI was able to continue fruitfully until the end of the 1970s. 74. Disclosure Statement. No potential conflict of interest was reported by the author. Arab Encounters with Maoist China, Transnational Journeys, Diasporic Lives, and Intellectual Discourses. Mohammed Turki Al-Sudari. Abstract. This paper examines the appeal exerted by Maoist China upon a broad category of Arab onlookers from the mid-20th century onwards. It accomplishes this by focusing on the writings of two categories of observers: short-term visitors, who had experienced China through government-organized planned tours, and long-term residents, foreign experts, who had been recruited by the Chinese state as language instructors, translators, and editors. Across the ideological spectrum and with a high degree of consistency, these diverse onlookers articulated highly romanticist images of Maoist China as a model for post-colonial modernity. These sympathetic imaginaries, the paper argues, stemmed less from a systematic engagement with Chinese realities on the ground, and more from a sense of anxiety over the Arab world. Maoist China was in essence reconceptualized as a homeland that could have been, offering lessons as well as hope for the future as filtered through the ideological biases of these observers. The paper discusses the writings of short-term visitors and long-term residents through a broader retelling of the history of the Arab diaspora in Maoist and early post-Maoist China. It also utilizes previously neglected sources, most notably the China-centric works of Salama Ubaid, 1921–1984, and Hadi al-Alawi, 1932–1998, in presenting its key arguments. Maoism and the Maoist state-building experience, a spiritual atom bomb of infinite power in the words of Lin Biao, was a transformative force that inspired insurgencies from India to Peru and offered the elites of the Third World a template for national liberation and modernization. Key themes in Verhoeven's article in this special issue and into Ongbu's contribution. Point 1. As with other formerly colonist spaces, this force found resonance in the Arab world. In the mid-20th century, Egyptian Marxists and Algerian anti-colonialists sought to learn the economic and military lessons presented by the Chinese Revolution. Point 2. The mid-1960s, while not giving rise to an Arab Albania per se, saw the Maoification, conjoined with the Marxification, of political discourses and practices across the Arab world. Point 3. This process, which accelerated following the traumatic blow struck against pan-Arab nationalism by the Six-Day War of 1967, can be evidenced from the transformation that Palestinian and Omani guerrilla groups underwent, or from the invocation of class warfare, al-Harb al-Tabaqiyya, and cultural revolution, al-Thawra al-Thaqafiyya, by regimes like Jadidist Syria, the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen, and Gaddafi's Libya. The spread of a Maoist nomenclature points to the real appeal Maoist China had come to exercise within Arab political imaginaries by the late mid-20th century. What is the source of this appeal? And more pertinently, what did Maoist China and its socialist experiment mean to Arab onlookers? The article seeks to partially answer these questions by investigating the writings of two categories of observers who had direct engagement of the country: short-term visitors and long-term residents. The first category is made up of those who had experienced Maoist China through government-organized planned tours, and whose works became part of a popular travel literature, Adab al-Ralat, in the Arab world. The second is comprised of foreign experts, Chwaguos Wanjia ar al-Kabir al-Ajnabi, who had been recruited by the Communist Party of China, CPC, as language instructors, translators, and editors. The article argues that, as conveyed from their writings, these diverse observers participated in the production of a romanticist vision of Maoist China in which it stood as a metaphor for a homeland that could have been, i.e. a placeholder for a modern, dignified, and united Arab world free of imperialist domination. This romanticization was born, on the one hand, from a shared anxiety among these observers over the Arab world's continued subjugation by the forces of imperialism, and on the other, from admiration, mediated through linguistic and cultural barriers as well as state messaging, for China's perceived success in escaping its shackles and establishing a unique post-colonial modernity. Their construction of Maoist China as an idealized other or homeland that could have been functioned as a way to critique the status quo, offer hope for the future, and encourage change, a functionality not dissimilar at all from that of anti-official Occidentalism that pervaded Chinese intellectuals' discourses in the 1980s and wherein an idealized West stood for the other. Point 4. In that sense, Arab China-centric discourse constituted less of a cross-cultural exchange with the Chinese other, and more of a pedagogic and reflective conversation with the Arab self and its ongoing struggle with the inheritance of imperialism and the challenge of creating an Arab modernity. China's appeal stems from the Arab search for modern dignity conceived in national or supergroup terms. Organized in a chronological manner, the article analyzes the writings of short-term visitors and long-term residents through a contextualizing narration of the history of the Arab diaspora, Alebo Kiauman, in Maoist and early post-Maoist China, a community that had been largely neglected in the scholarship. The article begins by examining CPC diplomatic outreach that contributed to the formation of this diaspora. As will be shown, a major goal of this outreach was to strengthen Sino-Arab relations by inviting short-term visitors on planned tours throughout the 1950s and 1960. Their itineraries and travelogues will be examined in some detail. Another major goal of this outreach was to identify and recruit candidates, long-term foreign experts, capable of satisfying the growing demand for Arabic language instructors and language polishers within the Maoist state's nascent foreign affairs, Weishi, and Propaganda, Xianchuan, Systems. The article, shifting its focus to the foreign experts, introduces some of their key figures, changing, ideological profiles and social life within the Arab diaspora. This is followed by a comparative analysis of two prominent foreign experts, Salamah Ubaid, 1921–1984, and Hadi al-Alawi, 1932–1998, and their unique China-centric writings. An in-depth exploration of their lives and work serves to shed light upon how China and the broader Maoist project resonated with different ideological streams and showcases, moreover, how this appeal was filtered through the long-standing anxieties held by these intellectuals over the Arab world's present and its future. CPC outreach and the search for international friends. In the immediate years following the establishment of the People's Republic in October 1949, and on the basis of putting the house in order before inviting guests, Deseo Ganjing Wuzazake, most non-Chinese nationals were compelled by the communist authorities to leave. 5 Following this house cleaning phase, the CPC leadership encouraged foreigners to visit the country on planned tours. This outreach was primarily aimed at cultivating international friends, Kuaji Yuran, who could advocate in favor of normalizing, or improving, diplomatic relations with the new regime. Until May 1956, for example, no independent Arab state recognized the People's Republic. 6 Two types of institutions were utilized in this outreach: the International Liaison Department, ILD, which was responsible for managing the CPC external relations with other communist parties, and people's organizations, Renmin 20, which were entrusted with engaging non-party affiliated foreign individuals and groups from across the ideological spectrum. 7 These included the Chinese Peace Committee, the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries, the All China Journalists Association, the All China Student Federation, and the Islamic Association of China, IAC. While the ILD was a formal organ of Chinese foreign policy that could directly communicate with fraternal communist parties from the socialist bloc and beyond, people's organizations were initially dependent upon the opportunities provided by Soviet-backed front organizations. See Syracusano's paper in this issue, like the International Union of Students, the World Federation of Democratic Youth, WFDY, the Women's International Democratic Federation, and the World Peace Council, WPC, 2. Contact groups from the Arab world. 8 As the Sino-Soviet struggle intensified in the late 1950s, people's organizations shifted their activities away from Soviet-backed settings to friendlier ones associated with the non-aligned movement. 9 By the mid-1960s, some of the latter's organizations were either partially, Afro-Asian Writers Association, or wholly, Asian and African Journalist Association, taken over by China-aligned groups. 10 The eruption of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, GPCR, in 1966 upended many of these gains as most people's organizations were shut down and the number of planned tours declined. 11 Arab travelers and the Maoist guerrilla. This outreach policy had wide-reaching impact. Between April 1956 and May 1966, over 102 non-government delegations representing student associations, trade unions, journalists and communist parties from across the Arab world, visited Maoist China. 12 A colorful stream of left-leaning figures accompanied, or headed, these delegations, including the Algerian philosopher Malik Benabi, the Saudi dissident Nasir al-Said and the leader of the Socialist Progressive Party of Lebanon, Kamal Jumblat. 13 This influx of visitors on these planned tours contributed towards the emergence of a relatively popular Arabic-language travel literature concerning Maoist China in the 1950s and 1960s. While ranging widely in the quality of their content, the works drawn from this literature offer an inside view of what these short-term visitors were exposed to by their CPC hosts and what impressions they formed of China as a result of their journey. Arab travelers typically arrived to China by rail through one of two entry points, either from Russia, an arrangement preferred by those touring Eurasia or the broader socialist camp, or British-ruled Hong Kong. After 1964, when air routes between China and Pakistan were established, Some visitors took direct flights from Karachi or Dhaka to Shanghai. 14 The duration of these planned tours, which involved multi-city stopovers, lasted anywhere between a few weeks to 2 full months, and were often organized to coincide with major national celebrations or international meetings, enabling Arab visitors, as part of larger multinational delegations, to briefly meet CPC leaders. 15 Considerable effort was expended on these planned tours to showcase, in the words of one Iraqi visitor, the successes of socialist modernization and the triumph of the Chinese over the past. 16 This entailed, in addition to touristic excursions, visits to universities, model prisons, rural communes, industrial exhibitions, and newly built factories. 17 Nasruddin al-Nashashivi, the Palestinian historian and former editor of the Egyptian newspaper Al-Jumhuriyah, complained how he tried several times to get out of these factory visits, but alas, it was to no use. The people of China, the revolutionary China, are so eager to prove their capabilities, not only in the realms of art, politics, and literature alone, but also in the production of the plane, tank, and car. 18. Throughout their journey, short-term visitors were subject to political messaging, usually in the form of lectures given by cadres or the minders accompanying them, that primarily sought to highlight the achievements of New China and its anti-imperialist solidarity with the Third World. Although displaying remarkable consistency throughout the Maoist era, the content of this messaging was adjusted to reflect prevailing CPC policy thrusts at any given moment. Under the new democracy of the mid-1950s, for example, class cooperation was heavily emphasized, while the successes of collectivization and the absence of mass starvation were naturally given greater prominence during the Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1962. 19 By the mid-1960s, the content stressed revolutionary and anti-imperialist themes that presaged the GPCR and the radicalization of Chinese foreign policy. Visitors reported watching films like The Serf, 1963, and Tunnel War, 1965, or iconic plays such as The Legend of the Red Lantern, Red Guards on Hunghu Lake, Raid on the White Tiger Regiment and the Red Detachment of Women, all of which were later popularized by Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, as part of the 8 model operas of the GPCR. 20 Afro-Asiatic themed performances, valorizing anti-colonial wars of national liberation, were also shown to Arab visitors, including Battle Drums on the Equator, a play celebrating Congolese resistance, see Verhoeven's article in this issue, to American imperialism. 21. To complement this messaging, itineraries were tailored to appeal to the cultural and religious sensibilities of Arab visitors. As a way of demonstrating state patronage of the Arabic language, delegations were taken to meet the faculty of the Eastern Languages Department of Peking University. 22 Among the figures they encountered there was Ma Jian, a famous Azarite-trained Hui scholar who, besides translating the Quran and writing numerous books on Arab culture, acted as a high-level interpreter for CPC officials during the Bandung Conference. 23 Regardless of whether Arab visitors professed Islam or not, the planned tours sought to allay their concerns over the persecution of Muslims under communist rule. 24 In the 1950s, this might have involved visits to Xinjiang to allow Arab visitors to experience first-hand government support for ethnic minorities. 25 After 1958, however, roughly coinciding with the launch of the anti-feudal anti-religious privileges campaign in the Northwest, religiously oriented visitations were confined to the major urban cities of the East. In Beijing, guests routinely met with IAC members, were taken to see the Central Institute for Nationalities, and toured Muslim neighborhoods such as Niaoja. 26 The Dongxi Mosque, which housed a sizable Arabic library donated by King Fuad I of Egypt, was a popular destination. 27 Its value for external propaganda, combined with its role in serving the needs of the Beijing-based Muslim foreign community, enabled the Dongxi Mosque to operate without interruption in 1964 to 1979, a period that coincided with the closure or destruction of most religious sites in China. 28. Despite the best efforts of their CPC hosts, Arab visitors were not completely persuaded by the curated scenes presented to them on these planned tours. Ghassan Kanafani, the celebrated Palestinian novelist and member of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP, who had traveled to China in 1965 to attend the Third Afro-Asian Writers' Summit, bemoaned how truth cannot be obtained here except in an approximating manner. On the one hand, there is a linguistic barrier that bars one from questioning people directly, and on the other hand, only official information is made available. 29 Many noted how only designated high-ranking cadres could respond to their questions, how interviewees, despite their knowledge of English or Arabic, spoke only through translators, and how the answers they were given were more akin to well-memorized recitations than anything else. 30 Others were frustrated, or amused, by the inability of their minders to speak freely. As al-Nashashivi playfully noted, one of the most important phrases one learns in China is bulletins hideo, don't know. 31 The propaganda sometimes fell flat altogether. One Iraqi, with expertise in agriculture, heavily contested the productivity figures of the communes as outright fabrications. 32 While admonished by other members of the delegation for his skepticism, upon returning to Beijing, he was summoned to the Ministry of Agriculture and informed that the real productivity figures were in fact closer to half of those he had been originally told. 33 There was also muted discomfort over the treatment of Muslim minorities in China, although Arab visitors generally rejected the notion that there was systematic religious persecution taking place. 34 Upon requesting that he be allowed to visit the Northwest to investigate the affairs of his co-religionists up close, al-Nashashivi was informed by his minders that travel to that region was impossible due to weather conditions and the bad state of the roads, a response that he begrudgingly accepted. I believed them, or tried to believe them. 35 The jaded exchanges with IAC members, the sparse and elderly character of mosque congregations, and the absence of women wearing hijabs, elicited doubts as well. 36 Unscripted encounters were revealing. Moreover, one visitor, as he was browsing the wares of an antique store in Beijing, entered into a conversation with the shopkeeper who turned out to be Hui. 37 As the shopkeeper began to tell him about the personal difficulties he faced, two men, in neat blue-colored mousesuits, presumably the visitor's minders, entered the store and he abruptly stopped talking. 38 Notwithstanding these reservations, most Arab travelers appeared to have left these planned tours with positive impressions. They admired the moral austerity and discipline of Maoist China, especially when contrasted to the debauchery of colonial Hong Kong. 39 Not a few expressed their belief that the Maoist regime had succeeded in extinguishing sexual desires and even romantic love from the collective consciousness of the Chinese people. 40 The absence of vagrancy, lawlessness, and pollution in Chinese cities were favorably commented upon and compared to the chaos found in Arab urban spaces. 41 Yet one unifying thread found across the remarks made by these observers was their fascination in China's transformation from one of the most backward countries in the world into a modern industrialist power that had detonated its first atomic weapon in 1964. 42 For them, China's escape from the dark night of imperialism and into the dawn of a post-colonial modernity was a remarkable achievement and a turning point in world history that offered a treasure trove of lessons. For some, China was envisioned as a source of pride and strength for downtrodden populations such as those of the Arab world. Kanafani celebrated how China has at last awoken and washed away its slumber with the sweat and blood of its sons. 43 In a similar vein, another visitor proclaimed China to be the embodiment of the biblical Gog and Magog, which Napoleon feared and called the Yellow Peril, the threat to global colonialism and reaction. 44 Yet others were more circumspect, acknowledging that although China had made great strides, its ascendance on the global stage was a future event that had not yet come into fruition. 45 One perceptive visitor, anticipating the reforms of Deng Xiaoping, opined that China is in need of two things that will be foundational to its modern revival: a long duration of peace, and the collection of sufficient strength to carry out construction and improvements in productivity. 46 The implications of Chinese power were also of interest, while some foresaw an inevitable geopolitical struggle pitting Beijing against Washington for control of East Asia. A minority were unsure as to whether arisen China would contribute to the happiness of the universal community of man, or add to its misery. 47. The Arabic language and the foreign affairs and propaganda systems. As the Arab world grew in importance for Chinese foreign policy following the Bandung Conference, the demand for Arabic proficiency rose within the foreign affairs and propaganda systems. 48 From the mid-1950s onwards, foreign language instructors were sought after to help improve the linguistic skills of future diplomats and translators at Peking University. The Beijing Institute of Foreign Trade, renamed the University of International Business and Economics, the Institute of Diplomacy, renamed the China Foreign Affairs University, and the Beijing Foreign Languages Institute, renamed the Beijing Foreign Studies University. 49 In 1963 to 1964, a further set of foreign language schools were established in Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, Nanjing, Hangzhou, Wuhan, Chongqing and Changchun, where foreign experts, specialized in Arabic or otherwise, were hired to help develop the foreign affairs system. 50. The propaganda system was in need of translators and language polishers to run and edit its external focused work. Radio Peking, renamed China Radio International, introduced a daily 1-hour-long Arabic service in November 1957, which was overseen by foreign staff. 51 The Foreign Languages Press, FLP, the main entity responsible for the translation, printing, and global distribution of CPC textual propaganda, was also heavily dependent on the linguistic skills of foreigners. In 1954, the FLP began to expand its recruitment of long-term and short-term foreign experts who could carry out translation work, polish existing material, and help train local translators. 52 FLP publications encompassed government policy documents, the writings of May 4 intellectuals such as Lu Xun, Mao Dun, and Ding Ling, as well as more generalist books on Chinese culture, history, and minority affairs. 53 While such texts were more readily available in Arabic in the 1960s, the FLP sought to address Arab readership starting from the early 1950s through a number of IAC booklets that provided overviews of the history and contemporary situation of Islam in China. 54 During the GPCR, the FLP focused on the dissemination of Maoist texts in Arabic. 55 Propaganda depicted demand for such works as near unquenchable. In one story, an Iraqi seaman named Ahmed, who was docked in Shanghai, frustrated by the lack of an Arabic edition of the quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, worked on his own personal translation. 56 He explained to a curious Chinese customs inspector that he was forced into this undertaking because the Arab youth badly need Comrade Mao Zedong's works. They've sent me letters urging me to get a copy of this precious little red book for them. 57 Moved by the young man's revolutionary fervor, the inspector gifted Ahmed with his badge, saying, "When you wear it, you will feel that Chairman Mao's always by your side, and this will give you boundless strength." 58 Ahmed's efforts were unnecessary, however. An Arabic edition of the quotations was published by the FLP in 1967. 59 This was soon followed by the initial 4 volumes of the selected works of Chairman Mao, issued in succession from 1968 to 1973. 60 In addition to these publications, the FLP ran a number of magazines such as People's China, China Pictorial, Chinese Literature and Peking Review. 61 Established in the 1950s, many of these magazines were initially translated into Western languages, although amalgamated versions of them were published by Egyptian government presses in the late 1950s. 62 It was only after 1964 that both China Pictorial and China Reconstructs were regularly produced in Arabic, while the Peking Review briefly appeared with an Arabic edition in the late 1970s. 63 Among these magazines, only China Reconstructs, renamed China Today, continues to play a role in Chinese outreach efforts towards the Arab world. 64 Recruitment of foreign experts and their changing ideological profiles. Another objective of CPC outreach policy was to locate language teachers, translators, and language polishers, in sum, foreign experts, who could enhance, in the spirit of the Maoist adage of making the foreign serve China, Yang Wei Zhonyang, The Quality and Capacity of the State's Foreign Affairs and Propaganda Systems. 65 In seeking out possible candidates, the CPC typically consulted trusted international friends for recommendations, although where diplomatic missions were present, job offers were directly publicized in the local press. 66 Prior to 1960, Arab communist parties were the principal source solicited by the CPC for foreign experts. Faced with sustained persecution in their home countries, Arab communist parties capitalized on this arrangement, recurrently dispatching their own cadres as well as sympathetic fellow travelers to China along circuits of exile that included stops in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, East Germany, and the Soviet Union. The trilogy series Hayathafi Baitaku, It Happened in Baidahi, by the Syrian communist novelist Hannah Mina alludes to this dynamic. Loosely based on Mina's own experiences as an Arabic teacher at Peking University in the early 1960s, the novel focuses on the adventures of a young womanizer and alcoholic by the name of Zubayd al-Shajari. 67 The protagonist evaded capture by the authorities in Lebanon and ended up in China through the intercession of his, unidentified, Communist Party and the assistance of George Hanna, a prominent Lebanese physician, fellow traveler, and member of the WPC. 68 Non-fictional characters also benefited from such arrangements, including Gaib2 Farman, the left-leaning Iraqi novelist. 69 During Farman's attendance at the WFDY conference held in Moscow in 1957, the Iraqi government revoked his citizenship. This compelled him to accept an invitation, extended by the Chinese delegation on the recommendation of the Communist Party of Iraq, to work as a language polisher in Beijing for the FLP. 70 Farman was probably one of the earliest Arab foreign experts in Maoist China and was awarded at the end of his service, shortly after the 1958 revolution in Iraq, with a Friendship Medal conferred to non-Soviet nationals. 71 Many of these communist-affiliated foreign experts maintained their organizational identities in China, forming party cells, holding regular meetings and enforcing discipline on fellow members. 72 Because of their political identity, the CPC managed these individuals not only through the Foreign Experts Bureau, established in 1954, but also through the ILD under a party-to-party framework wherein cell leaders were entrusted with disseminating information and punishing any breaches in conduct among the cadres under their care. 73 This overall arrangement between the CPC and the Arab Communist parties proved to be short-lived, however. When Moscow withdrew its technicians from China in July 1960, the Soviet-aligned Arab Communist parties recalled their cadres in solidarity. 74 This development and the subsequent souring of relations between Maoist China and the Arab Communist parties led to considerable change in the ideological profile of the foreign experts. Many of the later arrivals were unfettered by the Sino-Soviet schism. Mina described some of them as unprincipled mercenaries, Murtazaka, who had no qualms about teaching or translating anti-Soviet propaganda material so long as they received their paychecks. 75 This may not have been a wholly sympathetic reading. Any who resisted doing so, or openly expressed pro-Soviet sympathies, risked being expelled from China, as had cyclically happened with multiple foreign experts in 1969 to 1979. 76 Nevertheless, the change meant that new arrivals were more diverse in their political and ideological allegiances and were no longer solely connected to communist parties. The Palestinian translator Muhammad Rajab Abu Jared, who had arrived with his family at the onset of the GPCR in 1966 to work for China Reconstructs, was a member of the PFLP, an organization that was undergoing a Maoification process of its own. 77 A minority among the new arrivals were Maoist sympathizers who had been expelled by their parties. A notable example is the anti-colonial Sudanese activist Ahmed Muhammad Khair. In the 1950s, he represented the Sudanese Communist Party, SCP, in various international settings, assuming positions in the WPC Secretariat as well as the Standing Bureau of the Afro-Asian Writers Association. 78 He advocated in favor of Maoist guerrilla warfare as the most effective way to topple the military regime that had come into power in Khartoum in November 1958. 79 After a failed internal party coup by proponents of the Maoist line, many of these cadres were expelled from the SCP in November 1964. Kir, who regularly visited China since the late 1950s, sought refuge there in wake of these events. 80 In Beijing, he was a vocal and unabashed Maoist to whom the thought of Mao Zedong is the most precious gift the Chinese people present to the peoples of Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the peoples of the world. 81 At the height of the GPCR, he repeatedly appeared atop the leadership podium overlooking Red Guard rallies in Tiananmen, giving speeches denouncing American neocolonialism, Soviet revisionism, and Chinese Khrushchevism, as manifested by Liu Shaokai. 82 As with other long-term residents, Kir put his linguistic skills in the service of the propaganda system, working for Radio Peking and the FLP. 83 He was a regular contributor to various magazines including Hong Kong-based newspapers such as Ta Kung Pao, and was purportedly the main force behind the translation of the quotations and select works into Arabic. 84 Social life and the Arab diasporic community. Most foreign experts lived in what Hooper described as privileged segregation at the exclusive complex known as the Friendship Hotel, Chyi Bingguan, Ar Funduk Al Sadaka, in Beijing. 85 Residents of the complex, built in 1954, enjoyed salaries 7 times the Chinese average, spacious modern housing, constant care from translator minders and chauffeurs, access to restaurants and internal goods unavailable to the rest of the public, and free excursions to idyllic destinations like Xiangshan, the Great Wall and the seaside resort of Baidahe. 86 Because of these privileges, Mina depicted the Friendship Hotel in his trilogy as a place of corruption which had the ability to transform once die-hard revolutionaries into comfort seekers and antique hunters. 87 All long-term residents, whether living in the Friendship Hotel or equivalent satellites elsewhere, were isolated from Chinese society. Locals were barred from entering the complex without official permission, and foreigners were not allowed to move beyond a 20 kilometers radius from the center of Beijing. 88 Opportunities to engage with locals were often limited to classrooms and professional settings, and marital relations involving Chinese and foreigners were forbidden. 89 The social life of foreign experts, and their families, was consequently oriented around the Friendship Hotel and an emergent Arab diaspora which they fraternized with on the premises of the complex or at the lobby of the Peace Hotel, Ch Heping Bingguan Ar Funduk Al Salam, near the shopping district of Wangfujing, a facility that mainly served foreign short-term visitors on planned tours. 90 The diaspora was made up of students, guerrilla fighters in training and the staff of the diplomatic missions. Beginning in the early 1950s, handfuls of Arab students arrived in China on government or Communist Party exchange programs with fully covered scholarships. 91 The majority was concentrated in Beijing while a few went to Shanghai, Xi'an, and Shenyang. This early wave of arrivals suffered from a high attrition rate, a trend that would persist for much of the Maoist era. For example, according to a British Foreign Office memo, 16 Iraqi students arrived in 1959, with only 6 remaining the following year. 92 This was caused by dissatisfaction over academic and living conditions, ideological disillusionment, and an inability to cope with social restrictions. 93 It was only from the late 1970s that the student population, through Palestinian and South Yemeni influxes, began to show signs of growth. In 1981 to 1989, an estimated 402 individuals came to China for study from the Middle East and North Africa, over half of whom had arrived in the last 2 years of that period. 94 This growth was coupled by the formation of various student organizations, including the General Palestinian Students' Union in 1981 and the Arab Student Union in 1984. 95 Guerrilla fighters associated with the Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of the Occupied Arabian Gulf started coming to China for political and military training starting from mid-1967 onwards. 96 These fighters, organized into groups of 12 to 15, usually spent several months in Nanjing or Beijing, after which they either returned to their home fronts or traveled to North Vietnam, Laos, or North Korea for further training. 97 Those that showed exceptional promise were tasked by their organizations to remain With many pursuing an education in China, some later assumed positions of diplomatic significance and emerged as key figures within the Arab diaspora. Mustafa al-Safarani, the PLO's second ambassador to China, 1992 to 2002, followed such a trajectory. What initially began as a short training stint turned into permanent settlement in Beijing on the orders of the PLO leadership in 1970.98. The diplomatic missions were an important fixture of the diaspora's social life in the Maoist era, providing an outlet for cultural activities that were unavailable in Beijing at the time. 99 Throughout the 1950s, the Egyptian embassy, which was overseen by the eccentric inventor and amateur archaeologist Rajab Hassan, held showings of Arabic classical films open to both Egyptian citizens and other Arab nationals alike. 100 The staff of these missions sometimes included towering figures of the Arab literary landscape, inadvertently enriching diasporic life. The Syrian poet Nizar Kabani, who served as a secretary at the Embassy of the United Arab Republic, UAR, in 1958 to 1960, was at his most prolific, writing-wise, during his posting. 101 Despite this positive role, the diplomatic missions maintained, unsurprisingly, rather contentious relationships with the broader diaspora. Many of the foreign experts and students were connected to organizations that were either prohibited or barely tolerated back in their homelands. According to Abu Jared's son, his father had limited contact with the Fatah-dominated PLO embassy, opened in 1965, due to his PFLP sympathies. 102. These strained relationships were compounded by conflicts over representation. Multiple missions, including those of Algeria and Syria, repeatedly complained to the Chinese authorities over the latter's recognition of exiled revolutionaries as official representatives of their countries. 103 The Sudanese ambassador to China, who was resident in Karachi at the time, was especially incensed with the activities of Kir. 104 Mistrust was further aggravated by the monitoring and political outreach undertaken by the embassies. In the early post-Maoist era, the Syrian and Iraqi missions, each espousing idiosyncratic understandings of Ba'athism, competed over the allegiances of foreign experts and students with offerings of cash and assistance. 105 These acts of manipulation escalated at times into outright violence against perceived enemies of the state. The son of the Iraqi Maoist intellectual Qadim al-Samawi, nicknamed the Elder of the Exiles, Sheikh al-Manafi, was presumably assassinated by agents of the Iraqi Embassy in Beijing in 1991.106. The activities of the diplomatic missions were one facet of the intense politicization that characterized diasporic social life in Maoist and early post-Maoist China. With diverse party affiliations and ideological beliefs, and restricted into well-defined foreign-only settings, the diaspora became riddled with factionalism and internal disputes. In many ways, it was a microcosm of the Arab world and its conflictual politics at the time. As was the case back home, however, a unifying pan-Arab cause was opposition to Israel. On the premises of the Friendship Hotel, foreign experts distributed anti-Zionist flyers, occasionally with anti-Semitic undertones, and members of the diaspora joined state-backed rallies dedicated to Palestine Day, officially observed in China in 1965 to 1971.107. At the outbreak of the Six-Day War in 1967, Arab and African foreign experts, in addition to large contingents of Red Guard youth, laid siege to the British Embassy, hauling down the flag and destroying a portrait of the Queen. 108. Demonstrations responding to regional issues such as Egypt's signing of the Camp David Accords, the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, the Sabra and Shatila massacres and the American bombardment of Libya were also organized by the diaspora, with rallying points held in front of the PLO, Libyan and Moroccan diplomatic missions. 109 The last recorded protest was over the assassination of Palestinian leader Abu Jihad Khalil al-Wazir by the Mossad in 1988.110. Chinese official toleration for these protests may have been a product of lingering revolutionary solidarity and anti-Americanism. Unsurprisingly, this lively chapter of diasporic life came to an abrupt end following the suppression of the Tiananmen student movement in June 1989, the state's subsequent emphasis on stability maintenance, when meant that such foreigner-led political activism was no longer permissible. China in the eyes of foreign experts. Despite the ideological diversity of the post-1960 generation of foreign experts, many of them shared in a positive appraisal of the Maoist state and the society it governed. This cross-ideological appeal can be evidenced in the lives and China-centric writings of two remarkable foreign experts, Salamah Ubaid, a secular pan-Arab nationalist poet, and Hadi al-Ala'i, a spiritual and unorthodox Marxist intellectual. As refracted through their own idiosyncratic worldviews, they imagined Maoist China, described in quasi-religious terms, as embodying applied solutions to the perennial problems posed by imperialism and backwardness that afflicted the Arab world. For Ubaid and al-Ala'i, the appeal of Maoist China lies in that it represented an idealized post-colonial modernity, however understood, that had successfully come into full fruition within a political, social, and cultural space comparable to that of their own. Salamah Ubaid and Maoism as leftist Wahhabism. A native of the Suwaida Mountains, Ubaid was born to an aristocratic Druze family that had, a few years immediately following his birth, joined the 1925–1927 uprising against the French Mandate in Syria. 111 This legacy decisively shaped his lifelong intellectual outlook. His literary and poetic works, which he was well known for, were defined by their emphasis on the themes of anti-colonialism, pan-Arab unification and the sanctity of the Palestinian cause. 112 Engaged in the public life of his hometown, he became a prominent educator there, and eventually served as a representative of Suwaida at the UAR Parliament in 1958–1961. 113 He first traveled to China in 1966 to attend an emergency summit of the Afro-Asian Writers Association, commemorating that trip, and the associated planned tour, with a book entitled Al-Sharq Al-Amr, The Red East. 114 In the introduction, Ubaid immediately sets the sentimental tone of the travelogue. He begins with an allusion to the Druze belief in the reincarnation of souls in Tibet, a belief that compelled him to accept the invitation, especially as the legends of our mountains continue to echo with the claim that the upright among our ancestors live behind the Great Wall awaiting the appointed day to fill the earth with justice after it had been filled with evil and injustice. 115 In Maoist China, Ubaid discovered an austere and righteous polity, a type of religious warrior state, guided by a creed he described as leftist Wahhabism, Wahhabiyya Yasiriyya. 116 The state brokers no heretical challenge to its conception of Chinese nationhood and maintains adamant opposition to foreign imperialism. The Chinese look at the world as do the Muslims in their glory days. The world is divided into an abode of war and an abode of peace. 117 He admired its strict approach to the arts, valorizing work and rejecting bourgeois frivolity. Ubaid approvingly compares, for example, Chinese officialdom's rejection of any expressions of pathos, longing, complaints, and cries in their own music with the Arab preference for pointless ballads of romantic longing. In China, the state conceives of the arts solely as weapons to be wielded in defense of the revolution and its gains. 118 It is because of this purposeful leveraging of the arts that the state is able to create a vigilant, stoic, industrious, and patriotic population of Wahhabis. Except those in Saudi Arabia lie in the extreme right, while the Chinese operate on the extreme left. 119 Ubaid perceives in this ethos of leftist Wahhabism a possible force for the revitalization of a faltering pan-Arab nationalist project. He reminds his readers that while China in the not-so-distant past was divided and backward, it had succeeded, under CPC stewardship, in throwing off the yoke of imperialism, reunifying its territory and launching a process of industrialization that far exceeds anything attempted by Arab leaders so far. It was a model that had demonstrated its success. 120 In a poem composed by Ubaid during his stopover in Hangzhou, he portrays himself as a traveler who, having followed the prophetic adage of seeking knowledge unto China, had discovered the wisdom of the Orient. 121 Entitled The Great Secret, Al-Sir al-Kabir, the poem expresses his vow to proselytize this wisdom in the land of Arabhood, so that I may see my people unified as one and not fractured into 1,000 groups, to see the road before me as one and not fractured into 1,000 paths, and to see my God as one Lord, and not fractured into 1,000 deities. 122. In 1972, Ubaid returned to China as a language instructor at Peking University. 123. His following 12 years there proved to be productive. In addition to his official teaching duties, he drafted many supplementary textbooks for his students concerning Arab history, poetry, and religion. 124. He also contributed articles to FLP magazines and translated works on ancient Chinese myths and customs, the poetry of Tang and Song dynasty eras, and the collected children's stories of Yesheng Tao, 1894-1982. 125. In addition, Ubaid played a central role in the compilation of China's first Chinese-Arabic dictionary, Hanyu Sidian, a collaborative project that involved other faculty members of the Eastern Languages Department, including Ma Jian, and which was published in 1987, 3 years after his death. 126. Amidst this flurry of activity, Ubaid continued to publish poetry, including celebratory homages to Palestine, Vietnam, and North Korea, as well as sorrowful tributes over Syria's failure to liberate the Golan in 1973, a loss personally felt by the martyrdom of his younger brother on the front. 127. China, which he calls an earthly paradise, Jannat al-Dunya, was a major focus of his poetry. In one poem, Ubaid attempts to explain his love for China to a puzzled Chinese friend, proclaiming, "Do you see, like me, the great darkness that blankets the land of Arabhood? Where the people slumber, happily, on the glories of the tombs, dreaming of paradise, the rivers and damsels of the afterlife. Oh yeah, from a far away and happy land, where the dawn has appeared before that of my own land, put your hand in my hand, on the path to struggle, and let the eastern rise of the sun cast away the night." 128. For Ubaid, the leftist Wahhabi Chinese state emerges as an exemplar for, and a real ally to, a weary and degenerated Arab world. This view enabled him to reconceptualize his work as a foreign expert, ostensibly aimed at strengthening China, as a type of substituted patriotism linked to the project of Pan-Arab revival. 129. Yet for all his professed attachment, Ubaid could not overcome his alienation, ghurba, and longing to see his beloved Syria once more. In early 1984, sensing the approach of death, he penned his last poem in the form of a supplicatory appeal addressed to heaven: "O God, do not shut my eyes here, here where the people's hearts are pure, for I have a longing for my land, for the splendid mountain and the coast, to give it the final glance of the lever. Let me live to see one last day there, where my loved ones are, and the memories, both sweet and sour, reside." 130. Barely 10 days after his return to Suwaida, the wish fulfilled, heaven took its due from Ubaid with a stroke. Hadi al-Ala'i and Maoism as deified Marxism. The son of an illiterate peasant Shiite family from Baghdad, al-Ala'i was a self-taught man whose early education was shaped by the library he inherited from his juristically minded grandfather. 131. His impoverished upbringing bequeathed him a lifelong commitment to social justice and a hostility to all forms of authority, temporal or otherwise. In 1954, during his graduation ceremony from Baghdad University, al-Ala'i refused to shake the hand of King Faisal II. 132. Gravitating towards the left, he supported the 1958 revolution and became a communist soon thereafter. 133. In the 1960s, al-Ala'i began to develop a reputation for himself as a subversive scholar of the Arab literary tradition, al-Turath. Claiming inspiration from the Lebanese communist Hussein Murwa, al-Ala'i saw himself as being engaged with the creative integration of this inheritance with Marxism. 134. An original and eclectic thinker, he touched upon a wide variety of subjects in his writings, including class conflict in the Abbasid era, the problematic relationship between authority and the intelligentsia, and the Arab tradition of anti-authoritarianism, Likahaya, against the Trinitarian evils of state, religion and wealth. Al-Ala'i first went to China in 1977 to 1982. 135. Fleeing our tyrants, a reference to the Ba'athists of Iraq, he found refuge there due to the intervention of his friend Jalal al-Hanafi, who had recommended him as a foreign expert to the Chinese embassy. 136 A famous Baghdadi cleric and jurist, al-Hanafi had served as a language instructor in China throughout 1966 to 1976. 137 A rare quantity among the foreign experts, he appears to have developed proficiency in Chinese. It was adequate enough for him to work on an Arabic pinyin system as well as explore the creation of an experimental printer that would use Arabic letters and diacritics to convey Chinese tonal pronunciations. 138 This project, in addition to a dictionary based on this novel Arabic pinyin system, was never completed, however, due to al-Hanafi's failing eyesight. 139 While initially occupied by his work as a teacher and language polisher in Beijing, al-Ala'i soon engrossed himself in sinology studies under the guidance of Israel Epstein. 140 This period was transformative and marked, according to al-Ala'i, the beginning of the second and final stage of his lifelong intellectual journey, the Chinese phase. 141 His scholarship from then on was increasingly focused on Chinese civilization, al-Hayder al-Siniyya, and the sinification of Marxism, Tazeun al-Marxiyya, or Maoism. Both of these topics were discussed in his later writings through the prism of his own sorrow over the Arab present and the desire for a third way beyond the inhumane capitalism of the West and the translated communism, al-Shuyu'iyya al-Mutarjama, exported by the Soviet Union. It was al-Ala'i's hope that by exposing Arab audiences to a venerable non-Western tradition such as China's that he could galvanize them to rediscover themselves and find a political path suitable to their cultural needs and material realities. 142 A core theme in al-Ala'i's thought on China, as elaborated upon in al-Mustatrif al-Sini, the Book of Chinese Novelties, is that its civilization is guided by a spirit of communalism, masha'iyya. 143 While strong feudal, iqta'i, tendencies have long coexisted with this communalism, the historically contingent political economy of China, with its property configurations hostile to the formation of large estates and cyclical state-led confiscations of elite lands, preempted the emergence of modern capitalism and the consolidation of feudalism. 144 This in turn allowed for the rise of a semi-egalitarian society that privileges harmony and peaceful resolution of conflict. Al-Ala'i sees this Chinese communalism as being embodied in philosophical, differentiated from folk, Daoism, a tradition that he interprets as radically democratic, humanistic, and emancipatory. 145 This is because the absence of an anthropomorphized deity, the Dao being the eternal mover inherent to all existence, means that there is equality between the worshipper and the Godhead, both of whom are connected together in a oneness of being, Widat al-Wujud. 146 Those genuinely attuned to the Dao, like their equivalents in certain streams of Islamic Sufism, overcome their worldly desires and are animated by divine compassion for all creation as well as a relentless hostility to all forms of temporal and divine authority. They are the expressions of a communism of the heart, Shuyu'iyyat al-Qalb, corresponding to communalism. 147 Such rare individuals, among whom al-Ala'i counts Laozi, the blind deist philosopher Abu al-Ala al-Ma'ari and Karl Marx, are universal intellectuals, al-Muthaqaf al-Khani, the larger-than-life avatars of communalism. 148 Al-Ala'i viewed pre-GPCR Maoist China in rather positive terms, notwithstanding its authoritarian character. 149 It had vanquished imperialism and eliminated many of the social and economic inequities of the past. Out of a broken society, it cultivated unity, discipline, and moral uprightness, values that mirrored the simplicity of the Maoist state, Bayzidat ad-Dawla al-Mawiyya, itself. 150 The People's Republic in those early decades was enmeshed in constructing a communism of the base, Shuyu'iyyat al-Qaida, i.e. communism in service of the people, Wei Renmin Fuwu, that enabled its citizens to live modest yet dignified lives. 151 These successes are attributed by al-Ala'i to the enduring influence of Daoism, and in turn, communalism, on Mao's thinking, and the willingness of the CPC to adapt, acclimate, or sinicize, Tazeun, Marxism in accordance with local conditions and needs, a practice he sorely wanted to see reproduced back in the Arab world. 152 He refers to this process of adaptation elsewhere as the deification of Marxism and the Marxification of Daoism. 153 Within this overall framework, Al-Ala'i considers Maoist China history's first Daoist state, al-Dawla al-Ta'iyya. 154 This positive assessment did not extend to the Maoist China of the GPCR and thereafter. Mao's misguided attempt to impose Stalinism, i.e. translated communism, not only led to the barbarities of 1966 to 1969, but more disastrously, paved the way for revisionist elements within the CPC leadership to take power. 155 From the political and ideological absolutism of Mao Zedong emerged Deng Xiaoping. 156 The latter's ascension in 1979 signaled for Al-Ala'i the establishment of the Second Bourgeois Republic, Al-Jumhuriyya al-Burjawaziyya al-Thaniyya, in China, a devastating period that saw the dismantlement of the communes, the unleashing of the market, and the disintegration of society. 157 Worse still were the deep inroads made by the anti-communalist culture of America, a phenomenon Al-Ala'i observed with dismay during his second and final stay in Beijing. I spent the last few years in China between 1991 and 1994 in bitter struggle with my students in order to convince them that America is an evil imperialist state and that China is an older and more refined civilization. I imagine that if Bill Clinton was running for the office of the Chinese Republic, he would have won majority support from its citizens, and especially students. 158 Disillusioned with China's course of development under Deng, and of ill health, Al-Ala'i left for Syria in 1994. In his final years, he continued to defend the Maoist state against its Dengist critics in the Arab world and remained a proud promoter of Chinese civilization. 159 Atop his Damascene home's doorway was a plaque that proclaimed this to be the residence of the scion of the two civilizations, Sulal al-Haydaratain, the Chinese and Islamic. Epilogue, Romanticizing Mao's China? Whatever their ideological affinities, the Arab sojourners of Maoist China, both the short-term travelers and long-term residents, were enamored by the state and society they encountered, as evident from the empirical material presented in this article. Here was a model that had secured national unity and obtained some degree of prosperity for its people, a post-colonial modernity in full bloom. These romanticist images were products of various layers of obfuscation, both structural and psychological. As with other foreigners, Arab had circumscribed access to Chinese society, with few opportunities, if any, for building interpersonal relationships and conducting their own investigations beyond the parameters established by their hosts. This partially explains the inward-looking orientation of the Arab diaspora, which maintained, as highlighted in this article, a vibrant political and social life throughout the Maoist and early post-Maoist eras, albeit one that succeeded in recreating the tensions of the Arab world on Chinese territory in full. For those residing within the Friendship Hotel, their privileged existence within the enclave amplified, when taking into account their exilic backgrounds as political activists, feelings of gratitude and admiration towards the host state, emotions that probably colored these images in turn. More significantly, and consistently, these onlookers interpreted Maoist China, and the broader lessons and implications of the Chinese Revolution, through the prism of their own anxieties about the internal troubles, external threats, facing the Arab world. The creative but often tragic tension between inspiration and projection of ideas and practices is a key theme of this special issue, as Verhoeven noted in his introduction, and runs through the historical evidence assembled here. This is perhaps most clearly illustrated by the diametrically opposed intellectual poles of pan-Arab nationalism, and that of eclectic and anti-nationalist Marxism, typified, respectively, by Salamah Ubaid and Hadi al-Ala'i. For them, Maoist China is imagined as the homeland that could have been, and one towards which their contributions in the foreign affairs and propaganda systems are reinterpreted as acts of substituted patriotism. There is a shared post-colonial longing for the emergence of an independent, morally upright, and capable political order in the Arab world that could mimic the desired achievements of the Chinese Revolution and eradicate the vestiges of imperialism. Accordingly, the intellectual and emotional appeal of Maoist China for a segment of mid-20th century Arabs can be understood as being less about the ideological pull of Mao Zedong thought or the achievements of socialist construction as such. Rather, this appeal reflects the yearning of these despondent onlookers in overcoming the tragedy of the Arab present, brought into sharp relief by the perceived successes of contemporary China. Acknowledgements. The author would like to express his thanks to Harry Verhoeven, Timothy Niblock, Ding Long, Zhou Weil, Shigang Zheng, Abdul Karim Al-Jaidi, Michael Gibbs Hill, Faisal Abul Hassan, and the two anonymous reviewers for their valuable input and feedback. The author acknowledges with gratitude the generous support of the Hong Kong Research Council, RGCCRFHKUC 7052-18G, without which the timely production of this publication would not have been feasible. Left turn to legalism, fact-finding inquiries as political critique in 1970s India. Ankita Pandit. Abstract. A defining feature of governmental abuse of power is that it is rendered invisible. Official records conceal the suffering of the victim. To claim justice, activists have to first establish and document those acts of abuse. This article looks at the practice of voluntary and independent fact-finding investigations undertaken by first-generation civil rights activists in India. Such fact-finding exercises multiplied in the aftermath of the Naxalite movement, 1967 to 1972, and the imposition of the internal emergency, 1975 to 1977. The article examines the practice of fact-finding in the 1970s as a mode of activism, and what it reveals about the variegated nature of left political praxis in India. It examines the narratives I collected by conducting interviews with activists and analyzing some of the earliest fact-finding reports from the period. The most distinguishing characteristic, I argue, of the practice of fact-finding in this period was that it was a hybrid of liberal legalism and left politics. This practice was a unique strategy that was liberal legalist in its form while retaining an affinity with movements on the far left that denounced bourgeois state and law. Introduction. The Organization for Protection of Democratic Rights, OPDR, Andhra Pradesh, has just published an initial list of 143 men and women, allegedly all Naxalites, who have been shot dead or tortured to death by the police in Andhra Pradesh since 1969. These 143 persons, murdered in cold blood, have been described in police records and newspaper reports as killed in encounters. Economic and Political Weekly 1977. The quote above is from a 1977 fact-finding report, released by activists who voluntarily investigated a large number of encounters of Naxalites at the time. The term Naxalite has been, since the mid-1960s, a general designation for Maoist militant far-left groups that have operated in India. The term is derived from Naxalbari, located in North Bengal in eastern India, which was the center of a peasant uprising against local landlords in 1967. The term encounter has come to euphemistically denote an act of extrajudicial killing by police or armed forces. The above-mentioned report lists the names of all 143 people who faced such state action, the place where they were arrested or encountered and the date of each occurrence, all divided into categories depending on whether they were in custody, tortured or shot dead before arrest. Fact-finding reports such as this one brought governmental violations of rights that took place in remote rural or forest areas of India to the attention of the national media. Activist teams visited the site and collected evidence to reveal the facts of the case. This ability to designate and claim facts is vital to acquiring legitimacy in politics. Therefore, even in our own age of so-called post-truth, it is perhaps timely to revisit the emergence of an activism that engaged in contesting governmental facts/truth claims. Over the years, voluntary fact-finding inquiries have created the largest, though partially lost, public archive of the abuses of power by officials in India. In this article I examine fact-finding inquiries undertaken in the 1970s as a mode of activism, and what it reveals about the variegated nature of left political praxis in India. Socialists, Marxists, and/or communists in India have deployed diverse and creative strategies. One of them was setting up fact-finding inquiries. These strategies emerged from a range of internal positions that are present in any broad and internally diverse consensus and must not be seen as ideological degeneration. Socialism, at the moment of Indian independence, was that broad consensus. Socialist ideas carried considerable respectability among both the ruling elite and the middle classes, as evident in the constitution and in the choice of economic, foreign, and domestic policies of the Nehruvian government. However, soon after independence the ruling elite and the state were unable/unwilling to mitigate severe drought conditions, a crisis in agricultural development, a severe economic crisis and chronic food shortages. These failings created a material and human base for various social movements that proliferated in the late 1960s and the 1970s. Alongside these movements, a group of civil society-based actors and some ex-Naxalites chose a mode of activism born out of sympathy for the goals of the Naxalite movement yet in disagreement with the decisions of the movement's leadership. An examination of this activism will broaden the study of socialism, from examining not just socialist governments or revolutionary opposition, but also civil society-based initiatives made in the public sphere. The verdicts of various fact-finding inquiries have generated a wide interest within South Asian scholarship. Brass 1996, Vardharajan 2002, Varshni 2002, Pandey 2006, Singh 2009, but a scholarly engagement with the practice itself has been missing so far. Several academics, authors, and journalists have frequently participated in such fact-finding inquiries. Yet they have not published or spoken on the practice itself as their chosen mode of activism. This article is based on a combination of in-depth semi-structured interviews with activists that I conducted in 2016 to 2017, and on newspaper articles, secondary literature, and fact-finding reports published in the 1970s. The article addresses two key questions: what were the key elements of the practice of independent fact-finding in India? What does this practice tell us about post-colonial left politics? The article begins by exploring the meaning and use of fact-finding as an oppositional activity by the non-parliamentary left. It situates this practice historically by referring to the inquiries undertaken by the Indian National Congress, Inc., in the anti-colonial struggle. Subsequently, it focuses on the re-emergence of fact-finding in the 1970s and examines some of the earliest published reports. Two key features of the practice are identified here: 1. Legalization of public memory, and 2. Exposé of official cover UPS. I argue that the practice of fact-finding brought two ideologically opposed traditions together. It had a liberal legal structure yet was being undertaken in sympathy with radical left politics. It is an example of a left legal practice, that is, political activity undertaken in sympathy with the left, invoking the liberal state's promise to ensure justice through lawful, constitutional means. Brown and Halley 2003, 7. Fact-finding inquiries mounted a discursive contestation in the public sphere by adopting this interesting, ideologically hybrid form. Fact-finding in India, Theory and History. Why did Indian activist groups choose fact-finding? A defining feature of abuse of power by officials is that it is rendered invisible, the suffering of the victim is minimized and concealed in official records. To expose and oppose such violations, it was imperative to first record them. Social movements and their allies recognize how crucially predicated the exercise of power is on the production of knowledge. Louis Mink famously argued that the conclusion is already represented in the ordering and the structure of the evidence, Venn 1987. Hayden White, 1984, noted that historical meaning is brought out through the choice of plot type, and this choice is inevitably political. Building narratives and presenting facts is not only crucial to history writing but is also a prerequisite of governance. Well-known post-structuralist interventions in the last 3 decades have made it manifestly clear that creation of archives and records allows governments to exercise newer forms of controls. Foucault 1972, Derrida 1995, Stoller 2002. In the case of India in particular, Cohn, 2002, has demonstrated how the creation of governmental records, censuses, gazettes, archives, travel accounts, and surveys played a crucial role in sustaining the legitimacy of the colonial government. Production of knowledge is widely understood to be an exercise of power. Equally, contesting official records by generating alternative records is an important prerequisite of exposing abuse of power by governments. To this extent, fact-finding as discussed in this paper is a strategic practice. It was not geared towards debating whether absolute and objective facts really exist, it was an attempt to contest the legitimacy of official records. Frederick Migrant argues that fact-finding is aimed at generating a social consensus that provides the ability to legitimize, communicate, and strategize about facts. Migrant 2015, 45-47. The practice was strategic in another way too. It contested the meanings associated with official terms, which Mary Katzenstein refers to as discursive activism, that is, the effort to reinterpret, reformulate, rethink, and rewrite the norms. Katzenstein 1998, 17. To counter the official facts, civil rights groups generated information, and also contested the meanings of terms and categories used in the official records. For instance, after the emergency, June 25, 1975 to March 21, 1977, declared on the grounds of heightened internal disturbance, was lifted, several fact-finding reports contested official classifications. Terms such as encounter were replaced by murder or extrajudicial killing. Similarly, jail disturbances or disturbed area were exposed as terms that concealed police torture and abuse of extraordinary powers. A report on encounter killings in Andhra Pradesh states, on the basis of the evidence that we have received from a very large number of witnesses, we are convinced that none of the 8 deaths occurred in an encounter. We are convinced that no encounter took place, that each of the deaths was a cold-blooded murder by the police. Tarkunde Committee Report 1977. Therefore, fact-finding as a mode of activism has been part of an ongoing discursive contest in the Indian public sphere. It is a key instrument in holding those in government accountable for potential large-scale crimes and abuses of power. The fact-finding inquiries examined here were independent, voluntary, and funded through donations. This version of fact-finding is distinct from, and predates, the well-known practice of fact-finding conducted in the context of the international humanitarian initiatives of the United Nations, Alston and Nucky 2016. In India, fact-finding was an integral part of the toolkit of the anti-colonial movement. In British India, the Inc. produced several inquiry reports to contest the narratives of the colonial government and documented abuses of state power. Typically, these inquiries involved visits to the location, noting witness testimonies, inspecting the scene of crime, if any, and collecting evidence. A report was then prepared and published, which would name and shame the perpetrators, use the testimonies as a basis for litigation, make recommendations to prevent further abuse and create a historical record of governmental excesses. The norms of the government itself were used as the standard to expose their flagrant abuse in practice. The first Gandhian experiment in mass civil resistance, known as the Champaran Satyagraha, 1917, started as an extensive fact-finding exercise. The peasants of Bihar were forced to cultivate indigo on their lands as a condition of tenancy, which was made worse by an illegitimate cess and extortions charged by local landlords. Brown 1972. Gandhi decided to visit Champaran to inquire into the conditions of the indigo planters. He carried out a detailed inquiry into the absence of any appropriate response by the colonial administration. Gandhi 1940, 378. The peasants self-attested their statements to Gandhi's volunteer team in the presence of an officer from the Criminal Investigation Department. As Arvind Narain argues, Gandhi used the law creatively and subversively. He used fact-finding to generate an alternative truth. Narain 2013, 280. So successful was this exposure of on-the-ground realities that on June 4, 1917, the Lieutenant Governor of Bihar, Sir Edward Gate, instituted a formal inquiry committee with Gandhi as one of its members. The Inc. also conducted fact-finding inquiries in the aftermath of the Jallianwala Bagh massacre of 1919, Sherman 2010, 16. The colonial government had established a committee headed by Lord William Hunter to investigate the massacre. Disappointed with the work and political motivations of the Hunter Commission, the Inc. created its own parallel body, the Punjab Subcommittee, to investigate the massacre and its political backdrop. Point 2 In 1924, the police had opened fire on workers in Kanpuri, now Kanpur, cotton mills, leaving 6 dead and 58 injured. Prominent public personalities of Kanpur, many of whom were Inc. members, set up a similar independent, non-official inquiry that exposed a collusion between the management and the police resulting in the deaths of the workers, Gupta 2001, 383. A few years later, the Inc. organized the Kanpur riot inquiry of 1931 to parallel a British investigation into the causes of communal riots between Hindus and Muslims in March that year, Barrier 1976. After 2 months, the Inc.'s well-evidenced report, which was subsequently banned, blamed British officials for actively instigating the conflict, Agarwal 2008. Thus, in colonial India the practice of fact-finding was geared to demand an official inquiry or challenge an ongoing official inquiry and contest its findings. By conducting and publishing fact-finding reports, the Inc. attempted to generate an alternative political narrative in the public sphere to strengthen the anti-colonial struggle for self-determination. Comrades in Jail, Fact-Finding Inquiries in the 1970s. Following India's independence in 1947, the Inc. had now become the government. Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister, well known for his socialist orientation, envisioned India as a social democracy. Internationally, he spearheaded the non-aligned movement, see Verhoeven's article in this special issue. However, after a short-lived initial optimism with Nehruvian socialism, many on the left discovered that Nehru's policies were timid and that an overdeveloped state was fast becoming a major culprit of social injustices committed against tribals, the peasantry, and the working classes. A wave of social unrest emerged in both rural and urban India that led to the birth of several social movements, most notably the Naxalite movement. An intense counterinsurgency operation against the Naxalite movement took place in West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Orissa and Punjab. The practice of fact-finding reappeared in the context of the encounters and other abuses of power by the police and local administration, albeit this time in independent India. People from a variety of ideological positions participated in the practice of fact-finding. There were the Liberal Democrats who were shocked at the brazen disregard of constitutional and legal processes. There were those who believed in India's Nehruvian socialist promise and were alarmed at its abandonment. Many of these were lawyers and constitutionalists. Lastly, there were ex-Naxals. They had come to disagree with the Naxal leadership. This last group had seen the might of the state and recognized the necessity to operate within the terms set by the state to get immediate redress. They wanted to expose police brutality, torture, and encounters of their comrades in jail. The practice of fact-finding as undertaken by the latter two groups of activists from the left, on behalf of left social movements, sets the frame for this article. Here it is worth noting that there is a long-established global left-wing practice of studying social situations and conducting inquiries. Often these are undertaken to adopt a position on fundamental socio-economic questions. Marx himself studied situations and analyzed them to apply and develop fundamental tenets of his thought. His study of the French coup of 1851 in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, 1859, his extensive research of English, French and German newspapers to write on the Civil War in France, 1871, and his exploration of the idea of religious freedom in On the Jewish Question, 1843, are all instances of this. Vladimir Lenin and Mao Zedong too have stressed the importance of conducting inquiries and studying situations. In the preface and postscript to Rural Surveys, Mao wrote, "No investigation, no right to speak." The only way to know conditions is to make social investigations, Mao 1941, 13. In the 1920s several British communists traveled to South Asia to study the socio-economic situations in the region. 3 Socialists and communist groups all over the world have set up counter-inquiry commissions to challenge official records or decisions. In Nazi Germany of the 1930s, the government had arrested several German communists and labor leaders over the incident of the burning of the Reichstag, and were going to conduct a trial of van der Lubbe and his alleged co-conspirators. A counter-trial, the Legal Commission of Inquiry into the Burning of the Reichstag, was set up by communist sympathizers in London, Campbell 2019, 25. The influence of this tradition can also be seen in India. In the interviews I conducted with civil rights activists, many mentioned the strong influence of the anti-Vietnam War, 1955 to 1975, protests on them. They had closely followed the International War Crimes Tribunal, 1967, set up by intellectuals like Bertrand Russell and Jean-Paul Sartre in the context of the Vietnam War. In 1960s Bengal, the protest chant of solidarity was Amar Nam, Tomar Nam, Vietnam, Vietnam, I am, you are, Vietnam, Vietnam. Surely those on the left in India who took up fact-finding inquiries were also drawing from, while creatively reinterpreting, this Marxist socialist tradition. See articles by Fogg, Siracusano, Al-Sudari, and Verhoeven in this special issue. Predictably, a section of the revolutionary left scoffed at bourgeois methods such as fact-finding. This can be seen in the difference between the approach of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, CPI, ML, and the independent, civil society-based left. In West Bengal approximately 15 jail disturbances were reported between 1970 and 1975, in which 68 prisoners were killed, Banerjee 1986. Jail disturbance was the official term used to indicate an event in which the prisoners had attempted an escape. The CPI, ML, had instructed its cadre not to seek bail if they were arrested, since the party, unlike its Indonesian comrades, see Fogg's article in this special issue, did not believe in engaging with the institutions of a bourgeois state. It preferred for them to organize jailbreaks and escape. Ujjval Singh, 1998, 227, quotes from a letter containing instructions from the party to their comrades in jail. While in jail, the main point of our party's principle is that we will have to remain communists in jails. The jail authorities are representative of our class enemies and their keeping us confined is offensive against us. Jail comrades will begin to come out, not on bail or acquittal by magistrates but through other methods, the methods by which revolutionaries came out from jails. Jailbreaks also became an oft-cited official justification for the deaths of political prisoners. One can find several fact-finding reports that contested the police narratives of encounters to prevent alleged jailbreaks. 4 In these early inquiries, members often kept their identities anonymous to avoid persecution of the team or of prisoners. Table 1 is a list of some of the reports generated in the 1970s. Table 1. Key fact-finding inquiries undertaken by activist groups in the 1970s. No. Month and year. Organization. Title and publication details. Subject. Members. 1. December 1973. Anonymous. Calcutta Presidency Jail, a first-hand report, Economic and Political Weekly 8, number 51, 1973. Prison conditions. Unknown. 2. May 1975. Bandi Mukti Parishad, Prisoner Release Council, and West Bengal Association of Democratic Lawyers. As reproduced in Kalyan Chaudhary, The Howrah Prison Killings, Story of a Jailbreak, Economic and Political Weekly 12, number 17, 1977. Incidents of alleged jailbreak in Howrah Prison. Unknown. 3. April 1977. Organization for the Protection of Democratic Rights, Andhra Pradesh. Andhra's Roll of Honor, Economic and Political Weekly 12, Number 17, 1977. Police firings in Srikakulam, Andhra Pradesh. Unknown. 4. May and June 1977. Civil Rights Committee set up by Citizens for Democracy. Encounters are murders, Tarkunde Committee Report, Economic and Political Weekly 12, number 21, 1977. Killings of alleged Naxalites during the emergency. V.M. Tarkunde, B.G. Verghese, Arun Shourie, Nabakrishan Chaudhary, K.G. Kanabiran, M.V. Ramamurthy, Kalaji Narayana Rao, Balwant Reddy, Pratap Reddy. 5. October 1977. Punjab Civil Rights Committee. Punjab Political Killings, Mainstream 17, number 8, 1978. Killings of alleged Naxalites. V.M. Tarkunde, Kuldip Nayyar, Dara Singh, Roshan Lal Bhatta, Arun Shourie, Ashok Panda, Darshan Singh Kotkar, Bant Singh Manok, Jani Ajit Singh. 6. July 1978. Vigilance India. Report on police firings in Agra, Mainstream 16, number 48, 1978. Police firing on workers in the Agricultural University, Agra. Suman Dubey and Inder Mohan. 7. November 1978. People's Union for Civil Liberties, Delhi. Repression in Andhra, Mainstream 17, number 19, 1979. Factors leading to the declaration of 2 districts as disturbed. Ashwini Ray, Mohan Ram, C.V. Subbarao, Sudesh Vade, Ashok Panda. 8. January 1979. Civil Liberties Committee of Warangal. Police excesses in Andhra Village, Mainstream 17, number 33, 1979. Police firings in Andhra Pradesh. Dr. G. Haragopal, B. L. Narsingha Rao, N. Venugopal Rao, E. L. Narasim Haya, S. Jiwan Kumar, Rangnath, Vithal Rao. 9. March 1979. People's Union for Civil Liberties, Delhi. Repression in Singhbhum, Mainstream 17, number 32, 1979, also available on the PUDR website. Police firing in Bihar. Dulip Svami, Suman Dubey, George Matthew, Anjan Ghosh, Aurobindo Ghosh, Ashok K.R. Panda. 10. October 1979. People's Union for Civil Liberties, Delhi. Police massacre in Faridabad, Economic and Political Weekly 14, number 44, 1979. Police firing in Faridabad. 3-member team, names not disclosed by the organization. The fact-finding reports published in the early 1970s were centered around political prisoners who were arrested in the aftermath of the Naxalite movement. They provided detailed accounts of the unhygienic conditions of the jail kitchen and subpar quality of the food, corruption of the jail administration, overcrowding of the jail cells, torture, bribery, sex trafficking among male prisoners, isolation from their families, absence of medical facilities and discrimination among prisoners. Special Correspondent 1973. Members of the fact-finding team made representations on behalf of political prisoners before the government-established commissions. In 1975, the Bandi Mukti Parishad, BMP Committee for Political Prisoner Release, and West Bengal Association of Democratic Lawyers, BBDL, petitioned the Sarma Sarkar Commission, established by the government in 1975, regarding a jailbreak incident in the Howrah prison. In their statements, BMP and UBDL activists highlighted several violations of the jail code in the accommodation and treatment of Naxalite prisoners. They also highlighted the loopholes and contradictions within the statements of the prison directorate. For instance, the official account stated that the Naxalite prisoners died in the combat that ensued upon their attempt to escape the jail by using arms or bombs. In response, the two groups pointed out that the official narrative did not add up. In spite of the special watch kept on them, the admitted search on May 1 and the stringent precautions observed even in passing articles of food, it is difficult to believe that the 3 Naxalite prisoners could conspire with, and collect chili powder, brickbats, and bombs. The 3 bombs, allegedly used by the prisoners, on examination by explosives experts, were found to be 3 paper balls tied with jute strings. Chaudhary 1977, 674. The 2 groups also pointed to the possibility of torture. The bodies of the prisoners were severely battered and bruised. The Sarma Sarkar Commission submitted its report in 1975. Its conclusions were banned from appearing in the Indian press, but they were published in the London Observer in 1979. The report confirmed that at least one of the prisoners, Shankar Chatterjee, who according to official sources had died in an attempted jailbreak, was in fact tortured and killed by the prison authorities. Therefore, in independent India, sections of the left took to the practice of fact-finding alongside the police arrests of Naxalite political prisoners in the early 1970s. The arrival of strange babus from the cities, post-emergency fact-finding. Strange babus, a respectful title for an educated man, as a phrase appears in the acknowledgements of a 1978 Andhra Pradesh fact-finding report. The team referred to themselves as the peasants had referred to them, indicating that city dwellers had visited faraway rural areas. In the late 1970s, as the emergency was lifted and the Janata government came to power, public inquiries had come to enjoy a degree of legitimacy. The government appointed the Shah Commission to inquire into the abuses of law during the emergency period, Special Correspondent 1978. The Ministry of Home Affairs had instituted the Fact-Finding Committee on Slum Clearance and Demolitions in 1977. Thus, the practice had gained visibility and legitimacy. Fact-finding reports varied in length, however, the ones examined in this article are usually under 4,000 words. These reports were released to the press, sent to ministers and relevant government departments. They were distributed by hand to local and national activist networks, sold at university bookstores, and published in social science journals like Mainstream and Economic and Political Weekly. The reports did not follow a standardist format in their presentation. However, a report would typically contain a statement of the team's mandate, the context in which it was constituted, a summary of the political and social circumstances under which the incident being investigated took place, witness testimonies, and a list of demands or suggestions. The reports also carried the names of the team members, i.e. the reports were no longer anonymous. A segment of the salaried professional middle classes that included retired judges, lawyers, doctors, teachers, journalists, and newspaper editors had joined this activism. Below is the context of the 4 major reports published in this period. The Andhra Pradesh Civil Rights Committee, 1977 was appointed under the chairmanship of V.M. Tarkunde, with members drawn from Delhi and Andhra Pradesh, now the states of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, to investigate 33 encounters of Naxalite political prisoners during the emergency period, Desai 1991, 294. This was only a small fraction of the total number of prisoners who had died in counterinsurgency operations. The committee collected enough evidence and testimonies to establish that 19 of those dead were shot by the police in cold blood. The committee demanded a judicial commission to investigate all the other cases of encounters. In response, the central government asked the Andhra Pradesh government to institute a judicial inquiry, which was established under Justice Vashist Bhargava. The Civil Rights Committee deposed before the Bhargava Commission and brought 25 witnesses to the hearings. The second fact-finding report was produced by the Punjab Civil Rights Committee, which was set up in October 1977 under the chairmanship of Tarkunde. It had a similar mandate of exposing the encounter killings of 8 Naxalite prisoners between 1970 and 1976. The committee collected evidence and testimonies about these deaths and published their report. A representation was made to the Punjab governor and to the Union Minister for State and Home Affairs to secure a judicial inquiry into the matter. The matter was also raised in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha as well as in the Punjab Assembly, Punjab Civil Rights Committee 1978, 9. A delegation also met Indira Gandhi, who was then in the opposition, over the matter. However, no official action was taken. The third fact-finding team was founded by the People's Union for Civil Liberties, PUCL, Delhi, 1978 to investigate cases of police firing on peasants in Andhra Pradesh. Sections of the peasants in Telangana had started to organize themselves as Riot Kuli Sanghams and were closely associated with the CPI, ML. The districts in which the unrest occurred were declared as disturbed under the Andhra Pradesh Suppression of Disturbances Act, 1948. The act permitted the police to open fire without warning. The fact-finding team was led by Professor Ashwini Ray, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and consisted of members of the PUCL's Delhi unit as well as some additional members of the intelligentsia. The team's report from this visit highlighted the extreme inequalities in land allotment and ownership in the region as well as the collusion between the state authorities and the landlords. The final major fact-finding report was instituted by the PUCL, Delhi in 1979. It investigated cases of police and landlord firing on peasants in Singhbhum, Bihar. The Forest Development Corporation in the area had begun clearing the naturally grown sal, Shorea robusta, trees to plant highly priced teak trees. Popular agitation had intensified in Singhbhum in mid-1978 against this move. In response, there were numerous incidents of police action like firing, lathi charges 5 and arrests of the agitating tribal people. The PUCL sent a team to Bihar to investigate the incidents of firing. Upon a close reading of the 4 reports in the post-emergency period, 2 shared key features are conspicuous: 1. Legalization of public memory, and 2. Exposé of official cover UPS. I outline both of these below. Legalization of public memory. Fact-finding converted public memories into legally acceptable testimonies. The team systematized, verified, and documented testimonies to render them acceptable to a judicial commission or a court. The testimonies were published with details such as date, time, location, name of person taking the testimony, and a declaration stating that they had verified it with the witness upon writing it down. At the end of a testimony, members would write an undertaking such as, all the statements were recorded and written in the presence of Arun Jory and Kalaji Narayana Rao, members of the Civil Rights Committee and 3 responsible residents of Varungal, Varavara Rao, poet and lecturer, P. Vithal Rao, advocate, and S. Shankaraya, advocate, Tarkunde Committee Report 1977, 9. Lawyers on the team used legal notions of initial evidence and corroborative evidence in the reports. In the case of an encounter that occurred in forests of Andhra Pradesh, the team interviewed villagers from the nearby areas who had seen and/or heard the victims shouting. Bhikshapati is a crucial witness as he has testified that he actually witnessed the shooting down of 4 after they had been tied to trees. We are also releasing the statements of 3 other residents of the village who offer circumstantial corroboration, Tarkunde Committee Report 1977, 9. The teams met with as many interested parties as possible to make its narrative thorough and well-rounded. Reports stated why the team chose to interview the people they did. For instance, the committee has received evidence from relatives and close associates, who were direct witnesses, from individuals who saw the victims being taken into custody by the police, from individuals who saw the victims while they were lodged in police custody, from individuals who saw them being taken to the spot where they were killed. Tarkunde Committee Report 1977, 7. The teams also made efforts to collect testimonies from multiple parties who could reliably shed light on a case. For instance, the Andhra Pradesh fact-finding report states, in the course of its tour, the team met legislators, activists of the civil liberties movement, political workers, lawyers, academics, journalists, landlords, peasants, agricultural and other rural laborers and officials. It also met many of the accused in various cases. The committee met scores of peasants from different villages who were living in Jagityala and report to the police station twice a day. PUCL Delhi 1979, 15. Description of these cases in police records were mostly generic, such as, TWO unidentified Naxalites were killed in an encounter in the Yalanda forest, Tarkunde Committee Report 1977, 32. Police often claimed that a prisoner, usually described as a smuggler, antisocial element, or extremist, had attempted to flee prison or the police jeep while being taken to the magistrate and was killed in the ensuing encounter. In the incidents where the police had opened fire, the official records would typically state that a crowd armed with stones, weapons, or firearms had attacked a police team or station, and that the police opened fire in self-defense. To counter such narratives, the fact-finding teams collected background information and context that would aid public appreciation of the details of each case. Reports would often re-narrate events to raise doubts about the official version of the events in the eyes of the government, the press, and the public. Since the intended audience of the reports was not only the government or a judicial commission but also the public and the press, it contained detailed descriptions of the socio-economic conditions, the relevant laws and their implications. Reports informed the readers about the extreme inequalities in the land ownership patterns, wage conditions, customary extractions made by landlords, social discrimination, and trend of registration of false cases against peasant leaders. The Bihar Report from 1979 states, during the last 6 months, a democratic movement for the implementation of minimum wage to agricultural labor has gathered momentum in this area. The movement is led by Kisan Samiti of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, CPI, ML. As a consequence of this movement, the prosperous landowners have been antagonized. They are using their gundas and the local police to terrorize the Kisan Samiti activists and to break up the movement. PUCL Delhi 1979, 26. Reports explain the implications of the extraordinary powers provided to the police in situations of conflict. The Andhra Pradesh fact-finding explained the implications of declaring an area disturbed for the people who lived within it. The Andhra Pradesh Suppression of Disturbances Act, 1948, enacted at the height of the Telangana peasant armed struggle, 1946-51. Under the Act, offences against persons and property, which in the normal course, entail a punishment of life imprisonment can, attract capital punishment. PUCL Delhi 1979, 18. Thus, in writing the reports, the team members effectively converted public memory into legally usable and admissible statements. This reliance on a liberal legal form was meant to win a discursive contest with official legal terms. Karl Clare, 1979, 132, outlines the key elements of liberal legalism as the commitment to general democratically promulgated rules, the equal treatment of all citizens before the law, alongside a commitment to formal or procedural rather than substantive conception of justice. The teams were not only mindful of the validity of the sources cited but also the admissibility of the report in the court of law. They followed practices commensurate with the law of the land, including imposition of curfews or any travel restrictions by the local administration. The reports also pointed to the laws that were bypassed, or procedures not followed by the police and local administration. Explanations of the laws involved in the case and details of the socio-economic circumstances that led to the movement were provided. All of this ensured legitimacy and credibility for their findings in the eyes of the government, the press, and the public. Exposé of official cover UPS. The second element in the practice of fact-finding was locating gaps, outlining inconsistencies, and exposing fudged records within the administrative documentation. All the fact-finding reports in this period raised questions about the motives of the police and pointed to the various parts of the documentation that did not add up. For example, in the Andhra Pradesh fact-finding, the report noted a delay in the notification of the press about the deaths as well as discrepancies between the medical and police records, Tarkunde Committee Report 1977, 32. Similarly, in the Punjab fact-finding, the statements of the police did not concur with the statements made by the jail superintendent on whether a certain prisoner was lodged in the jail in question, Punjab Civil Rights Committee 1978, 27. In this way, the teams juxtaposed one official record with another to highlight the inconsistencies, internal discrepancies, and contradictions that would expose official records as fabricated. The reports documented instances of police abuse in the guise of legal provisions that were either loosely defined or required discretion. About 75 criminal cases, against 500 to 600 persons have been registered. But no charge sheet has been filed in any of the cases. In many of the first information reports the committee found that a few were named along with the category others, which means the police have the option of implicating whoever they wanted in these cases at a later stage. Punjab Civil Rights Committee 1978, 27. In other instances, the reports documented breaches of procedure or line of command. The police actions were not ordered by competent officers on the spot, necessary precautions were not taken, warnings not given, innocent people were arrested without warrants, and the administration concocted charges and furs after the event. Ibid. The teams also raised questions about the procedures followed by the police and local administration. In an inquiry on police firing in Bihar, the report asked why the block development officer had not ordered a lay charge, as was the norm, before resorting to firing on people, and why the official files did not record the firing incident. PUCL Delhi 1979, 27. Reports raised questions against specific defaulting actors within the police and local administration who allegedly did not follow the laws and procedures. Thus, the second significant element of fact-finding was to expose, highlight, and contradict the inconsistencies in the official narratives in order to question their credibility. Doing so revealed the prejudiced ways in which government officials framed incidents in a specific manner and used a certain language to cover them up. These two liberal legal elements of the fact-finding reports, i.e. legalization of public memory and exposing of official manipulation of the records, alongside the fact that these reports were undertaken to raise issues of Naxalite political prisoners, point to a unique, ideologically hybrid nature of the practice. Making sense of a left legal practice. Fact-finding in 1970s India was at variance with both the armed path towards revolution pursued by the Naxalites, and the electoral participation of various Marxist parties which formally entered parliamentary politics. The practice combined the belief of holding liberal institutions accountable alongside socialist activism in solidarity with tribals, workers, and peasants. The choice of this practice reflects the nature and trajectory of post-colonial legalism in India. Historians and political scientists have contrasted the trajectories of European countries that first had a social revolution, and subsequently created institutions informed by the values of such revolutions, with that of India, Kaviraj 2000, Chatterjee 2014. In India, social revolution was one of the projects of the post-colonial state. Many on the left heavily criticized how the state went about this objective, yet did not wholly reject the state as a bourgeois institution. The Constituent Assembly of India, which drafted the Constitution for independent India, attempted a radical transformation of a hierarchical society. Granville Austin, 1966, refers to the Indian Constitution as a seamless web that contains three, possibly contradictory, strands: social revolution, democracy, and unity, integrity. In this web, a social revolution together with a liberal democratic structure was to be implemented through a largely inherited colonial state structure and law. Therefore, as D. L. Sheth, 1975, notes, a whole generation of political leaders, left activists, intellectuals, lawyers, journalists, and public figures saw their role not in destabilizing the political system, but in institutionalizing the radical aspirations of the left within the law and the constitution. Left political culture in India was marked by its opposition to unjust law, as well as a strategic turn to law without believing in its normative promise, yet it also contained a strong desire to reclaim law and remain adequately legalistic. At least three elements contribute to this political culture. The first, as I have stated above, was the post-colonial predicament that sections of the left were engaged with. In addition, left legalism was also facilitated by the heterodox nature of Marxian political thought in modern India. A significant common feature in the currents of Indian left was a commitment to both class politics as well as certain core liberal values. Rohana Bajpai refers to this as radical liberalism, and most thinkers and movements on the left of the political spectrum in India have defended liberal values. Bajpai 2012, 69. C. A. Bailey, 2011, notes that India's leading Marxist ideologue, M. N. Roy, wrote a draft of the Indian Constitution in 1944. Bailey refers to the draft as Jeffersonian, that is to say, opposed to aristocracy, corruption, and the elitism of merchants, bankers and manufacturers, in its orientation, 2011, 315. In particular, a belief in the law as a social instrument can be seen in the writings and actions of the first-generation figures who inspired and led civil liberties activism and the practice of fact-finding in India. These were M. N. Roy, founding father of the Communist Party of India, whose followers set up an early civil rights group, Citizens for Democracy; Jayaprakash Narayan, politician and Gandhian socialist, who was the founding member of several civil rights groups and guided several fact-finding inquiries; V. M. Tarkunde, a lifelong Royist and civil rights activist; and K. G. Kanabairan, a distinguished lawyer and thinker who led and participated in early fact-finding inquiries. Each of them, in their own ways, brought together their commitment to Marxian thought with their desire to reclaim law. Several of the left-minded activists in India engaged with Marxism critically by pointing to its authoritarian tendencies and urged for legal protection for individual freedom. It made them committed constitutionalists. Kanabairan fought several cases on behalf of left political prisoners as a lawyer before the Andhra Pradesh High Court. He wrote that the Indian Constitution offered potential tools for activists to operate insurgently and resist the state. It was important to participate politically and operate insurgently. In order to preserve freedom and democracy, one has to fight from within. Kanabairan 2004, 18. Tarkunde, a distinguished jurist in the Bombay High Court, was prompted to enter civil rights activism in light of the increasing attacks on the Indian judiciary in the early 1970s by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Notwithstanding its flaws, he and others saw the Constitution as a product of popular struggle. These ideas manifested in their choice of strategies to work within the institutions, despite their sympathy for radical movements on the left. In their perspective on law, several Indian Marxian thinkers seem to be aligned with E. P. Thompson, who famously argued, in 1975, that law enabled class oppression but that was not all that law was. Law has its own characteristics, logic, and history. If the law is patently unjust and partial, it will not serve its purpose. It will mask nothing, legitimize nothing, and contribute nothing to any class's hegemony. Thompson 1975, 264. In order to enjoy legitimacy, law must appear to be just. This pretense creates spaces that activists can use to enforce accountability. A third element was the sheer legacy and public memory of tools of opposition that were used in colonial India under similar situations. As described in the earlier section, a strong tradition of fact-finding inquiries, undertaken by the Inc., already existed in India. After independence, as the Inc. formed the government, Nehru saw no relevance for such activism. These oppositional strategies were then adopted by various communist, socialist and other groups. For instance, in 1948, the pro-Soviet CPI was banned in several Indian states, including West Bengal, and many of its party members were detained. In response, CPI members, despite their rhetorical critique of bourgeois reformism, formed a civil liberties committee that campaigned for the release of their comrades and attempted to create awareness on the abuse of civil liberties in India. Such initiatives were infrequent until civil rights groups appeared after the Naxalite movement and the emergency. Evidently, the strategies of resistance continued through the post-colonial transition, only the actors had changed. Thus, in addition to the post-colonial predicament, and the heterodox nature of the left in India, an existing tradition of fact-finding paved the way for individual citizens, associations, groups, and civil society-based actors to rediscover fact-finding as part of their social movement politics. A significant and popular framework often used to anthropologically understand the influence of law in the Global South is referred to as judicialization of politics, that is, the emergence of a range of law-oriented activist organizations, non-governmental organizations, associations of lawyers, and human rights activist groups. Jean Komaroff and John Komaroff argue that it is a process whereby conflicts that were once fought by means of street protests, mass demonstrations, media campaigns, through labor strikes, boycotts, blockades, and other instruments of assertion, tend to more and more find their way to the judiciary. The politics of revolution has given way to the politics of litigation. 2006, 27. This frame does not capture post-colonial Indian legalism, or the practice of fact-finding in particular. Fact-finding inquiries were undertaken in sympathy with left movement groups to create a judicially useful archive but did not replace the movements themselves. The politics of revolution did not replace the politics of litigation, the two modes coexisted. Komaroff and Komaroff, 2006, see them in succession from one mode to the other. In addition, fact-finding as a practice demonstrates that the courtrooms were not the only site for legalist politics. Legalist interventions have been made in the public sphere outside the courtroom by claiming the legitimacy that the language of law carries. Conclusion. Coming of age in the 1960s and the 1970s, we were witness from a distance to the Naxalite upsurge in Bengal, Bihar and Andhra, to the experiments of Gandhian leaders and organizations, in what was called rural reconstruction. The massive railway strike of 1974, the J.P. Jayaprakash Narayan-led youth movement and the internal emergency of 1975, we also saw the end of the emergency. It was a watershed in Indian politics and it generated a new optimism and energy. Many young city-bred idealists, wanting to make a difference and seeking new direction for change, went to live in the hinterland and learn about the real India. Ilana Sen, 2014, 48-49. In the passage from her memoir quoted above, Sen writes about the political influences on a whole generation of activists in the 1970s and the energy that Gandhian, socialist, and communist politics infused into this generation. A central feature of the time then was the desire to join the struggles of the disadvantaged. Some activists moved to rural areas and joined left movements or provided leadership to them. Others, like civil rights activists located in urban capital cities, acted as amplifiers for the various movement groups and conducted fact-finding inquiries. What does the reliance on legalism imply for socialist or left politics? This question has often been raised within the paradigm of identity and subjectivity. Scholars have written about the impact of legalism on the subjectivity of the beneficiary group. They have outlined the dangers of assimilating marginalist groups such as racial minorities, women, and queers into legal regimes. A well-known and often repeated critique of left legalism has been recently articulated by Wendy Brown and Janet Halley. They argue that the left's reliance on law thwarts the revolutionary potential of the left and implicates it in the state, while giving all authority to the state. Brown and Halley 2003, 5. This discomfort with the homogenizing and universalizing tendency of law has been articulated in various identity contexts. For instance, in South Africa, where legal strategies were extensively used to make various rights claims, it was noted that the courts and the state pursued a notion of the rule of law that is devoid of substantive elements of fairness and justice. Allo 2020, Wright and Chanak 2001, David and Ellie Rue 2019. An appeal to law for racial justice and civil rights often reduces this complex multidimensional structural injustice into a special interest issue. Bell 2008, Poll Etta 2000. A similar critique has been made in the context of the women's movement in India. Nivedita Menon, 2004, Flavia Agnes, 2001, and Ratna Kapoor and Brenda Koshsman, Kapoor and Koshsman 1996, Note that the subjective experiences of women are rendered invisible in the objective law of the state. In addition, the recourse to law creates newer spaces for legislation, which allows greater state control, while implementation of these laws remains poor. In essence, it is the famous dictum of Audre Lorde, 1984: the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. Whether it is about race, gender, or sexuality, the global debate on left legalism is often about what an engagement with law does to the consciousness or subjectivity of the beneficiary population. In contrast, this article opens up a new dimension of left legalism, its use to create an adversarial space within the public sphere through the practice of fact-finding. These reports contribute to enriching the public sphere by not allowing the historical record to comprise only the version of the victors, Fraser 1990. Therefore, in place of the often deliberated question of what left legalism does to the subjects and subjectivities of the beneficiaries, the Indian case of fact-finding inquiries moves the needle to the question of what it does to create adversarial spaces within the public sphere. These legalist initiatives in the public sphere work in tandem with actual legal battles in the courtroom alongside popular mobilizations on the ground by movement groups. In doing so, fact-finding mounts a discursive contestation that exposes the partisan character of law, claims the normative promise of law, and also extends legal reasoning outside the courtroom to the public sphere. Together this constitutes the unique trajectory of post-colonial Indian left legalism. Acknowledgements. I am extremely grateful to Professor Nandini Gupta, Professor Faisal Devji, Professor Rokana Bajpai, Professor Sudeepta Kaviraj and Professor Niladri Bhattacharya for their comments on the earlier versions of this article. I also extend sincere thanks to the guest editor Harry Verhoeven and the 2 anonymous reviewers for their generous comments and constructive feedback. Disclosure statement. No potential conflict of interest was reported by the author. Funding. This work was supported by the Commonwealth Scholarship granted by the British government and a fieldwork grant by the Oxford Department of International Development, University of Oxford. Free to decide their destiny. Indigenous resistance to external forms of socialist modernity in Syed Bar's Somalia. Radoslav Yurdanov. Abstract. Based on a wealth of original material from Russian and East European archives, in addition to Western primary sources, this paper focuses on the uneasy Soviet-Somali patron-client relationship in the 1970s. It traces the development of Moscow's stake in Mogadishu since Mohammad Syed Bar's coup d'état in 1969 and dissects largely feudal Soviet attempts at embedding lasting presence in Somalia's military ranks and security apparatus. As this paper shows, Somalia's socialist experiment proved a challenging affair on multiple counts, not only for the Soviets but also for the African country's leaders. Mogadishu's turn to the left faced serious opposition from within Somalia's own society, suffered from insufficient commitment and division within the state apparatus, and was confronted by local and international pressures coming from Arab and Western quarters. This cleavage strongly impeded the successful completion of the arduous tasks of socialism building, resulting in short-lived and largely unsuccessful experiments at little understood social engineering. In 1969, left-wing coups in Sudan, South Yemen, and Somalia, followed by the expulsion of the Soviet advisors from Egypt 3 years later, altered the Soviets' outlook towards the wider Horn of Africa region. 1 As Moscow began to attach special importance to cooperation with Mogadishu, it became clear that Somalia was far from an obedient client. On the one hand, Moscow's emissaries were kept at arm's length as the intricate network of clan patronage that underpinned both Somali society and the new socialist regime was categorically averse to supporting large-scale social reform under Soviet tutelage. On the other, Mogadishu's territorial ambitions towards its neighbors circumscribed Moscow's stake in the Somali military. Nevertheless, motivated by Somalia's strategic location in the northeastern corner of the Indian Ocean, Moscow agreed to provide arms to the country but eventually irritated the leadership in Mogadishu by keeping it on a no-need-to-know basis regarding the nature of the military facilities installed along Somalia's coast. This paper is based on research in the Russian Foreign Ministry's archives, which provide us with ample information about Moscow's official line towards Mogadishu. Additionally, KGB analytical notes from the Bulgarian Security Services archives, which were made available through an exchange of information between the socialist states' intelligence services, allow us to better understand the behind-the-scenes aspect of Moscow's involvement, which ran in parallel with the overt connections between the two states. Additionally, input from diplomatic representations of the other former East European socialist states helps this account see Soviet-Somali relations in an East-South context, while primary information originating from US and British sources equips us with a critical examination of East's involvement in Somalia. As with other African and Asian movements discussed in this special issue, which aim to illuminate the various forms of global socialisms, this paper aims to show that the Somalists did not simply replicate Soviet ideas and institutions. They endeavored to define their own socialist order, experimenting in the process of modifying doctrines and templates to their specific political and social fabrics. This dissonance with Moscow's own prescriptions led to a complete rupture in the relations between the Soviet Union and Somalia, which was exacerbated by the mutual suspicion arising from the inadmissibility between the indigenous resistance to external forms of socialist modernity and foreign interests discord with the local setting. This mutually intertwined cleavage ran deep into Somalia's socio-political predicament, and its effects were felt long after the Soviet expulsion from Somalia in late 1977, the disastrous aftermath of which helped precipitate the violent dissolution of the Somali state in the late 1980s. The paper's main objective is to use original Soviet sources to enlighten key elements of Syed Barre's socialist nation building in Somalia. First, the paper discusses the Kremlin's responses to Syed Barre's seizure of power, and the subsequent increase of Soviet military and intelligence presence in Somalia. An important part of the study is its analysis of the origins of the local resistance against Soviet influence and the motivation behind the Somali president's gambit of revealing the existence of the secret naval base of Berbera in northern Somalia, which ran counter to Soviet interest in the country and the region as a whole. The influences of a unilateral break of relations with the Soviet Union and the subsequent war in Ethiopia's Ogaden region form the last part of the study. Soviet response to Syed Barre's coup. On October 21, 1969, local events changed the Soviet Union's calculation towards Somalia. A coup, organized by members of the Somali army and police, overthrew the civilian government, following the assassination of President Abdirashid Ali Sharmark on October 15. Somalia's military regime, with its leader Mohammed Syed Barre, launched a course of consolidating Mogadishu's positive foreign policy by embarking on closer relations with the Soviet Union and its East European allies. Additionally, the newly constituted Supreme Revolutionary Council, SRC, proclaimed that scientific socialism was its principal ideology in domestic affairs. This provided the new military leadership with the ideological justification for the application of a host of pragmatic policies, ranging from the reform of the local government through the introduction of the Somali written script to the establishment of state agricultural cooperatives. Point 2 In the first 48 hours after the coup, Moscow was uncertain as to the orientation of the new regime in Mogadishu, lacking local knowledge to interpret events. Point 3 American diplomatic observers in Mogadishu claimed that the Soviets drew a hesitant, initial conclusion that the coup was unlikely to lead to Somalia's radicalization. Point 4 Soon, however, an editorial in the influential Soviet Foreign Policy Digest Zia-Rubas-Hum called the coup leaders progressive-minded officers who were discontent with the unhealthy political crisis which had existed since the March 1969 election. The article maintained that Eagle's flirting with the US and West Germany had raised serious anxiety of progressive intelligentsia and army patriotic circles. Consequently, the army took charge immediately after Sharmark's assassination in an attempt to preempt reactionary pro-Western elements claiming power. As early as November, the Soviet Foreign Ministry believed that events in Africa were taking unexpected progressive, anti-imperialist turns. The October coup in Somalia was one of those regional events ultimately deemed to coincide with the interests of the Soviet Union and other socialist states. Point 5 However, Mogadishu's regime faced many challenges, both economic and foreign policy issues. Soviet diplomats believed the imperialist powers to be unhappy with the progressive nature of the Somali coup and were likely to continue their efforts at undermining it, inside and out. In this context, Moscow considered it very important that Somalia received the support of the progressive Arab states, Egypt and Sudan in particular. 6 In this line, as early as October 23, the head of the Soviet Foreign Ministry's Third African Department shared with the Counselor of the German Democratic Republic's Embassy Moscow's observation, according to which the coup was progressive in nature. 7 The Soviet diplomat advised his colleague that a message of support from East Germany to Somalia's new leaders would undoubtedly achieve a positive result, as would the establishment of diplomatic relations between East Berlin and Mogadishu. 8 Motivated by wider strategic considerations in the Indian Ocean, Soviet policy in Somalia in the first half of the 1970s was largely one of making use of opportunities. Syed Barre's concentration on progressive nation-building at home and his acceptance of more advanced Soviet weapons on Somali soil served not only to protect Somalia from forces of reaction, but also advanced the Soviets' strategic ambitions in the area. 9 Although the Russians represented the largest single foreign contingent in the country, Moscow's ability to influence official Mogadishu was disproportionate to its presence. Soviet advisors were subjected to surveillance by the KGB-trained National Security Service, NSS, like any other foreign representatives, which did not help their ability to carry out their work properly. The Russians had few acknowledged friends and sympathizers within the Somali government, such as the defense minister, and, among the civilians, the finance minister, Mohammad Yusuf Wayra. It seems doubtful to describe the Soviet ambassador as the eminence grise of the Somali government, much as some Arab observers alleged. 10 Therefore, Moscow's involvement in Somalia in the year following the coup demonstrated that the principal Soviet objective in the country appeared to be the cautious expansion of influence with minimal commitment. Initially, the Soviet diplomatic roster was not significantly increased. Moscow seemed to have publicly committed the Somali government to progressivism abroad and socialism at home, resorting to minimal costs. The Soviet Union's caution in capitalizing on the new political direction in Mogadishu reflected their reluctance in making any serious new commitments. Seemingly, the Kremlin recognized that by treading too fast and hard it could provoke a negative reaction among fiercely nationalist Somalis. 11 As Somalia chose to develop along a non-capitalist path, Soviet specialists felt deeply conscious of their responsibility for the further development of friendly Soviet-Somali relations and for the provision of comprehensive assistance to the Somali government and people in their attempt to build a new life. 12 The Kremlin demonstrated a notable interest in studying the opportunities to assist the country in line with its pressing needs, hoping to solidify its socialist commitment. As reported by the Hungarian ambassador to Somalia, Moscow was willing to make a relatively small financial contribution with which to achieve tangible short-term results. 13 Moscow considered the expansion of military and security relationships to be a viable tool for the achievement of this objective. Gradually, the Soviet presence in Somalia turned more conspicuous, with military circles in Moscow and Mogadishu becoming the prime movers in insisting on further developing ties. In February 1972, the Soviet defense minister, Marshal Gretko, paid a visit to Mogadishu. According to some analysts, Gretko's visit started a big Soviet military build-up in Somalia. 14 However, the Soviet officials in Somalia were not willing to discuss the Marshal's trip. 15 Only a brief joint statement confirmed that the future development of Soviet-Somali military cooperation was discussed by the Marshal and his Somali hosts. 16 The quick succession of events in 1972, starting with Gretko's visit in February followed by the expulsion of Soviet military personnel from Egypt in July, led to a notable increase of Soviet military presence in Somalia. Thus, Moscow perceived Mogadishu as a replacement for the lost opportunity in Cairo in safeguarding the access to the Red Sea region and expanding Soviet naval and political presence in the Indian Ocean. 17 Shortly after Gretko's visit, deliveries of weapons, equipment from the Soviet Union, and other military material followed suit. All this hinted at the Red Army's influence in a proactive Soviet policy towards Somalia in the early 1970s. The loss of a foothold in Northeast Africa after the expulsion of Russian personnel from Egypt seemingly provided the Soviet military with a carte blanche for entering into Somalia in a bid to maintain a presence in a strategically vital region. Moscow's military specialists above all dreamed of the Soviet Navy establishing bases at the very spot where Arabia and Africa connect to the Indian Ocean. Moreover, the Somali military seemed well disposed towards the Soviet Union as Moscow was Mogadishu's primary provider of equipment and training. The Soviet Union also trained hundreds of Somali army officers in Soviet military academies. Last but not least, led by a major general, Soviet military specialists in Somalia advised the Somali Armed Forces. 19 Therefore, by strengthening Syed Barre's regime and concentrating the means of destruction in its hands, the Soviet Union in the 1970s the Soviet Union helped militarize the country, and in less than a decade, the army grew in size by 175%, while government military expenditure grew by over 600%. 20 Additionally, thanks to the intensification of Soviet military supplies, by 1974 the size of the Somali army had increased to 17,000 soldiers and officers, compared to only 4,000 in 1964.21 In return for their military assistance, Moscow established a naval communications station at Berbera and improved the harbor of Barakayo, near the Kenyan border. By 1974, Moscow had managed to station approximately 3,600 Soviet advisors in Somalia, 1,600 of whom were military personnel. In only a handful of years, the Soviet assistance program turned the Somali army into one of the most heavily equipped in sub-Saharan Africa, surpassed only by those of the far larger Nigeria and Ethiopia. 22. Moscow and Mogadishu, an uneasy alliance. The Soviet Union attached specific importance to cooperation with Somalia, which was emphasized by the political and strategic utility of the Horn. Ideologically, this was based on the Kremlin's continuous implementation of the Leninist principles of Soviet foreign policy, namely the provision of universal support to regimes that had become part of a united anti-imperialist front. 23 On the other hand, the difficulties Moscow encountered while pursuing its foreign policy objectives in Somalia were caused by how Moscow and its allies read the political processes within the Third World at large. As a KGB report maintained, according to an American analysis, the socialist countries were only able to temporarily strengthen their positions in some African states by extending economic and military aid, as well as by politically supporting their national liberation movements. Moreover, the Soviet bloc's capacity to spread its influence in Africa was limited as, unlike the West, it lacked long-standing prior experience within the continent. As a result, the socialist states failed to account for the particular needs of the independent African countries, or to note the differences in the psychology of their respective political leaders. 24. Moscow's assistance to Somalia's security apparatus, which formed one of the two main pillars of Syed Barre's scientific socialism, the other being the vast network of mass organizations, was equally important in the Soviet Union's attempts to embed its presence. 25 The Kremlin took responsibility for overseeing the establishment and development of the Somali NSS. Yuri Andropov, the KGB chief, paid a secret 10-day visit to Mogadishu in 1972.26 With the KGB's support, the NSS succeeded in setting up a network of informers across Somalia's territory. 27 Following the Soviet experience in the security field, the inception of the NSS led to the creation of several other coercive organizations, including regional security committees and the Gwilwadayal militia, also known as the Victory Pioneers. 28 Based on the Soviet auxiliary police organization, the Druzhniki. 29 Similarly to the general pattern developed by neo-liberation movements across Africa in the mid-1970s, as outlined by Verhoeven's article in this special issue, and specifically in Mozambique, by Sumish in this volume, Syed Barre's scientific socialism concocted a complex amalgam of democratic centralism, party, state, and security services. Ideological training received special attention in Siad Barre's attempt to consolidate his control. Undoubtedly, a crucial portion of it went to Somalis who had earned their higher education degrees in the Soviet Union. Hundreds more attended ideological courses in Somalia in specially created political orientation centers, operated by Soviet advisors. 30 Additionally, the presence of a dozen KGB men at the NSS headquarters was far more than symbolic. Ultimately, the KGB's entrenchment in the Somali security field led to rumors of Soviet agents feeding disinformation to the NSS designed to exacerbate Somali distrust of the United States. With the advent of military rule, the Americans became the odd men out of all the Western embassies stationed in the country. Therefore, Mogadishu turned into the worst post in East Africa for an American diplomat to be sent to. Every room in the U.S. embassy residence was bugged, and attempts to have the embassy itself bugged went on 24 hours a day. 31 The KGB, therefore, was well informed of the CIA's activities in Somalia. Soviet intelligence quickly discovered that Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, agents used other American organizations as a cover, such as United States Agency for International Development, USAID. A USAID worker, for example, was revealed by a Soviet security detail to be an American intelligence operative, codenamed K. During a reception at the U.S. Embassy, K tried to establish contact with Soviet representatives, but as they were exceptionally cautious they averted the agent's advances. 32 As such activities underline, the build-up of a Soviet military and security presence in Somalia aimed to counter the American influence and promote Moscow's internationalist agenda by anchoring countries such as Somalia in a non-capitalist, and pro-Moscow, path of development. Mogadishu's long-lasting ambition of pursuing a neutralist foreign policy severely constricted the Soviet Union's prospects of extending direct influence over the African country's decision-making. Somalia's unique societal organization was one of the major factors restricting Moscow's advances. Common traditions, a nomadic way of life and a common sense of history were strong unifying forces among Somalis. In addition, Islam and belief in a common ancestor are the basic features of Somali cultural nationalism. 33 Therefore, the peculiarities of the Somali socio-political landscape, with its segmentary structure of clan-based allegiances and decentralist societal forms of organization, made foreign intervention within the country immensely difficult. This also means that suggestions of Soviet control over the Somali security services, and assumptions that the KGB or any other Soviet advisors blatantly manipulated the Somalis whenever they wanted to seem to be deeply misguided. As explained by a prominent KGB official with direct knowledge of Moscow's dealing with Africa, any position of influence within the Somali government obtained by the Soviets only came after being granted at least an informal permission by the respective authorities, who sought to use the Russian presence for their own objectives. 34 Siad Barre was aware of the fact that the intricate network of clan patronage through which he had to maneuver in order to keep his grasp on power simply could not support large-scale social reform under direct Soviet tutelage. 35 Consequently, the pragmatic nature of Somali policies suggested that Russians' influence over SRC's decision-making process was far from total. 36 This, yet again, showed how difficult it was for Moscow to match the lofty theoretical concepts of socialist development with the actual situation on the ground. 37 The Kremlin's plan to pursue this double-sided strategy, however, had to contend with Somali agendas, which sought to leverage Soviet assistance for their purposes while also limiting Moscow's standing in the country. Thanks to the substantial Soviet military and economic assistance, Mogadishu had achieved a considerable capacity for mobilizing the diverse and competitive Somali clans behind a national objective, and in creating a relatively stable political system. 38 Once that had been established, the need for Soviet tutelage shrank, and calls for Somali autonomy and nationalism grew. The military coup in neighboring Ethiopia in September 1974 disrupted U.S.-Ethiopian relationships and destabilized Somalia's prime enemy, allowing Siad Barre to advance pan-Somali ambitions. 39 However, Mogadishu's expansionist ambitions, Somalis' general suspicion of foreigners and the country's heavy bureaucracy worried the Kremlin. Towards the mid-1970s, Moscow became well aware that it had turned out to be unpopular with the Somali government and population. Nevertheless, the Kremlin continued its advances, with extra care. The Russians aimed to restrain the destabilizing force of Somalia's regional expansionism while maintaining their support by launching several infrastructural projects. However, Syed Barre's scientific socialism appeared to be unsupported by concrete measures, and the Somali leadership did not appear to have realistic plans for overcoming the country's economic problems and dependence on external powers. Furthermore, according to the KGB residents in Mogadishu, the country lacked any democratically representative institutions. The Somali president extended his control over the country by relying chiefly on the army, police, and security services, selected from a coterie of loyalists. Syed Barre's tactics of cleansing and displacing, which sought to preemptively crush any potential opposition movements, jeopardized the position of the progressive forces in the army and the state apparatus. Simultaneously, there was a notable increase in the activities of the right-wing nationalist and pro-Western elements in the government, army, police, and NSS. Moreover, nationalists actively supported reactionary forces in Somalia's northern provinces. Private traders tended to hold on to loads of essential goods to entice public discontent with Syed Barre's leadership. 40. Just as in Mozambique, see Sumish's paper in this issue, Syed Barre's socialist experiment was aimed at overcoming the call of traditional political divisions through a uniform nationalist project under Mogadishu's centralism. However, Somalia's periphery, with its segmentary power base, proved markedly resilient towards socialist reforms. On September 1, 1974, the National Security Court in the northern town of Hargeisa sentenced one man to death and 5 others to life imprisonment for organizing and taking part in a secret underground anti-revolutionary association, aimed at destabilizing the country. 2 days after the convictions, 12 more men were imprisoned after being found guilty of launching malicious propaganda against the socialist reforms. While none of these plots posed any serious direct threat to the regime, they signaled a sense of discontent, manifested in outspoken criticism on the part of the traditional segments of Somali society. 41 The execution of 10 sheikhs on January 23, 1975 additionally distressed the regime's campaign efforts to promote progressive ideas in the countryside. The convictions and executions followed the Somali president's speech on January 11, which commemorated the International Women's Year. Syed Barre proclaimed his support for equal rights for women and for parity in matters of inheritance, which superseded the traditional system sanctioned by Quranic law. The sheikhs, contesting the government's decision, were executed. According to opposition voices in Somalia, the killings characterized the brutality and perfidy of the Marxist junta in Somalia, which aimed at breaking the will of the Somali people to resist the Marxist ideology. 42. Syed Barre's domestic standing was further complicated on March 18, 1975, when some of the most prominent Marxist ideologues among the civilian SRC advisors, such as Mohammed Aden Sheikh, Mohammed Waira, and Abdulaziz Nur Hirsi, were detained. The most likely explanation for their arrest was that they had been involved in indiscreet criticisms of the slow progress in establishing a political vanguard party. 43 Infighting appeared to be taking place within the government, but the lineup of the different factions and their stance vis-a-vis the Soviets was far from clear. 44 Aden, Waira, and Hirsi were charged with pro-left inclinations and counter-revolutionary activities. As the Bulgarian charge claimed, Syed subsequently sent the detainees to prison to assert his authority and to appease the Arab countries' discontent towards Mogadishu after the January executions. 45. At the same time, speculation about the Kremlin's deepening engagement with Somalia inhibited Moscow's local actions. By getting involved in the vortex of Somali political and social cleavages, the Soviet advisors found themselves under attack by the so-called reactionary forces, which discredited the objective difficulties the Somali government encountered, and subjective shortcomings and incidents against them became frequent. 46 This forced the Soviet ambassador to prohibit the movement of Soviet citizens around Mogadishu alone at night. To make matters worse, on March 5, 1975, a BBC Somali language broadcast claimed that 15 Soviet KGB officers served as advisors to Syed.47. Additionally, the broadcast alleged that the NSS was no longer under the direction of Colonel Suleiman, but was controlled by the KGB and General Samodar, who was closely associated with the Kremlin. The radio program also claimed that the Soviet contingent in Somalia totaled 4,000 people, half of whom were military advisors, including a sizable number of KGB agents. 48 In effect, the BBC broadcast struck a painful nerve in Somalia where the Muslim masses heartily despised the Soviets and their system. 49 Similarly, Somali discontent with the Soviet involvement in the country culminated in SRC's suggestion to Syed Barre to follow Egypt's experience in expelling the Russian advisors. Reportedly, the president took a defensive stance by saying, "I am ready to do that if I am offered a reasonable plan on how we can make this without deterioration in the army." The Soviet ambassador was made aware of this discussion within the SRC-50, which hints that the Russians were well informed of the negative attitude harbored by the regime against them and also speaks of their access to the highest decision-making levels of the Somali government. Moscow and Somali expansionism in the Horn, enflaming or restraining. The archival records discussed above show that the political and economic realities of Somalia significantly complicated the expansion of Soviet influence. 51 Many local peculiarities, such as Somali nationalism and its bureaucratic structure, worried the Kremlin. Above all, the Soviets encountered difficulties restraining Somali territorial ambitions. Despite being aware of Mogadishu's open irredentist claims towards its neighbors, Moscow had agreed to arm Somalia, motivated by the strategic interest of ensuring its military presence in the Horn of Africa. 52 The Soviet insistence on installing a complex defense system along the Somali coast, as Egypt's military attaché to Mogadishu claimed, irritated Syed. Importantly, the system envisaged the integration of select shore facilities with the joint Somali/Soviet fishing fleet. Yet while the fleet was to be equipped with radio and electronic equipment far exceeding fishing needs, 53 the Soviets showed no willingness to underwrite Somalia's expansive territorial ambitions. On the contrary, in continuation of its established stance of non-tolerance of open local hostility, Moscow wished to restrain Somalia from launching hostile actions against Ethiopia. An important step in this regard was the conclusion, in July 1974, of a friendship treaty during Pajorni's visit to Mogadishu. Although Moscow described the treaty as a pact between equals, 54 contrary to Mogadishu's objectives, it did not offer any support for Somalia's expansionist aspirations. The Kremlin knew about the real intentions of Mogadishu's regional policy. For some time, the KGB had had intelligence suggesting that Somalia was engaging in the creation, in the Ogaden, of clandestine organizations, aiming to gather the support of the local population against the Ethiopian state in the event of a crisis. The Somali army leaders' confidence in their military and technological superiority made the idea of creating Greater Somalia by force extremely popular. The Soviets, however, were fully aware that Syed Barre sought to expand cooperation with the Eastern Bloc to attract support for his expansionist ambitions. 55 In line with the Kremlin's tentative treatment of this issue, the joint communiqué distributed during Pajorni's visit lacked even an indirect statement of Soviet support for Somalia's irredentist claims. Rendering Mogadishu's ambitions vis-à-vis Ethiopia even more fraught, the Soviets, who supplied Somalia with oil from the Persian Gulf, apparently kept prices at the world market level. 56. The July 1974 Soviet-Somali Friendship Treaty was, therefore, not a pact of a mutual military alliance, such as those concluded with fraternal socialist countries of Eastern Europe, where the parties were committed to direct military support in the case of external aggression. 57 It was more of a representation of the Soviet Union's interest in decreasing the tension in the region, a tactic the Kremlin had been locally pursuing since the 1960s. 58 Similarly, Moscow instructed its envoys in Mogadishu and Addis Ababa to attempt to defuse any conflict between Ethiopia and Somalia, as it would favor Washington and the reactionary forces in Ethiopia. Moscow's emissaries in Addis Ababa explained to the Ethiopian authorities that in the absence of Soviet military assistance, Mogadishu would have been armed by states much more hostile to Addis Ababa 59 and stressed that Soviet-Somali relations would not threaten Ethiopia's interests in any way, as they were aimed at bringing peace and stability in the area, having a restraining role for Mogadishu's local plans. 60. One of the episodes that best characterizes the contentious Soviet-Somali relations in the context of regional politics occurred in 1975 when Syed Barre invited American congressional representatives and journalists to inspect the alleged Soviet base built at Berbera. As early as 1962, Moscow agreed to assist Mogadishu in constructing port facilities in the small harbor overlooking the Gulf of Aden. The installation was completed in 1969, and by 1971, 16 Soviet ships had made calls at the port. In 1972, when Defense Minister Grekko visited Somalia, the Soviet use of the Berbera facilities ensued. Moscow's maritime operations included the establishment of a naval communications site and the arrival of a repair ship, which remained permanently docked from 1973 onwards. Then, importantly, the Soviets began construction of what American overhead reconnaissance later identified as a missile storage and handling facility, capable of supporting the Kremlin's naval and air activities in the northwestern Indian Ocean. 61, which underlined Somalia's importance to the Kremlin's interests in protecting Soviet sea lanes in the Indian Ocean. 62. However, the exact nature of the Berbera facilities remained shrouded in the utmost secrecy. Moreover, as American diplomats in Mogadishu speculated, the Somali president might have not been fully aware of the real purpose of the Berbera missile handling facility. Similarly, the Yugoslav ambassador to Mogadishu, Jane Hosevar, reported to Belgrade that the Russians used both their position of influence and the Somali ignorance of the construction of a military complex, which served Moscow's strategic objectives in the region. 63 In the implementation of this program, the Soviet Union installed in 1973 a powerful telecommunications station near Berbera, which became a center of Soviet operations in the Red Sea, Persian Gulf, and Indian Ocean. Moscow was also allowed to use all Somali airports. Furthermore, Soviet specialists also expanded the Wanalwain airport near Mogadishu. Reportedly, it was designed to serve Tu-95 reconnaissance overflights of the northwest part of the Indian Ocean, including the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. 64 Senator Dewey Bartlett also confirmed the Somali ignorance of Soviet plans. He informed Ford that he had seen a Styx missile box in Berbera and that U.S. technicians felt the Somalis knew nothing about it, as they did not even have any aircraft capable of using the Styx. Besides, after accepting Syed Barre's invitation to inspect the Berbera site, the American visitors were allowed to see the construction of a 17,000-foot runway, the largest airfield on the Indian Ocean littoral. 65 which according to the chairman of the General Chief of Staff, General George Brown, was capable of accommodating heavy-loaded long-range bombers. 66 In Bartlett's assessment, the Somalis did not need such a long runway, which, quite perplexingly, Mogadishu claimed was used for flying cattle out. 67. In the final analysis, the Berbera affair underlines the mismatch between local intentions and superpower objectives. While Mogadishu accepted Soviet military material and presence, it fought foreign perceptions of Somalia as a mere puppet of foreign powers. Syed's decision to invite the Americans to inspect the site demonstrated his independence and distanced himself from any Soviet designs in the wider region. Coming at a time when the Somali economy suffered from serious drought conditions, the president was clearly looking to rebalance his external affairs and seek additional economic assistance. The Berbera affair was a demonstration of Syed's foreign policy neutralism, which aimed to obtain assistance from as many sources as possible, ranging from the Eastern Bloc, through the Western capitalist states, and finishing with the Arab world. A disastrous breakup, the Ogaden War and the collapse of the Somali state. Just how far Syed Barre was willing to go in asserting his independence from Moscow would become clear after Somalia invaded Ethiopia's Ogaden region, ignoring Soviet reservations about his expansionism. Almost immediately after Somali forces began assisting Ogaden rebels, the Soviet stance hardened. The General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Leonid Brezhnev, reportedly said that the Soviet Union could not countenance an armed conflict between two progressive African states, such as Somalia and post-1974 Ethiopia. All issues between the neighbors were to be resolved peacefully at the negotiations table. In September 1977, while halting the delivery of offensive arms to Mogadishu, the Kremlin simultaneously increased the supply of defensive equipment to Addis Ababa. Said's stubbornness and the continuous pleas for help of Ethiopia's new strongman, Mengistu Haile Mariam, culminating with the latter's visit to Moscow in late October, caused the Russians' change of heart. In the eyes of the Kremlin's prominent ideologues Boris Ponomarev and Mikhail Sislov, Said Barre's actions against Ethiopia ran against the Leninist theory on the national question. Mengistu thus convinced Moscow's Eastern European and Cuban allies of his revolutionary potential, and, as a Bulgarian analysis showed, Ethiopia's progressive course depended on Mengistu's survival as a leader of the country. 68. Said responded almost immediately on November 13 by denouncing the friendship treaty with Moscow. The next day, at a rally, he claimed that Moscow had cut off the supply of defensive weapons, a unilateral abrogation of the Treaty of 1974 and other agreements between the two countries. The Somali government also withdrew the Soviet Union's rights to use any military facilities on Somali territory. All Soviet experts, military and civilian, were ordered to leave the country within a week, and the diplomatic staff of the Soviet embassy and other Soviet institutions in Mogadishu was to be reduced to the level of the Somali missions in Moscow. 69 According to the chief of the Third African Department of the Soviet Foreign Ministry, Vyacheslav Ustinov, the Somali abrogation of the treaty was a display of Mogadishu's chauvinism. Soviet efforts to influence Said were fruitless, and Moscow was aware of Somalia's expectation to receive $400 million in military aid from Saudi Arabia after repealing the treaty. 70. Ultimately, Somalia's cancellation of the pact with Moscow was a serious psychological blow that weakened the Soviet position in the area. Before the Soviet Union's entry into Angola and Ethiopia in the late 1970s, Somalia was arguably Moscow's most valuable asset in sub-Saharan Africa. The Russians saw their presence as a shining example of their generosity to the continent, but also played an important role in counterbalancing Western and particularly Chinese influence, which, as Verhoeven demonstrates in this volume, sought to find a third way in international relations, free from Soviet or American tutelage. The rapid reversal of fortunes in Mogadishu and the deterioration of Ethiopia's internal situation provided the Kremlin with an additional opportunity to launch decisive measures in a bid to save the Ethiopian regime and preserve its position in the region. Thus, starting in late November 1977, Moscow embarked on an extensive arms supply mission to Ethiopia, which involved, apart from the delivery of a wide array of military material, the transportation of more than 10,000 Cuban troops commanded by high-ranking Soviet generals. At the end of January, the joint Cuban-Ethiopian forces launched an offensive with Soviet weaponry against the invading Somali forces, defeating them in the north, and on March 5, the Ethiopian Eastern Highlands were declared wholly liberated. 71 On March 9, Said Barre announced the unilateral withdrawal of the Somali troops from the remainder of the Ethiopian territory. The defeat in the Ogaden triggered a protracted conflict inside the Said Barre regime by intensifying clan-based loyalties, which eventually came to replace national interests. The warring clan segments turned Somalia into a suicidal state. 72 Causing the ultimate destruction of the Somali state, a mere 20 years after Said proclaimed Somalia to be free to decide its destiny. 73 Consequently, by the end of January 1991, the ISIC-based Somalia National Movement had effectively neutralized Said's forces and strengthened its position in the north, announcing on May 18, 1991 the secession of the Republic of Somaliland, while in the south, the rebellion, grouped around the United Somali Congress, forced the Somali president to flee Mogadishu and seek refuge in his Merhan home base on the Somali, Ethiopian border. 74. Concluding thoughts, socialism averted. Somalia's socialist experiment proved a challenging affair on multiple counts, not only for the Soviets but also for the African countries' leaders. Mogadishu's turn to the left faced serious opposition from within Somalia's society, suffered from insufficient commitment and division within the state apparatus, and was confronted by local and international pressures coming from Arab and Western quarters. This strongly impeded the successful completion of the arduous tasks of socialism building, resulting in short-lived and largely unsuccessful experiments at little understood social engineering. However, the reforms had long-lasting detrimental effects as they attempted to delve deeply into modifying the very fabric of the society at a rapid pace without paying thorough regard to the actual development needs, often exaggerating the repressive institutions needed by the regime to install socialist institutions and beliefs from above. In Somalia's case, the sizable expansion of the number of diplomatic representatives and specialists, of the Soviet Union and the Eastern European socialist states, who attempted to get involved with the country's bid at socialism building was just one facet of the complex post-colonial realities of the young Northeast African state. In general, the aim of the socialism building came as an afterthought and stood in the way of superpowers' competitive coexistence in the Cold War international system and the East's push by invitation into the South by which the local actors endeavored to further their own nationalist agendas. Thus, the myriad of intersecting trajectories on the ground was further complicated by the local actors' own plans, which often superseded the dynamics and the outcomes deliberated by the foreign socialist patron. Moreover, the Somali story is a telling example of the inner working of center-periphery cleavages which help us understand how conservative forces on the nation's periphery, in a bid to retain their traditional power bases, opposed the, invited by the center, foreign power, limiting the latter's influence and ultimately curtailing the former's centralization designs. The decade in which the Soviet Union and its Eastern European allies unsuccessfully tried to meddle in Somalia also shows us the high level of political commitment and economic effort an intervening foreign power needed to invest for the often little appreciated deep-seated reforms to take place. Moscow's half-hearted involvement in Somalia markedly differed from its persistent and direct involvement in Eastern Europe, which was instrumental in maintaining the course of socialist development there. Unlike Eastern Europe, where the Soviet Union committed heavy political, economic, and military efforts, in faraway Somalia, and Africa in general, the risks and the costs outweighed the limited potential strategic gains vis-a-vis the U.S. The Kremlin's circumspect efforts in the complicated foreign settings of many African states, from Guinea to Tanzania and Mozambique, and from Angola to Somalia and Ethiopia, lacked not only widespread local support but also faced governments whose own existence was predicated on the very material support needed for the successful implementation of the wide-ranging socio-economic and political reforms. As a result, any meaningful implementation of the foreign societal reforms was ultimately left to the local rulers, whose attention and energy were diverted to deciding their destiny, which required dire measures of state survival in attempting to keep the unity of their newly founded states intact. Disclosure Statement. No potential conflict of interest was reported by the author. The Party and the Gun, African Liberation, Asian Comrades, and Socialist Political Technologies. Harry Verhoeven. Abstract. In many African states, decolonization brought neither prosperity nor meaningful independence. The discontent with weak political and economic sovereignty led African revolutionaries to seek support from Asia, a proximity that continues to endure long after 1989. This paper focuses on decades of diverse forms of political interaction, ideational inspiration, policy emulation, party-to-party cooperation, between several Asian states, such as China, Korea, and Vietnam, and African, neo-liberation movements turned governments, from Eritrea and Ethiopia to Mozambique and Tanzania. Socialist imaginaries, institutions and, above all, technologies of rule have been central in these processes and far more prominent, substantively and rhetorically, than any alternative ideology. The development of the Vanguard Party, operated through democratic centralism, the Popular Defense Force, an army loyal to the party, and state capitalism to control the economy's commanding heights. These enduring ties between African and Asian comrade state builders, and the quest for heterodox political modernities they represent, have been largely overlooked, especially in the post-Cold War period. They not only shed light on alternative political geographies and transnational histories of Africa and Asia, but also alert us to present-day ideological projects that differ starkly from Western liberal hegemony and its emphasis on Washington consensus-style economics and representational democracy. The Indian Ocean is a body of water that for centuries has brought civilizations together, a kind of globalization, if one must use the term one, avant la lettre. Commerce, religion, and conquest wove different parts of Africa and Asia into an intricate tapestry at various points in history. The literature has mostly emphasized the international relations of early modern and 19th century empire and its governance techniques too, and the cosmopolitan traditions, economic interdependences, and fluid identities of imperial subjects. Point 3. This rich historiography, steeped in language of cross-oceanic exchange and syncretism, contrasts starkly with the concentration on the national trajectories of Asian and African societies and the proliferation of nationalisms during and after decolonization. Point 4. Post-1947, and even more after 1960. The prevalence of nationalist discourse and the task of protecting de jure sovereignty have led scholars to focus on how newly independent states highlighted their differences from both empire and each other. Point 5. This stressing of difference was ironically extended by many Western international relations commentators, especially those writing in the traditions of realism and liberalism, into their framing of the 1955 Bandung Conference and the non-aligned movement, NAM. Point 6. Non-alignments. Appearance on the global stage was dismissed as a fate divers because the movement's objectives were identified as simply rejecting the bipolar world order and because its predictably illusory unity was fatally undercut by the conflicts non-aligned states had amongst themselves, like India and China. Such analyses emphasized how Afro-Asian solidarity initiatives were doomed to fail as they did not fit global alliance structures and narratives of Eurocentric modernity, rather than investigating how its protagonists actually perceived and managed their international relations with each other, and sought to leverage their historical interconnectedness to reshape regional and global politics. Point 7. This article has been republished with minor changes. These changes do not impact the academic content of the article. Such an impoverished interpretation overlooks how various nationalist movements and post-colonial governments dreamed of and experimented with transnational political alternatives, often inspired by strands of socialism, in the mid-20th century. Point 8. Resurfacing evidence underscores the genuine popularity of an anti-imperialist vocabulary shared between many Indian Ocean polities and by Afro-Asian internationalism broadly speaking. Point 9. Moreover, neglecting the importance of ideological conversations and political alignments between important African and Asian actors also discounts their importance in the post-1989 period. As this special issue highlights, it is as if the collapse of communism as a global alternative to liberal democracy and free markets by definition precludes the reinvention of variegated, cross-regional partnerships between non-Western states still shaped by leftist politics and principles that had been forged in earlier decades. A careful look at numerous African and Asian polities and the ties between them suggests differently. As Sebastian observed in his biography of the man who first operationalized a socialist path to power, Lenin matters now, after the end of the Cold War and the Great Recession, because he was asking the same questions we are today about similar problems. Point 10. The rise of left-wing radicalism and far-right extremism in the West has only in the last decade catapulted the discontent with representative democracy and free trade agreements to the top of the agenda, but in much of Africa and Asia. The relevance of socialism, not just as an ideology of protest but one of government and international partnership, has arguably never really disappeared. This paper focuses on the diverse forms of political interaction, ideational inspiration, policy emulation, party-to-party cooperation, practiced intensely over considerable periods of time between several Asian states and African liberation movements. Socialist imaginaries, institutions and, above all, technologies of rule have, of course, not been the only influences in these exchanges, but have nonetheless been central and far more prominent, substantively and rhetorically, than any alternative ideology. To win guerrilla wars by mobilizing the population and, after seizing power, to establish hegemonic control domestically while retaining policy space in an asymmetric global political economy, African liberation movements turned to Asian countries where the struggle between socialism and its antagonists had yielded formative lessons. African revolutionaries have borrowed both selectively and eclectically. They have engaged both Marxist, Leninist parties as well as states where communists lost the battle for power, but socialist policies, organizational techniques, and international discourses were enlisted by their rivals because they were politically vital and allowed incumbents to undercut the radicals who pioneered them. The complexity and multiplicity of interactions between Asian and African comrades thus amount to more than a straightforward export of Beijing's worldview, as is often assumed in today's moment of ascendant Chinese influence. Point 11. As discussed elsewhere in this collection, leaders, bureaucracies, and political movements in Korea, Malaysia, Singapore and Vietnam too have multi-layered track records of engagement with their African peers rooted in shared skepticism regarding Western unipolar dominance and the preponderance of neoliberalism. These enduring ties, and the quest for heterodox political modernities they represent, have been largely overlooked. They not only shed light on alternative political geographies and transnational histories of Africa and Asia, but also alert us to present-day ideological projects and possible futures that differ starkly from Washington consensus-style liberalism. This article draws on an understanding of socialism and socialist legacies developed in greater conceptual and historical detail in Harry Verhoeven's introduction to this volume. I am interested in operationalizations of Marxist and Leninist concepts and theories by a range of African and Asian actors across time and space, cognizant of, and indeed highlighting, the diversity of socialisms. I explore the ways in which socialist ideology has served as a mode of bringing together and organizing political actors, domestically and across continents, around a similar vocabulary and a, potentially, shared set of answers to the daunting challenges facing post-colonial states. Following Campbell, ideas provide specific solutions to policy problems, constrain the cognitive and normative range of solutions that policymakers are likely to consider, and constitute symbols and concepts that enable actors to construct frames with which to legitimize their policy proposals. Point 12. As noted in the introduction to the volume, socialism has provided an attractive registry of intellectual analysis, on-the-ground experiences, and technologies of rule through which post-colonial builders of political order might respond to three great dilemmas facing Asian and African peoples: how to build up and defend empirical and juridical statehood, how to forge a nation in the face of capitalist globalization and colonial legacies of divide and rule, and how to position themselves in a dangerous international system not of their making. Specifically, I focus here on the evolving nexus between imaginaries of liberation, political organization, and perceptions of international order, intersections that are rarely assessed in terms of how they shape both contemporary African and Asian societies and global politics more generally. Rather than concentrating on to what extent they converge, or diverge, from Soviet or other canonical Marxist models of economic planning or class struggle, Afro-Asian socialisms, in my reading, should be understood as first and foremost focused on the quest to protect and expand the sovereignty of African and Asian political systems and peoples. That core question remains at the heart of Afro-Asian regionalisms and partnerships today. This article starts by situating the emergence of Africa's liberation movements in the sunset years of European imperialism, bolstered by Asian clamors for a third way in international relations, free from Soviet or American tutelage. It anatomizes the pivotal role played by the alignment between Mao's China and Julius Nyerere's Tanzania, which spurred a wave of socialist liberation struggles, from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. The paper then shows how in the last 20 to 25 years, after the Cold War, these rebels-turned rulers in Eastern and Southern Africa have pursued an agenda of illiberal state-building, relying on technologies of rule that, while not exclusively socialist, draw strong inspiration from the state, society, market compacts developed by their Asian comrades. Independence, the Cold War and Afro-Asian solidarity. When independence was achieved by most states around 1960, African elites were conscious of the weakness of the polities they inherited. The core institutions of the colonial state, its borders, army, laws, currency, and central decision-making structures, were only marginally influenced by pre-colonial political systems and highly authoritarian. 14 These gatekeeper states were oriented towards the extraction of resources into international circuits of accumulation and shallow in terms of their penetration of society and ability to command support beyond the obedience which coercion could impose. 15 The independence struggle in many African countries had been relatively brief and, due to its concentration on urban centers, failed to mobilize large swathes of the population. This is not to underestimate the widespread desire to dispose of the imperialist yoke, but to recognize that artificial borders, colonial repression, and ethno-regional diversity generated huge collective action problems which most independence movements struggled greatly with. Unsurprisingly, then, African states prioritized limiting external intervention and thwarting challenges to their territorial sovereignty. 16 Yet they differed sharply in how to achieve this. On the one hand, the Monrovia Group advocated collaboration between African states but stressed nation-building and pragmatic relations with former colonial powers. African sovereignty was best maintained through gradualism. By contrast, radical voices in the Casablanca Group rejected the division of Africa into colonially designed states and argued that only a rupture with the past, including abrogating colonial borders, delinking from the global economy, and continent-wide government, would allow meaningful self-determination. 17 Influenced by Pan-Arabism, the way forward lay in revolutionary, armed, solidarity between Africans already free and those still under imperialist overrule. Divisions between conservative and progressive states did not coincide neatly with the global master narrative of the Cold War. Nasser's Egypt and the FLN's Algeria, for instance, believed that international trade was rigged to favor the West and advocated state intervention and one-party dominance at home. Yet for all their criticism of Western imperialism, they rejected Moscow's ambitious designs and never became Marxist, Leninist governments. Instead, they sought to play off external powers against each other and develop an alternative system of international relations and domestic socialism. 18. Tensions between conservatives and Pan-Africanists seemed to be resolved in favor of the former when in 1963 the Organization of African Unity, OAU, was created and developed an international regime that proved as durable as it was unpopular among ordinary Africans. 19 The OAU decreed that state sovereignty was absolute, recognized borders as they had emerged from colonialism and would brook no interference in the internal affairs of member states. In a sop to Pan-Africanists, solidarity with those combating white minority rule in southern Africa was posited, but this entailed few actual commitments. Most heads of state wanted stability and isolated radicals Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana, Sékou Touré, Guinea, Modibo Keïta, Mali, who advocated a United States of Africa so as to prevent divide and rule and enhance the continent's negotiating power with Washington, Moscow, and the former imperialist metropoles. The Pan-Africanists were inspired by and received concrete support from numerous Asian states. The latter were, in many ways, natural partners. They décolonised, on average, about 10 to 15 years earlier and possessed valuable experience navigating the treacherous waters of the Cold War. Moreover, long-standing commercial, cultural and religious connections made them obvious interlocutors with their African peers, even if some of this history was romanticized and was as much a question of forgetting as it was of remembering. 20 Such interoceanic networks were reinforced by the common experiences of African and Asian students at Western universities, which led to personal connections and joint explorations of how to operationalize self-determination. Shared hopes of sovereignty and a sensitivity to great power pressures united them around a third world internationalism that saw the preservation of independence and domestic freedom to maneuver as dependent on intercontinental cooperation. 21. Asia's pivotal role had been anchored by the 1955 Bandung Summit, officially known American Samoa, the Afro-Asian Conference. 29 countries, representing over half the world's population, participated in declaring a third way in international relations. Asian personalities and immediate concerns dominated the conference. Only Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and Libya could attend as fully independent African states, but the promise of solidarity and the demand for immediate self-determination moved the thrust for decolonization and the articulation of Pan-Africanist ideas into higher gear. 22 In 1960 alone, 17 African countries gained independence. In 1961, the principles and rhetoric of Bandung were channeled into the first conference of the NAM in Belgrade, which denounced colonialism, foreign military bases, thermonuclear testing, and any form of interference by the Western Alliance or the Eastern Bloc. Not aligning with either Washington or Moscow was considered essential to preserving global peace, because it would prevent a zero-sum division of the world into two halves destined for confrontation. We resolutely reject the view that war, including the Cold War, is inevitable. 23. While Indonesia's Sukarno, India's Nehru, and Yugoslavia's Tito were the organizational forces behind Bandung and Belgrade, Pan-Africanists like Nkrumah used the platform provided by the NAM to put pressure on conservative African elites and curtail their options. Transcontinental support for liberation also flowed through the Afro, Asian People's Solidarity Organization, OPSO, which aimed to institutionalize various forms of reciprocity between formerly colonist societies in Cairo, 1958, Conakry, 1960, and Moshi, 1963. The latter conference excluded European delegates, including those from the Eastern Bloc, a move that the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, could only comprehend as Chinese manipulation in the context of the Sino-Soviet split of 1960. 24 The idea that political imaginaries might be pursued by African and Asian leaders in relative autonomy from Cold War fissures was dismissed. The Pan-Africanists rattled the bipolar order with their unpredictable behavior, Guinea's rejection of the Communauté Française, the Suez Crisis, Nasser's ban on the Communist Party, but they struggled to mold the legal and normative codes that would govern Africa's, and, by extension, the Third World's, international relations. The OAU was a disappointment, and growing tensions within the NAM hampered multilaterally structured assistance for liberation movements. As the 1960s concluded, the first generation of leaders, Nehru, Nkrumah, Ben Bella, Sukarno, Nasser, had virtually disappeared, dead or removed from power. 25 The spirit of Bandung, the voluntarist belief that history was on the side of the African and Asian peoples and that a new world based on solidarity would emerge, fizzled out even though the non-aligned leaders underlined their resolve in 1964, Egypt, and 1970, Zambia. Convinced that neocolonial manipulation was thwarting their designs at home and across the continent, the Pan-Africanists, despite personal tensions among them 26, radicalized their approach to liberation. Violence against other Africans was no longer off the table. The events in Congo, which immediately after independence was plunged into chaos, including the attempted secessions of mineral-rich Katanga and Kasai and the assassination of Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba, had an electrifying effect. The fact that both secessions and the associated coup d'état appeared supported by Washington, Brussels, and Pretoria, and that black Africans, grouped around Colonel Joseph Desire Mobutu, were collaborating with this neocolonial restoration signaled that the threat was no longer hypothetical. 27 Ghanaian, Egyptian, Nigerian, Malaysian and Indian blue helmets were deployed under the aegis of the Organisation des Nations Unies au Congo, signaling Afro-Asian commitment to Congolese sovereignty. They helped stymie the bids for independence of Kasai and Katanga, only to find that this ironically strengthened Mobutu's forces in bringing most of the country under conservative control. 28 As Lumumba's leftist allies fled to lead the legitimate government from eastern Congo in 1963, military and political assistance poured in from Ghana, Algeria, Congo-Brazzaville, and Guinea outside the United Nations, UN, framework. This struggle for a second independence was eventually defeated, but its protagonists would not forget what they saw as the chief conclusion of the Congo crisis, the necessity to liberate through the gun. It was a lesson one Asian ally of the Pan-Africanists in particular strongly encouraged. Mwalimu and the chairman, the Sino-Tanzanian partnership. The debacles of the immediate post-independence period led to regional polarization between progressive and conservative regimes, each believing their survival depended on removing their enemies from power. The Pan-Africanists, mostly concentrated in East Africa, embraced new forms of political organization. The two most consequential ones were largely Asian socialist imports, the idea of the party, with capital P, and a people's army unquestionably loyal to the cause of liberation were successfully promoted by Vietnamese socialists and, above all, Communist Beijing. Its informal alliance with Tanzania proved pivotal. The United Republic of Tanzania was an unlikely beacon for Africa's fledgling revolutionaries. It was not located particularly strategically and lacked spectacular resource endowments. It neither staged massive violent anti-colonial uprisings like Algeria or Kenya, nor did it possess a long tradition of statehood like Ethiopia. There had been few channels through which communist subversion could reach its rural masses. What it did possess was an extraordinary leader in Julius Nyerere, who built the Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, into the movement that would lead its people to independence and that also sustained the flickering flame of Pan-Africanism. TANU's commitment was to nation building, no easy task in a country with little hinterland infrastructure, more than 100 ethnic groups and over 100 spoken languages, and to socialism. The latter, according to Nyerere, was rooted in Africa's rural and communitarian traditions, which were consensus and participation oriented, and thus distinct from European Marxism emphasizing class struggle. 29 Ujamaa, the national development concept, entailed self-reliance and Pan-African solidarity, rather than alliances with any superpower. Nyerere was unambiguous: Tanzania's independence was incomplete if neocolonialism stalked the continent. TANU's 1967 Arusha Declaration underlined that one of its principal aims was to cooperate with all political parties in Africa engaged in the liberation of all Africa. 30 Already in 1961, Rashidi Kawawa, later Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, had emphasized the idea of collective liberation. Although colonialism is leaving Tanganyika, it is still around the corner. Therefore, if nations like the Portuguese go on with their discriminatory policies, the TANU Youth League will one day be required to go and forcibly evict them out of Mozambique and thus complete the efforts of freeing the whole African continent from the slavery of being ruled. 31. By the late 1960s, the Pan-Africanist movement felt rudderless after its defeat in the Congo crisis and the demise of Nkrumah and Nasser. 32 Nyerere believed that the key to revival lay in reorganizing the instruments of liberation. While European Marxism was considered of little relevance, Asian socialist experiences and forms of organization were all the more appealing. Mere days after celebrating its independence in 1961, Tanzania recognized the People's Republic of China and rapidly developed intimate ties, most importantly at the level of the armed forces and the ruling party. Nyerere traveled to China multiple times explicitly to learn, both to improve his vision of rural development and to sustain the battle against neo-colonialism. A concrete outcome of this engagement was the development of a new kind of army, the People's Defense Force. An African military could not be an apolitical wing of government but would become the guardian of revolutionary change. Both ordinary soldiers and officers received in-depth ideological training courses to heighten their Pan-Africanist consciousness. 33 All members of the Tanzania People's Defense Force, TPDF, were TANU members, committed to fighting imperialism and loyal to the ideals of the ruling party. 34 Political commissars oversaw this commitment. TPDF commanders in each area also became local TANU chieftains, and TPDF units were involved in agricultural development and villagization efforts. Nyerere called his People's Defense Force a developmental militia. It was thus not the logistical and material support that the People's Liberation Army, PLA, shared with Tanzania that proved consequential, but its history and politics. 35 Any revolution was premised on political organization, Mao said. Therefore, the success of liberation rests on the ability of its guardians to move amongst the people as fish swim in the sea. The PLA's 22 years of rural mobilization had been embedded in demands of the peasantry, land reform, abolition of taxes, basic security, and had helped build the new China it envisaged on the road to victory, strong ties between the army and the peasants, deep camaraderie between its recruits, and a reborn Chinese nationalism that was steeped in the promise of modernization but also fiercely opposed to any foreign interference. 36 Nyerere believed that the presence of colonial armies, which had been bequeathed at independence and still formed the armed forces of most African states, white officers included, was one of the greatest impediments to true decolonization, and saw in the PLA a model. No longer would the military be ethno-regionally stratified, or the preserve of one ethnic group, which rendered them vulnerable to external manipulation. Instead, the TPDF would stimulate nation-building and developmental efforts at home while helping to liberate those parts of Africa under neocolonial tutelage. 37. TANU imported and locally adapted not just the idea of how to organize the militarization of the Pan-Africanist struggle, but also the political structures that were to accompany it. Power grows out of the barrel of a gun, the Maoist maxim said, but the chairman also warned that our principle is that the party commands the gun, and the gun must never be allowed to command the party. 38 The PLA is not principally loyal to the state, it is the army of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. 39 Hence, Nyerere envisaged the TPDF, and similar to be created forces in other African states, as guardians of the revolution, through their service to the core overseeing the project. The Chinese conception of how the party should operate was explicitly Leninist, anchored in democratic centralism. Vigorous debate about contentious issues is encouraged, only, within the space provided by the party, and once a decision is taken at the top, all party members owe it judicious allegiance. Although the CCP was huge by virtue of the total size of the Chinese population, it did not keep the rural masses permanently mobilized after liberation. Herein Nyerere decided to diverge. The Tanzanian constitution was changed in 1965 to make it a one-party state, and all politics of meaning were to be organized within the broad tent of the party, as in Beijing. But TANU would become less a vanguard relying on its cadres and more a mass organization where all ethnic, racial, and religious groups, government opponents and supporters, and members of all classes were encouraged to meet, debate and perform the citizenship of the emerging Tanzanian nation. 40 The idea of the party both facilitated Nyerere's ideological preferences for unity and handed the Tanzanian leadership a battle-hardened socialist technology of control. 41. Exporting the revolution, Pan-Africanism on the offensive. Tanzania mattered to the CCP. 42 Dar es Salaam became the gateway through which many more of its ideas, about agricultural innovation, the importance of railways in development and delivering quality primary health care through barefoot doctors, reached the continent. In its strategic competition with Taiwan, Beijing needed African votes in the UN General Assembly, which helped the CCP claim China's seat on the UN Security Council in 1971. For his part, Nyerere slowly broke out of his isolation. His views on political organization and the transformation of colonial armies into people's defense forces spread. What economic and political factors made the success of the betrayal of Ghana possible? Amilcar Cabral asked at Nkrumah's funeral. 43 The leader of the struggle in Guinea-Bissau pointed to questions of class struggle, contradictions in social structure, the role of the party and the armed forces. Cabral cited the anti-Nkrumah coup as an illustration of Nyerere's diagnosis of the neo-colonial state's pathologies. Betrayal was a direct result of a never-decolonist army riddled with class contradictions and ethnic stratifications. Liberation would only succeed through a regimented party and an ideologically committed guerrilla force. Evolving African understandings of liberation also reflected an earlier instance of Afro-Asian influencing. Since its creation in 1954, Algeria's FLN had been fascinated by the Chinese, Vietnamese doctrine of guerrilla war perfected by the nemesis of the French, General Vion Nguyen. Diop personally highlighted to his Algerian comrades the importance of synchronizing political mobilization, military aggression and socio-economic reforms to win the colonial war. For their methods and timing, FLN's founders wanted to replicate the Vietnamese nationalists' military victory at Dien Bien Phu and even more so their diplomatic victory at the Geneva Summit. 44 Being able to point to such illustrious successes as the Vietnamese and Algerian death blows to French colonialism. Nyerere and the Asian practices he had adapted influenced the slew of revolutionaries who found sanctuary in Tanzania. Agustin Honito, Angola, Robert Mugabe, Zimbabwe, Sam Nujoma, Namibia, Thabo Mbeki, South Africa, and many others received political and military training and infused their respective national struggles with Mwalimu's ideas. While China itself struggled to forge deep bilateral ties with the dominant Southern and Eastern African revolutionary organizations and often bet on the wrong horse, e.g. supporting the flailing Comite Revolucionario de Moçambique Karima in Mozambique and the Frente Nacional de Libertação de Angola FNLA in Angola rather than the victorious Frente de Libertação de Moçambique Frelimo and Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola MPLA. 45, Dar es Salaam became the nerve center of liberation activities. All major African nationalist and/or neo-liberation movements opened offices. A generation of leaders, intellectuals, and soldiers were schooled in Pan-Africanism at the University of Dar es Salaam, where Walter Rodney wrote his classic How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. 46 A young Ugandan was particularly proactive in implementing an offensive strategy of collective liberation to end neocolonialism and the associated regional polarization. Yoweri Museveni went to Mozambique to learn from Frelimo's struggle and captured power in Uganda after 5 years of bitter war, promising an end to ethnic divide and rule. In 1995, he renamed his army the Ugandan People's Defense Forces, UPDF, modeled on Nyerere's People's Army in name, organizational structure, and guiding philosophy. Museveni also armed leftist liberation movements across his borders to further regime change, together with the rise to power of like-minded revolutionaries in Ethiopia and Eritrea in 1991, and the collapse of apartheid South Africa in 1994, this heralded a sea change which remains sorely misunderstood to this day. With the Cold War at an end and socialism declared dead as a global political force, the realities on the continent were much more complicated than Margaret Thatcher's "there is no alternative." While global US hegemony could not, of course, be challenged by Nyerere's disciples, this did not mean that domestic and regional politics would automatically tilt to the right. Neo-liberation movements, each with its own people's defense force loyal to a hegemonic party, had taken control of key states and wanted to exploit growing Western disengagement from post-1989 Africa to finish the battles that had started with their conservative African enemies in the 1960s. 47 The 1995 to 1998 period proved the high water mark of revolutionary fervor as leftist coalitions sought to oust the arch symbol of neocolonialism in Africa, Zaire's Mobutu Sese Seko, and the military Islamist Al-Nghaz regime in Sudan, regarded as the two most dangerous foes obstructing an overall Pan-Africanist dominance of the continent. Supervising this exporting of the revolution was still the retired godfather of militant Pan-Africanism, Julius Nyerere, who, together with comrades in Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Uganda, backed the Sudan People's Liberation Army/movement in its bid to capture Khartoum. This revolutionary alliance also politically and militarily assisted the campaign spearheaded by the Rwandan Patriotic Front and Congolese rebels to demolish the Mobutist state, together with troops from Angola's MPLA. Laurent Desire Kabila, the newly installed Marxist strongman in Kinshasa, had worked with Beijing since the 1960s and had long been a Tanzanian protege. He immediately took several decisions to underline the direct connection between the wars of liberation of the 1960s, the inspiration derived from Asian allies and the Pan-Africanist tide of the 1990s. He appointed North Korea-trained ministers in his cabinet, made Beijing the destination of his first overseas trip and sent his son Joseph, Congo's president from 2001 to 2018, to be instructed by the PLA. Mobutu's fall was intended as the zenith of decades of sacrifices for a new international relations of Africa. Creating this new Pan-Africanist peace, the dream of the Greater Horn, as the comrades called it among themselves, faltered badly. 48 Nyerere and his heirs shared a vision of an emerging new regional order, with new regional norms and a focus on integrating economies and peoples, but instead of institutionalizing the dream of the Greater Horn, the neo-liberation movements turned on each other. What was supposed to be the crowning achievement of decades of persistence ended in 3 wars of brothers, the 1998-2000 Ethio-Eritrean conflict, which broke the Addis-Asmara alliance, and the efforts to defeat military Islamist Khartoum, Africa's Great War, 1998-2002, fought between the comrades who had overthrown Mobutu but subsequently unleashed a fratricide in which millions of Africans perished, and confrontations between Uganda and Rwanda, 1999-2000, rupturing a partnership that had existed for 2 decades and catapulted 3 neo-liberation movements to power. As these devastating conflicts unraveled, collective efforts to build a different continental order, those still at the helm, in Eritrea, Ethiopia, Uganda, and elsewhere, now looked inwards, seeking unchallenged dominance at home. 49 Several recipes for doing so would again be sourced from Asia and adopted for local use by the African liberation warriors who had been bruised in their pursuit of regional mirages. Illiberal state building at home. As Africa's neo-liberation movements shifted in the early 2000s from confrontation with foreign enemies to restructuring the domestic political economy, they reconnected with the bread and butter promises that had helped them capture power with significant popular support. After all, many ordinary people and army recruits did not care much about dreams of a new regional order but were nationalists and/or craved tangible local improvements in their daily lives, an old lesson that the Bolsheviks and the CCP had learned through their respective adventurism in the Polish-Soviet conflict, 1919-1920, and the Korean War, 1950-1953, which resulted in plenty of dead comrades and popular disillusionment with the revolution. 50 As neo-liberation movements reprioritized domestic agendas, this switch revived the instructive role Asian experiences have been playing in shaping African liberation practice and thinking. While the emphasis on spreading the revolution has dissipated, political technologies that African revolutionaries such as Nyerere first borrowed many decades ago have been reworked for a new era. Material assistance and ideational recipes for how to restructure state, society, market relations while maintaining an ironclad grip domestically have in the post-Cold War period, once again, been provided by Asian pioneers. Socialism plays a central but complex role in these interactions, both on the Asian side and the African side of the equation. To understand how and why, it is instructive to reappraise the political trajectory of Asia in the late 20th century. Already by the late 1970s, Asian politics had deradicalized considerably. Authoritarian governments had crushed radical left-wing challengers in Japan, South Korea, and Singapore. Indonesia and India, early leaders of Afro-Asian solidarity, no longer focused on global order, see Fogg and Hades in this collection. The death of Mao and the collapse of the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia eliminated the most fanatical interpretations of Marxism, Leninism. In China, which had encouraged Nyerere's revolutionary proselytization, the ascendancy of Deng Xiaoping and his 4 modernizations meant that the party concentrated on socialism in one country, de-escalating its relations with its neighbors, except for a brief war with Hanoi in 1979, and with the superpowers. Yet to assume that this marked the end of the influence of socialist thought and practices would be wrong. In the 1950s and 1960s, facing what they saw as a national security emergency from within and without, rulers in Tokyo, Seoul, Taipei, and Singapore subjugated organized labor but were no more keen on a powerful, politically autonomous market. 51 Couched in nationalist discourse, they therefore adopted social policies, land reforms, and heavy statist interventionism proposed by social democrats and socialists, which undercut the radical left's ability to challenge the government on all important bread and butter issues. 52 In the process they forged what became known as the East Asian Developmental State, an ideologically hybrid attempt to simultaneously industrialize their economies, capture key niches in global commerce, employ millions of new urbanites and provide their ruling parties with a legitimacy based on economic performance and social progress for the nation. 53 Like wild geese flying in a reverse V pattern, 54 East Asian states grew their economies at breathtaking rates. Driven by the pressures of the Cold War and Tokyo's encouragement of an internationalist division of labor that enabled lead countries to move up the value chain and new developmental states to join the formation. 55 It is a by now well-known story that saw East Asia triple its share of world trade between 1980 and 2005, enabled South Korea to lift per capita income from less than $100 in 1960 to more than $25,000 in 2015 and propelled China to the brink of becoming the world's largest economy by 2017. This incredible reversal of fortunes, during most of the 20th century, much of Asia had appeared to be coterminous with famine, war, and external interference, intuitively explains part of the appeal the Asian miracle holds over African states. But it is not merely the fact that several Asian countries, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, have become high-income economies or have made progress towards that goal, China, Malaysia, etc., but how they have done so that has intrigued many Africans. Their insistence on following their own pace of economic and political development and defiance of neoliberal recipes were vital in sustaining decades of virtuous growth. Like the Soviet Union of the 1950s, an extraordinary mobilization of input factors, through discipline and national mobilization, turbocharged growth. 56 To the African left, still fuming about the debacle of IMF and World Bank-led structural adjustment. 57 This underlined the feasibility of radical change and seemed reminiscent of Lenin's new economic policy of state-controlled capitalism to protect the party and the revolution in a hostile global context. East Asia's strong nationalist leaderships, politically guided investment regimes and selective embrace of the global economy have greatly intrigued Africa's neo-liberation movements. The latter, with their origins as socialist or even fully committed Marxist, Leninist parties, have developed their own mode of governing state, society, market relations, illiberal state building, which marries their ideological instincts and the imperative of expanding the writ of the state with the fiscal and geopolitical realities facing African polities in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. It has helped them resolve, for at least a generation, their post-1989 dilemma of balancing their need for Western aid and the discrediting of command economies with still wanting to retain their leftist commitment to autonomy from foreign interference and embedding the market. Having established durable political order after vanquishing their foes in civil war, the likes of the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPRDF, and the Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, have thus sought to build African developmental states while simultaneously joining global discourses about climate change, health, and women's rights. 58 Although the superficial alignment with liberal shibboleths charmed Western donors, all major entrepreneurial and social activism is tightly monitored by the party. 59 In the words of Meles Zenawi, Ethiopia's leader between 1991 and 2012 and illiberal state builder par excellence. One of the defining characteristics of a developmental state is that it must be autonomous from the private sector. It must have the ability and will to reward and punish the private sector actors depending on whether their activities are developmental or rent-seeking. It cannot do so if the private sector is in the coalition. 60. The primary goal is to entwine the development of the state and the party. The latter centralizes rents and reinvests and redistributes them in function of its long-term economic and political priorities. 61 Growth is seen to emanate from, and to first and foremost benefit, specific socio-political constituencies, not coincidentally, the revolutionary cadres and population groups that supported the struggle. Priorities like modernizing agriculture, expanding infrastructure, and stimulating manufacturing do not emerge through popular consultation but are designed and implemented top-down. Both the end goal and the instruments are expressly illiberal, and socialist, inspired. Because historical materialism still underpins how they define progress, Africa's illiberal state builders have bet that crafting their own developmental state will enable them to pacify the ethno-regional, linguistic, and/or religious cleavages that historically have violently divided society. While in the medium term the hegemony of the party ensures the peace, they believe that transforming material conditions will convert parochial identities into a greater national consciousness, including a deep gratitude vis-a-vis the ruling vanguard for its sagacious policies. For Meles, until his death in 2012, and other illiberal state builders such as Paul Kagame and Isaias Afwerki, human rights are hence a result, not a precondition, of successful development and strong statehood. 62 If Asia's developmental mission rendered states that had fractured during World War II and were pressurized by the Cold War more cohesive, the hope is that an African developmentalism might similarly catalyze a hardening of state institutions and national sentiments. Pivotal Asian states have not been distant exemplars of transformation but have in recent years enthusiastically shared their experiences with Africa's illiberal state builders. 63 The central aim is to strengthen sovereignty and safeguard policy space for the state and party vis-a-vis global economic forces and local detractors. Socialist ideas, a shared history and Marxist, Leninist terminology are sometimes explicitly invoked in these interactions, and at other times only matter implicitly, but subverting Western liberal axioms such as laissez-faire and democracy promotion features consistently. Seoul, for instance, has through its Korean Development Institute, KDI, extensively explored with senior EPIRDF officials what Korea's economic miracle, socialist-inspired but intended to defeat communism, might teach the emerging Ethiopian developmental state, under the aegis, since 1991, of the EPIRDF's Marxist, Leninist vanguard. Since the mid-1990s, Ethiopian visitors have included the powerful Agricultural Transformation Agency, infrastructure planners, diplomats, and party leaders, who frequent Seoul multiple times annually. In the words of Meles' chief economic advisor, Nwai Gabrib, China was a big model for the government, but South Korea and Taiwan held the greatest lessons for us. How do you sustain fast growth, with private investment, under the guidance of the state? It showed us also how to deal with the IFI's international financial institutions and how to think about the global economy. 64. KDI has taken Ethiopian officials to South Korea's shipyards and its powerful chaebol, the conglomerates that embody the nexus between politics, business, and export-oriented industrialization. Since 2013, these relations have been further scaled up as KDI now leads a knowledge-sharing program that engages almost all ministries of Ethiopia's federal government. What is remarkable about Korea's soft power is that it is proving so consequential in the almost total absence of Korean investment into Ethiopia or vibrant Ethio-Korean trade relations. Both sides acknowledge the huge gap between the ideational exchanges and commercial realities, but this has not dampened the EPIRDF's enthusiasm for emulating South Korea, where possible. 65. Other Asian states too have been promoting their experiences and influenced the trajectory of illiberal state building in Africa. The resistance of Malaysian Prime Minister, PM, Mahathir Mohamad to pressures to liberalize Malaysia's capital account and banking sector before and during the 1997–1998 Asian financial crisis provided Ethiopia with an important precedent to rebuff the IMF's overtures, but it has also persuaded the EPIRDF to study the Malaysian developmental experience, with Ministry of Finance and agricultural experts visiting Kuala Lumpur and the regional states. Singapore, with its formidable track record of growth under the authoritarian aegis of the People's Action Party, which, like in South Korea, defeated its communist challengers by adopting socialism's most effective and popular proposals and techniques, has especially intrigued them. 66 Africa's illiberal state builders have for 2 decades been analyzing the Singaporean experience. According to Andebran Welda Georges, governor of Eritrea's central bank and long-serving ambassador, in the early 1990s, the Eritrean government proclaimed its intention to follow Singapore as a model. Effective emulation of Singapore's successful development strategy would turn Eritrea into an African Singapore. Virtually everybody who is who in the government and ruling front visited the small island city-state in the mid-1990s to observe the modus operandi of the Singaporean model, witness its achievements and learn from its experience. 67. Singapore's mix of quasi-martial discipline, disavowal of liberal politics, socialist-style public housing and crafty instrumentalization of its location as gateway to East and Southeast Asia seemed to dovetail with Eritrea's pre-1998 desire to lead the integration of the Greater Horn of Africa. 68. That combination is also what attracts RPF officials to visit the city-state, seeking to turn their Rwanda into the Singapore of Africa. Strongman Paul Kagame regularly proclaims his admiration for Singapore's founding father, evidently, an inspiration. A great man, driven by great principles and who achieved great things with a small country. Lee Kuan Yew has transformed Singapore and the lives of his people. This is also what we are doing in Rwanda. 69 Singaporean guidance in and influence over Rwanda's push on information and communication technology, ICT, development, the construction of conference facilities and, especially, Urban Planning 70 and Taxation 71 underlay the RPF's Vision 2020. Both the Rwanda Development Board and the Rwanda Governance Board, the two key drivers of public policy, frequently brandish comparisons with Singapore in their public communications. As in the case of Korea and Ethiopia, Singapore, Rwanda commercial ties are negligible and do not explain the nature or the importance of the interactions. Instead, the ideational is central, including an obsession in both Kigali and Singapore with sovereign authority as orderliness. The streets must be litter-free, plastic bags have long been banned, and enforcing public cleanliness is an important task of police officers and other state officials. If Korea, Malaysia, and Singapore, and, to a lesser extent, Japan and Taiwan, have influenced the illiberal state-building of African neo-liberation movements by offering policy advice to their leaderships and training to civil servants, China has gone even further by forging profound party-to-party relations, shaping not just the overall developmental objectives of African elites but consolidating their grip on power too. The CCP has been hosting party development courses, which demonstrate to its African counterparts how the CCP's governance structures have enabled China's record-breaking growth trajectory. 72 These programs combine lectures, field visits, focus groups, and cultural immersion and have been offered, with varying degrees of frequency and intensity, to ruling parties from Angola and Namibia to Eritrea and Mozambique. In the case of two pivotal relationships, Beijing has even helped to replicate some of its instruments of control. Memorandums of Understandings, MOUs, between South Africa's African National Congress, ANC, and the CCP have resulted in the extensive training of the majority of the former's National Executive Committee, the ANC's highest organ. The CCP has also co-planned and funded the ANC Political School and Policy Institute in South Africa, a leadership school meant to instill in cadres the same discipline and organizational techniques that have proven so effective in the CCP's organization department's maintenance of internal cohesion. In Ethiopia, the CCP has been involved in building the EPIRDF Central Party School and the Ethiopian Civil Service University, which churn out loyal cadres, ensure party, government cohesion and institutionally anchor the developmental vision. Party leaders are equipped with new technical and organizational skills, whilst civil servants are indoctrinated with the Marxist, Leninist precepts that still guide the CCP and EPIRDF worldview, though that may be changing since the rise to power of Abiy Ahmed as party chairman and PM. This partnership emerged from the cooperation agreement crafted between Meles and the CCP leadership after the disastrous 2005 elections, when unanticipated opposition success threatened the EPIRDF's reign and hundreds died in street protests. Following Chinese advice to increase the eyes and ears of the revolution, the EPIRDF launched a recruitment drive that more than quintupled its membership, to over 5 million, to out-organize the opposition and penetrate every warda and kabila of Ethiopia's territory. 73. In sum, even after the end of the Cold War, and in many ways more effectively and consequentially than during it, key Asian states have both ideologically and organizationally continued to shape African, liberation movements, and socialisms and socialist legacies have been directly and indirectly at the heart of many of these interactions. This is, of course, not to gainsay that the authoritarianism, illiberalism, and socialist legacies that characterize many African states and parties are to an important extent rooted in local historical experiences. Nor is it to argue that Asian practices are the sole source of external inspiration for economic policies, party building or military doctrine. Just as Nyerere drew on a diverse registry, Israeli, Ghanaian, Yugoslavian and even colonial techniques, to solidify Tanu nation building, so too have the ANC, EPRDF, RPF, and Uganda's National Resistance Movement, NRM, been molded by Albanian, Baathist, Cuban, Libyan, Soviet and of course Western examples and tropes. Socialist influences are evidently not the only defining characteristics of state-building experiments in Africa, and the degree of adherence to the true creed continues to be intensely debated, inside and outside these movements. In the NRM's Uganda, for instance, meaningful policy engagement with Pan-Africanism and socialism has become exceedingly scarce. Some critics therefore balk at such movements being called progressive, let alone revolutionary, and underline the clash between their professed attachment to social justice and their flirtation with the American superpower, the design of public policy by management consultancies and elites' indulgence in extravagant consumerism. 74 Yet one must be careful when hastily dismissing the role of socialist identities, categories, and structures in African polities and stressing the omnipresence of neoliberalism and neo-patrimonialism. For instance, while Abiy Ahmed has since 2018 rhetorically signaled his intention to ditch revolutionary democracy and partly liberalize the economy, socialism clearly remains essential in analyzing an Ethiopian context where all land remains state-owned. Stalin-inspired ethnic federalism defines the constitution and Abiy himself has rediscovered the virtues of the party, state, army machine to protect his own authority, not least when faced with competing nationalisms. In Ethiopia, Uganda, and other African states, socialism, matter, but do, so unevenly, spatially, and temporally, ideologies never come in neat, predefined packages, but are families of ideas and practices that naturally vary in time and place without losing their core resemblances. 75 Similarly, therefore, to underline that a significant degree of ideological and organizational soft power is exerted vis-a-vis certain African polities is not to suggest that Asian models are simply copied, or that there is necessarily a deep intellectual engagement with the intricacies of East Asia's political and developmental trajectory. Ideas and practices are selectively engaged with and appropriated in function of local needs and resources. If Asian teachers often overstate the policy coherence of their own experience and highlight or underplay certain aspects, African consumers of policy advice digest and instrumentalize it in highly uneven and differentiated ways. 76 Thus, while Ethiopian party leaders eagerly embrace the cowing of the financial sector that was so essential to the East Asian developmental state, and South African officials stress China's nurturing of infant industries for export-led growth, both are considerably more taciturn about the importance of better schooling, land reform, and the socio-cultural underpinnings of the Asian miracle. 77 Conclusion. The strength of communism is not found in its economics nor in its character as a secular religion, where it can be easily outclassed by nationalism. Its most relevant characteristic is its political theory and practice, not its Marxism but its Leninism. Lenin was not a disciple of Marx, rather Marx was a precursor of Lenin. Lenin made Marxism into a political theory and in the process stood Marx on his head. The key to Marx is social class, the key to Lenin is the political party. Samuel Huntington 78. How can African states increase their internal and external sovereignty, building political institutions robust enough to maximize their room to maneuver internationally and to meet their people's developmental aspirations? The question has divided Africans since decolonization. One camp has dealt pragmatically with the colonial past and outside, mostly Western, powers, holding them close to subvert potentially regime-threatening thrusts and to extract financial, political, and military resources. By contrast, self-styled revolutionaries have long held that confrontation with a fundamentally unjust international system was inevitable and that compromise, including extroversion, could only be temporary. African liberation, to them, has meant rejecting liberal formulas and a constant search for political, economic, and military mechanisms that increase their autonomy to pursue a horizon of divergence, not convergence, with Western free markets and government institutions. As African aspirant builders of political order have wrestled with the challenges of state building, nation building, and enhancing sovereignty, they have recurrently found workable alternatives to Euro-Atlantic axioms in Asia. This paper has provided a longitudinal overview of the ways in which Asian comrades have molded African ideas and practices of liberation. India and Indonesia encouraged Africans to join them in a third way in international relations in the 1950s and 1960s, rejecting the imperialist straitjacket of the Cold War. The FLN's admiration of the Vietnamese Revolution and Maoist China's partnership with Nyerire's Tanzania stimulated organizational innovation that resuscitated the Pan-Africanist dream of defeating neocolonialism. The Vanguard Party and the People's Defense Forces became the socialist political technologies that steeled neo-liberation movements in their struggle and helped them become hegemonic once state power was captured. They have been the backbone of African experiments in illiberal state building that combine political authoritarianism, military supremacy, and state-guided economic transformation. Since the 1990s, China, Korea, Malaysia, and Singapore have all, to varying extents, encouraged and influenced these attempts at building an African developmental state. Although much of the literature emphasizes how Asian actors, and especially China, differentiate themselves from Western donors by abjuring prescriptive conditionalities, 79 the interactions analyzed here reveal a normative component to Asian dissemination and African appropriation of policies, institutions, and organizational techniques. The Afro-Asian relationships examined cannot be reduced to commercial influence or transactional geopolitical jockeying, e.g. the Korea, Ethiopia or Rwanda, Singapore connections. Ideology has at least relative autonomy in explaining the kind of partnerships brought about, the forms that influencing has taken and the reasons why solidarities remain intact, even when financial incentives point elsewhere. While some see the intersecting of African and Asian modernities as the main explanation, 80, policy emulation driven by the quest of elites to become modern and to be seen by others as such, 81. This overlooks the ideological specificity of the ideas exported/borrowed by the protagonists of decades of Afro-Asian cooperation, from Nkrumah and General Park to Meles and Xi Jinping. The fil rouge is a rejection of neoliberalism and Western hegemony, with socialist ideas and practices serving as key instruments to buttress sovereignty and policy space, internally and externally. As Huntington's classic insight helps remind us, the various operationalizations of Marxism, Leninism, the party, the People's Defense Force, state-directed development, anti-imperialism, etc., that have shaped Asia's trajectory offer a register of political technologies that Africa's liberation revolutionaries turned illiberal state builders continue to find more relevant for their purposes than European or North American blueprints. On the one hand, as Meles posited, Asia's resurgence in the late 20th century underlined that any economic transformation of African states is conditional on winning the political battle. Development is a political process first and economic and social process later. It is the creation of a political setup that is conducive to accelerated development that sets the ball of development rolling. 82 On the other hand, socialist political technologies have been undeniably useful for these self-appointed builders of political order. The hegemony of the party and its control over an ideologically loyal army have ensured that no neo-liberation regime that has come to power has ever been ousted, a not entirely unimportant side benefit. Disclosure statement. No potential conflict of interest was reported by the author. Just another African country, socialism, capitalism, and temporality in Mozambique. Jason Sumish. Abstract. Here, I examine the legacies of Marx and Lenin for the Indian Ocean nation of Mozambique by tracing nation-building projects from the late colonial period to the present. By combining Archibald's insights concerning the politics of pretense in Mozambique with McGovern's arguments concerning the development of a durable set of national dispositions in Socialist Guinea, I explore the legacies of transformative projects in Mozambique and their contradictions. Mozambican socialism was an ambitious attempt to escape previous colonial practices and build a new kind of durable and all-encompassing national belonging. I argue that this attempt was, paradoxically, both successful and something that soon became mired in new forms of political pretense. I then explore the ways in which the legacies of the socialist period have continued to uphold Frelimo's rule. This is evident both symbolically, through the party's influence over what it means to be a modern Mozambican, and materially, through structures of democratic centralism and the interpellation of the party, state, and security services. However, the gradual decoupling of utopian ambitions and revolutionary temporalities, based on an idea of a messianic future, have sapped the coherence of Frelimo's political project, and the party's hegemony now teeters on precarious foundations. Introduction. The hide was being flayed off the still-living body of the revolution so that a new age could slip into it. As for the red, bloody meat, the steaming innards, they were being thrown onto the scrap heap. The new age needed only the hide of the revolution, and this was being flayed off people who were still alive. Those who slipped into it spoke the language of the revolution and mimicked its gestures, but their brains, lungs, livers, and eyes were utterly different. Vasily Grossman 2006, 841. In September of 2002 I was speaking to Tiago, a Mozambican who had recently returned to Maputo, the capital, after 6 years of studying economics in Brazil. Tiago explained to me how different things were there. I learned many things in Brazil. I want to teach a course in business techniques. We Mozambicans do not have a selling culture yet. It is a mental holdover from socialism. If someone has a product to sell, they just sit and wait in the expectation that they do not have to do anything, people will come and buy it. Look at the bar we are in, it is in a prime location and it is basically empty. This would never happen in Brazil. However, if I was poor, I would actually rather be here. Poor people in Brazil are better off in a material sense, but here people still have hope that things will get better. I do not think anyone in Brazil thinks like that anymore. In the years since this conversation, many of the traits Tiago identified amongst his countrymen as we sat in a sleepy bar in the city center have transformed dramatically. For a detailed discussion of economic changes in Mozambique, see Castelo Branco 2014-2015. While many holdovers of a socialist mentality remain, they are far less obvious in the now bustling capital, even if the economic crisis which began in 2014 put the nation's reputation as an economic success story on hold for the foreseeable future. The once ubiquitous political exhortations that covered billboards and the sides of buildings have long since been replaced by a cornucopia of advertisements, all competing to proclaim the joys of consumerism along streets filled with kiosks, boutiques, restaurants, and men in suits loudly having important-sounding business conversations on their cell phones. Former champions of socialism have reinvented themselves as members of the new, officially valorized, national bourgeoisie one, and their paeans to national economic ownership have given way to an almost messianic discourse about the benefits of foreign direct investment. However, roiling discontent marred even in the giddy days of the economic boom, 2008 to 2014. While the chosen few grew even richer and even many members of the middle class became visibly more prosperous, everyday life was characterized by social polarization, an increase in an already profound level of inequality to resurgent authoritarianism, recurring urban riots and, from 2012 to 2016, tit-for-tat violence with the Renamo, Mozambique National Resistance, former rebels, now the main opposition party. Even among those who have been the focus of my ethnographic research for close to 20 years, the privileged members of what could be termed a middle class, whose families have been close to the ruling Frelimo party, Mozambique Liberation Front, for decades were increasingly alienated, see Sumish 2016, 2018. Popular anger only grew when the economic crisis amply demonstrated just how shallow the leadership's optimistic vision of natural resource-fueled abundance really was. I have not seen Tiago in years, but I wonder if he still feels the poor in Mozambique continue to have hope that things will get gradually better, for experience has seemed to prove the contrary. In this article I trace not only the legacies of Marx and Lenin for contemporary Mozambique, but how these legacies were shaped by historical relationships growing from Portuguese colonialism and networks that span the wider Indian Ocean world. As mentioned above, this article is based on a long-term ethnographic engagement, encompassing participant observation, interviews, and the collection of life histories among a range of people with varying degrees of privilege. It is people such as these who occupy a ruling party-connected middle and upper middle stratum of Maputo's, and, to a lesser degree, the northern city of Nampula's, social hierarchy. Building from this engagement, I focus on how particular forms of colonial practices and ideologies played a role in shaping the kind of socialism that was practiced in Mozambique and how this form of socialism shaped the later capitalist project. See Verhoeven's introduction to this special issue for a broader discussion of such processes. In her work on contemporary Inhambane in the south of Mozambique, Archimbauld argues that the dominant form of social life in post-socialist Mozambique is the politics of pretense. I came to understand that, in this post-socialist, post-war society scarred by profound suspicion, it was not so much what I did as how I did it that actually mattered. Archimbauld 2017, XX. Archimbauld insightfully describes the ways lived experience for many Mozambicans is shaped by regimes of truth that encourage ambiguation over clarification, and dissimulation over revelation and confrontation. 2017, 15. In the following, I build upon Archimbauld's argument to explore the ways that shifting political forms of pretense and the reactions to them have played a fundamental role in shaping visions of the nation and collective belonging since the late colonial period. I begin with the colonial incarnation of the logic of political pretense, that I argue is best exemplified by the expression para inglês ver, for the English to see. Widely thought to date back to the abolition of slavery in Brazil, this meant to publicly and ostentatiously enact a reform that one had no actual intention of carrying out to win breathing space from powerful and meddlesome foreigners. This logic became central to a range of transformative projects that arose during the colonial period. For a similar discussion of the ways in which African client states related to their Cold War patrons, see Yurdanov's discussion of Somalia in this volume. While these projects rarely, if ever, came close to achieving their stated goals, they did structure imperial ideology, the social categories and experiences upon which such ideologies rested. I argue that the socialist period in Mozambique was, in many ways, an ambitious attempt to escape the politics of pretense, a utopian effort to give birth to a society where unjust power could and should be confronted and overthrown, where a regime of truth based on ambiguity, complicity, and dissimulation would be destroyed through the construction of the new collective. In this new, more perfect social order, lived experience would flow from as is, rather than as if it were so. Central to this effort was the creation of an authentic national subject as the basis for an all-encompassing state, see Chipkin 2007. Here I combine a discussion of the politics of pretense with the approach developed in McGovern's work on the revolutionary PDG, Democratic Party of Guinea, regime in Guinea. McGovern argues that despite the brutality of the nation's charismatic leader, C. Kauturi, he and the PDG managed to create a set of durable national dispositions, that contributed to a shared sense of national identity, 2017, 28, during the socialist period. These dispositions continued after the collapse of socialism in Guinea, even for those with no personal memory of the revolutionary era, 2013, 2017. A former minister once told me that Mozambique's somewhat delayed independence was positive in some ways. It allowed the leadership to see what had happened in other African countries and to learn that liberation, in and of itself, was important, but the struggle had to go further. The leadership felt that too many other African countries had fallen into corrupt authoritarianism, and they were determined to build a new and better society and to avoid the mistakes others had made. April 8, 2008. Through this effort to avoid the traps so many others had fallen into, Frelimo came to see capitalism, C. Henriksen, quoted in Hall and Young 1997-66, and by extension socialism less as methods of production than a moral relationship. The O Homem Novo, the new man, was, above all, a moral subject, hard-working, obedient and rational, one who was uninterested in petty individualism, instead striving selflessly for the collective. Vieira 1977, Zawangoni 2007. Being a Mozambican was not simply an effect of being born in Mozambique, but rather a moral choice, based on willfully renouncing the dark past of imperialism, obscurantism, patriarchal rural feudalism and any competing ties of kin, village, region or ethnicity, instead dedicating oneself to building a shared national future. See Sumish 2018. The conception was of a linear time scale where the population would be transformed into modernist subjects whose horizons extend to the nation itself, transcending regional and ethnic identities. In McGovern's terms, the basis of the Mozambican national disposition that lingered on after the Civil War and remains potent even for those with no personal memory of the revolutionary period. See McGovern 2017 for a similar discussion in Guinea. However, while a sense of a distinct and overarching Mozambican identity certainly exists, it is one that is deeply associated with the Frelimo party and fundamentally exclusive of wider forms of identification. See also Cohen 1993. A prime example is that in the provinces the presence of a high-ranking dignitary from the capital will be popularly referred to as a Naco Esta Aqui, the nation is here, de Oliveira Corte 2017. In a manner similar to that described by Verhoeven for the Horn of Africa, Verhoeven 2020, Frelimo maintains its power by combining various liberal traits, constitutional guarantees, elections and an openness to foreign capital with socialist techniques, such as the interpellation of the party, the state, the security forces, the economy and media, and a hierarchical political structure based on democratic centralism. These techniques, coupled with Frelimo's authorship of what it means to be a national subject, allows the party leadership to monopolize what it is to be a modern Mozambican. However, this monopoly is increasingly fragile. While many aspects of the national disposition have lingered into the present, the revolutionary temporality, or the conception of time as an evolutionary, linear scale through which the supposedly atomized population would be forged into a new collective based on an unbreakable moral bond, has collapsed. Buck-Morzes argues that the worldview of communism is based on time, the temporality of the political revolution, which as the locomotive of history's progress, invested the party with the sovereign power to force mass compliance in history's name. Ibid. 60. Unlike the liberal conception, the Communist Party state is not representative of an identity but rather is a causal agent active in constructing both the people and the state. Buck-Morzes 2002, 20, see also Sumish and Bertelsen forthcoming. Under socialism, time was Janus-faced, on the one hand it was an ally, the laws of history assured eventual victory. However, time was also a brutally demanding taskmaster that had to be relentlessly struggled against to lead the country out of backwardness. Although the language of development, of overcoming the past, permeates current political discourse, Mozambican capitalism is, in many ways, outside of time. Transformation is now more a memory, and the possibility of radical change is relegated to the past. As demonstrated by Nielsen. At the heart of the nation, however, is no longer a shared ideology that outlines the guiding principles and moral values of the collective. Rather, what unites and binds people together as a collective is the congenital collapse of the ideological project from which the nation was born, an imagined future that disintegrated before it could be implemented. Nielsen 2017, 147. His description is only too apt, as we shall see in the following. the fading away of the transformative future has been replaced once again by a politics of pretense, a regime of truth based on dissimulation and ambiguity that both sustains Frelimo's hegemony and simultaneously undermines it. Socialist dispositions. Portugal's 500-year empire had a tumultuous history, where periods of expansion and contraction, consolidation and decay were accompanied by a range of political, economic and ideological justifications. During Portugal's final imperial incarnation, the quasi-fascist Estado Novo, 1932–1974, these historical developments coalesced around an ideology known as Lusotropicalismo. Its central claim was that, unlike the racist rule of other colonial powers, Portugal was uniquely endowed with the ability to reign over Africans in harmony and advance their level of civilization. Freire 1961, Newt 1981. A key factor in the colonial civilizing mission was the practice of assimilation, perhaps the clearest example of the logic of para inglés ver. 3 assimilaco, which only ever encompassed around 1% of the population, was claimed as the grand result of Portugal's civilizing mission, where a colonial subject could be made the legal equal of a settler if they had demonstrated certain criteria, such as displaying European manners, making a break with heathen backwardness and having their application approved by the state. Mondlane 1969. Despite the rhetoric of colonial uplift, the introduction of assimilaco largely managed to close avenues of social mobility that had been available to previous local privileged classes, while tightening Portugal's grip, transforming formerly self-confident indigenous elites into low-level functionaries of the colonial administration. Penven 1989, Newt 1995, Sumish 2018. Being an assimilado entailed benefits, such as exemption from forced labor, the ability to work in the bureaucracy, increased access to education and the ability to reside in parts of the city that were relatively better provisioned than what the vast majority was subjected to. These benefits, though, were offset by the connotations of servile collaboration, and the fact that legal equality was a fiction. One could always be reduced to a state of abject humiliation at the whim of a white settler. For many people from assimilado families that I know still speak with great bitterness about the spot checks Portuguese officials used to make at people's homes to make sure they spoke Portuguese with their family and used a knife and fork when they ate. Assimilaco was the colonial politics of pretense par excellence, where what on the surface was loudly proclaimed as an invitation into European civilization as an equal was often experienced as a never-ending insult. It did result in lasting, if completely unintended, political change, as many of Frelimo's initial political leadership came from southern, assimilado backgrounds. Portuguese repression made it exceedingly difficult for any kind of dissidents to organize within Mozambique, but many nationalist organizations were formed in exile. The major groups coalesced into Frelimo, and the party declared the beginning of the war for national liberation from its base in socialist Tanzania, as it was clear that the Estado Novo would never consent to giving up its colonies unless forced to do so through violence. In 1975, after 10 long years of armed struggle and brutal internal conflicts, Frelimo declared independence and embarked upon their plans to build a brave new world. Hall and Young 1997. While the utopian goal of Mozambican socialism was the creation of something radically new, this vision was also shaped by the assimilado background of much of the Frelimo political leadership as Lusotropicalismo fueled the party leadership's revolutionary vision combined with the more modernist aspects of Marxist thought. Schubert 2017, Sumish 2018. While Frelimo's original leadership was drawn from a relatively wide range of Mozambique's ethnic and racial spectrum, including Portuguese, mulattoes, Indians and blacks, many came from relatively privileged backgrounds based on employment in the colonial state. This may account for the lingering influence of ideas associated with Lusotropicalismo, as much of the leadership came from social backgrounds that were the most exposed to them. To name just a few examples, the nationalist icon Raul Hanwana was a colonial civil servant and the father of Luis Bernardo Hanwana, Minister of Culture under Frelimo, João Hanwana, Commander of the Air Force under Frelimo, Fernando Hanwana, aide to the first president, Samora Machel, and Gita Hanwana, appointed by Frelimo as one of Mozambique's first female judges. Former foreign minister and later president of Mozambique Joaquim Chissano's father was a translator for the colonial civil service. Former vice president of Frelimo Marcelino dos Santos' father worked for the national railways under the colonial state. There were, of course, exceptions. Samora Machel's father was a prosperous peasant, and most of his family was involved in migrant labor to South Africa. His father's land was confiscated by the state, though, and during the colonial period Samora Machel worked in the capital as a nurse. Majid Osman, the former Minister of Finance, came from an Indian merchant family also based in the capital. Some of the more privileged members of the Frelimo leadership were also able to study abroad, in Portugal and Europe more generally. There they came in contact with members of the Portuguese Communist Party and were exposed to censored reading materials, such as Fanon, Guevara, Ho Chi Minh, Lenin, Mao, and Marx. For further discussion see Sumish 2018. This social background, combined with the anti-colonial intellectual currents of the time, doubtlessly influenced the kind of socialist society Frelimo tried to build. For the Frelimo leadership, Marxism in Mozambique, much like that in China and Cuba, see Cheng 2009, largely ignored Marx's focus on objective economic conditions and the overriding importance of the means of production. Socialism in Mozambique was instead focused on efforts to create a particular kind of social subject predicated on a moral relationship. Therefore, to build the nation, the party first had to create national citizens. As mentioned previously, the goals of Mozambican socialism were to abolish the past through a grand project of social engineering. The cultural transformation of the populace into the rational, modernist new man was supposedly the precondition for progress, which would ultimately lead to the end of exploitation of man by man, Hall and Young 1997-89. Shortly after independence, the new man became the master symbol of socialism. This symbol would be the basis for a socialist national disposition, shedding the backwards ways of the past and becoming paragons of the virtues the party championed, which would be extended to the entire population as a necessary precondition of development. Zawangoni 2007. The new man was the universalising promise that formed the moral and ideological bedrock of Frelimo's domination. For those closest to this political project, the normative underpinnings of the new man demonstrated how exercises of power that were frequently brutal could also be seen as socially transformative. See Verderi 2014 for a discussion of similar processes in Romania. For the committed, the revolution offered a path to usher in profoundly transformative change. A former high-ranking Frelimo cadre told me that shortly after liberation, the president, Samora Machel, mentioned him as an example of the new man. 5 The cadre asked Samora, "But how can I be the new man? I am an assimilado." To this, Machel replied, "You fought and lived with us during the struggle. You are not an assimilado, you were." March 2008, London. For the cadre, not only did such statements demonstrate the essential rightness of the revolution, but his personal journey from assimilado to homem novo was also a mirror for the way in which the nation would be transformed from a humiliated, colonial backwater to a fully equal member in the family of nations. Being a new man, though, a true Mozambican, was not a fixed status that could be eternally claimed. Instead, it was a process to which one had to continually dedicate oneself through hard work and a renunciation of the pre-revolutionary past. Evaristo recalled that in the early independence period he had struggled to overcome the party's suspicion of him. He was from an assimilado family in Maputo and therefore thought to be subject to colonial decadence. Through his hard work and because he was highly educated, he managed to rise through the party ranks. His father, though, was not so lucky. He was called to a public meeting where Samora Machel berated the collaborators of colonialism, and a picture declaring him an enemy of the people was prominently placed in his old place of work, August 2019, Maputo. While socialism was, in practice, deeply intertwined with Mozambican nationalism, it also had a profoundly cosmopolitan character. Mozambique drew on influences from Portugal, the USSR, Tanzania, Algeria, Guinea, India, and China. Frelimo shared experiences with closely aligned movements such as the African National Congress, ANC, South Africa, Fretilin, Revolutionary Front for an Independent East Timor, the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA, Angola, and Zimbabwe, African National Union Patriotic Front, ZANU-PF, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique was the beneficiary of numerous technicians and experts to address a desperate shortage in skills, comprising officials from across the socialist world and political sympathizers from the West. These various influences coalesced into what Donham calls a Marxist modern, Donham 1999. The Mozambican countryside was to be the site of a vast modernizing program overseen by a small but determined elite. Herding villagers into communal villages and having them work on large communal or state farms would not only facilitate the provision of services but would also discipline and rationalize the peasantry, allowing the party to finally realize the nation's potential. For the converted, this vision was deeply attractive. As one man, remembering the early days of the revolution, told me, "Yes, enthusiasm during the early revolutionary period was very high, even if it was not very realistic. I remember people talking excitedly about Machell's declaration that Mozambique would overcome underdevelopment in a decade. Machell based this on the fact that Mozambique was supposed to achieve a 17.5% annual growth rate. Of course, there was no way this could have ever happened, but Cotters were excited. They really believed it and they were already planning for the future this would bring." June 2003, Maputo. Frelimo's revolution, with its utopian ambitions, fueled the passions of its Cotters. The new order provided previously unheard of paths of social mobility for the young, women, those who were previously marginalized and anyone with any education whatsoever. Social mobility, though, soon came to be balanced by growing political rigidity, and utopian goals became mired in political ritual and routine. The nickname for Frelimo was Abake so calm, down with, due to the long lists of social ills, imperialism, capitalism, and obscurantism would be ceremonially chanted at rallies which drew the mandated response of down with from the crowd. Allegiance was demonstrated through the adoption of a specific socialist vocabulary, chanting at rallies, stopping in the middle of the street to salute the flag as it was raised, and attendance at party meetings. However, since all these activities were mandatory to greater or lesser degrees, it was never clear who was a true believer and what was merely the pretense of an opportunist or internal enemy, a dilemma that caused growing paranoia from a party leadership feeling increasingly besieged from within and without. From 1977, the party faced a growing military challenge by rebels who were originally trained by white minority-ruled Rhodesia and later funded by apartheid South Africa, but who found a social base among those opposed to Frelimo's social engineering, especially in the center and the north of country. With the military situation deteriorating and the nation teetering towards economic collapse, the party's reliance on coercion grew. Flogging, which had been banned as a symbol of colonial barbarism, was reintroduced, revolutionary troikas were empowered to dispense summary justice, and firing squads disposed of enemies of the people, Makava 2011. Frelimo dramatically undermined its urban support through Operation Production. Anyone who could not prove that they had official urban residence, or simply forgot their papers at home, could be rounded up by the army and sent to the distant Nisa province to build cities in the bush, Buer 2010. Between 30,000 and 50,000 people fell prey to Operation Production, many of whom were dumped in unhabituated areas in Nisa with no tools or rations, and death was a sadly common result. While socialism was a desperate attempt to escape the colonial politics of pretense, to create a social reality based on as is, rather than as if it were so, a new, if inverted, form soon took its place. As socialism deteriorated into a set of forms and rituals, loyalty continued to be demonstrated through the public display of officially mandated symbols and behaviors. However, These public rituals were completely divorced from private life, as nepotism, economies of favors, pilfering, absenteeism, theft of state property, dealings on the black market and or other forms of corruption often became the only way to ensure survival. See also Buer 2010. Although certain measures, such as Operation Production, targeted urbanites, the cities were generally sites of relative privilege and security in comparison to the war-torn rural areas. While the monthly rations that were provided to every urbanite may have been scant, at least there were rations. Frelimo had originally championed a Maoist, peasant-based revolution. The goal, though, was not to free peasants as they actually were, but to shape them into something completely different. The previously mentioned attack on the economic basis of the peasantry through communal villages and state farms was accompanied by an ideological assault to wipe out what was called obscurantism, the various supposed superstitions and aspects of rural feudalism which kept the population in a state of abjection and ignorance. The party's attempts to abolish aspects of traditional culture such as witchcraft, traditional healing, lobolo, bride wealth, polygamy, traditional leadership, tribalism, and various religious practices foundered not only because they were culturally insensitive, which indeed they were, but also because, outside certain groups of the population like educated urbanites, Frelimo could not offer a particularly coherent replacement. Lubcommand 2008, Sumish 2018. For much of Mozambique's population, especially peasants, the benefits of the promised socialist new order never seemed to be coming. The final blow was the Civil War, 1977 to 1992, which destroyed many of the signs of progress, especially in health and education, that Frelimo had made. The revolution was based on the promise of being the midwife to a future of equality and prosperity, but the utopian ambitions that aroused fevered commitment were brought crashing back to earth as the country lay in smoking ruins. Increasingly, the roles between Frelimo and the Renamo rebels began to shift. Renamo began as a group backed by neighboring white minority regimes that crafted a neo-traditional ideology making use of traditional leaders, who had been abolished by Frelimo, and spirit mediums' calls to ethnicity. In many ways they appeared a binary opposite to Frelimo's modernism. However, analysis of captured Renamo documents undertaken by Cohen, 2018, brings to light the ways in which Renamo adopted Frelimo's political techniques, forms of organization and even slogans, such as the socialist slogan "A luta continua," the struggle continues, in their efforts to win over the local population. Frelimo commanders, on the other hand, also began adopting the techniques of Renamo, abandoning their war on obscurantism to consult with diviners in order to increase their military effectiveness. Peasants, tired of being caught between the conflicting demands of warring factions, built miniature communal villages that they pretended to inhabit whenever a Frelimo dignitary passed through. Wilson 1992. Goals of transformation receded, and the party, contrary to its early goals, embraced the politics of pretense as the fact one still bothered to put on a display sufficed as proof of loyalty. Socialist legacies, capitalist means. Following the death of Samora Machel in 1986, socialism limped on in form, but its underlying meaning and utopian promise for a future completely different from the present had been hollowed out. Throughout the rural areas, especially in the center and the north, where reactions towards Frelimo's social engineering were often ambivalent, revolutionary temporality suffered a mortal blow. The promised shining future never came, while the past stalked the countryside as embodied by the unquiet ghosts of civil war, famine, and disease. For a full discussion see Egregia 2019. Generally, at least for those I have worked with, the eventual abandonment of socialism in 1990 followed by the peace agreement in 1992 were accompanied by a gradual reawakening of a dampened future orientation, in this case, the promise of a far more modest, but still noticeably better, future through democratic capitalism. The end of the war was a dramatic improvement, however other developments were ominous. Under successive structural adjustment programs, entire industries were largely abandoned, thousands of industrial jobs were lost and salaries in the bureaucracy, the nation's largest employer, were cut as staff numbers were reduced. Those who benefited most visibly from the transition, the national bourgeoisie, were primarily restricted to high-ranking party members, their families, and associates amidst profound poverty and deepening inequality. Castelbranco et al. 2001, Pitcher 2002, Sumish 2018. Frelimo itself also became a major economic actor, both through partnerships with multinationals and in its own right, keeping important segments of the economy within the Frelimo family by allowing trusted party members to take control of newly privatized economic concerns. Pitcher 2002. The Frelimo leadership has invested considerable energy in downplaying and/or strategically erasing aspects of the socialist period that would now be in direct contradiction with the current practices of power. However, the official silence is continually undermined by the centrality of the memories of the early independence period and the Civil War in projects of legitimation and political conflict. See Egregia 2008. Outside of the halls of power, urban workers undermine official silence and use the symbols, slogans, and tropes of socialism to express their discontent with the new order. Pitcher 2006. The legacies of socialist-era forms of personhood and nation also continue to shape the present for members of the urban middle class as well. Some years ago, a friend of mine in Maputo was telling me about attending a service for a new evangelical church, one that specialized in fighting witchcraft. An acquaintance had told him about the services, where reformed witches testified to the congregation of how they made deals with Satan to access magical helicopters that took them to Europe at night and gained mastery over various other forms of sorcery, and he wanted to hear about it. I asked him what he thought, and he replied, "It was interesting, but the thing I really do not like is that they take money from the poor." I asked him if this would have been allowed in the socialist period, and he replied, "No, it would have been called obscurantism. But things are different now. It is good that things have changed, but the old way was also right for the time. Many things had to be dealt with and changed to create a spirit of national unity. That is what makes Mozambique so much different from many of the other countries in the region. Here we have some sort of national unity beyond and above ethnicity, religion, and race. In this respect, this is Frelimo's greatest achievement, despite all of the problems that continue to exist." April 2009, Maputo. Such attitudes are frequently expressed among the Frelimo-connected middle class of Maputo. They can be heard in dismissive statements about the existence of witchcraft, regressive, supposedly African gender relations, the peasantry in general, or ideas about ethnicity. As a middle-class woman, Varnya told me, "I was in Kenya and someone asked me what tribe I belong to. Can you believe that? Here I am in Nairobi, it looks really nice, tall buildings and everything, and someone is asking me this. I mean, we have problems here, but at least we are beyond things like that, like tribalism." October 2016, Maputo. For the privileged elements of the socialist national disposition, the new man, suffuse their identity as modern Mozambicans, with its distaste for obscurantism, superstition, and subnational forms of belonging. However, the achievement of this cherished modernity rests on uncertain foundations, liable to crumble away at any moment. While Frelimo deserves considerable credit for the creation of a wider national identity and has been stunningly successful in shaping what it means to be a modern Mozambican, these forms of universal identification have been achieved through deeply exclusionary politics. Such exclusionary positions have only become more entrenched as the idea of the authentic national subject has been gradually decoupled from a utopian sense of revolutionary time that promised the eventual encompassment, willing or otherwise, of all the nation's inhabitants. The slow death of the utopian drive, which began in the socialist period, gradually ceded space for a new form of the politics of pretense that became dominant under multiparty capitalism. Not only is there no real attempt to build a society based on as is, but for many I know it did not even appear that anyone is trying to build a credible as if it were so or what exactly this would be. This can be seen through examples spanning the spectrum from the hypocrisies of high politics to the mundane of day-to-day existence. The legacies of socialism continue to shape the ideal of what a modern Mozambican is, demonstrated by the stances taken above. However, this ideal is often most relevant in its absence, the ways it is contravened in quotidian life, which is an enduring focus of gossip and self-recriminations. As Verena once told me when I asked why she thought so many educated Mozambicans who, in her words, should know better, fell short of the modernist ideal, she shrugged and said, "We blacks are 200 years behind." January 2003, Maputo. Such symbolic doubts also surface in the political practices of the new era. Despite the new focus on private investment, consumerism, and the free market, it was not always to create a firm linear distinction between socialism and capitalism. Instead, both were characterized by practices and ideas that tended to blend into each other. See also West 1997, Sumish 2018. The difficulty in differentiation is compounded by the fact that the same party and many of the same people were in charge in both periods. Frelimo cadres still address each other as comrade, and no rally would be complete without shouting a luta continua and giving the raised fist salute. Although the party's power and presence has waxed and waned in the capitalist period, Frelimo is still synonymous with the state, and its structures are deeply intertwined with the security services, the judiciary, the media, and the economy. While allegiance is still demonstrated by adapting valorist social forms and cultural behaviors, unlike previous eras, it is no longer so clear what exactly these are, how they would be put into practice, and what the meaning is. The revolutionary temporality that provided a moral basis and narrative coherence has faded away. Thus, attempts to combine the old and the new have caused much confusion, as many cadres are unsure which direction they are supposed to be leading the country in or what exactly the new system is. This confusion can be seen in the response from a party cadre in the northern city of Nampula when I asked her about the transition from socialism to capitalism. She replied, "We are still socialists, our internal organization remains socialist, but we are socialists who have come to terms with globalization. During the socialist period the government determined the prices, but now nobody knows what the prices will be tomorrow. It is very expensive. There are still subsidized goods and food for veterans of the liberation struggle and things like that, but now we have entered a globalist environment. There is really little we can do economically." June 2008. Therefore, for her, socialism still existed as a form and an ideal to be cherished, but it was also an ideal that was, outside of a few gestures whose importance was derived largely from symbolism rather than substance, impossible to put into practice. Another cadre, who was a colleague of the woman above, felt the difference between the old system and the new resides in the mentality of the people. The major challenge of the transition was to change the mentality of the people, something that they are slowly getting used to. You see, in socialism the government gives to the people, and in capitalism the people give to the government. July 2008, Nampula. Many in Mozambique are well aware of these seeming contradictions between the pretense of capitalist liberal democracy and the legacy of socialism. As a Mozambican academic who is an opposition supporter told me, it is a bit silly to speak about liberalization, really. The state still controls the primary means of production, the land. 6 Basically what we have is a proto-fascist state. May 2009, Maputo. The pretense of an all-powerful state is offset in practice, though, by administrative confusion. For the cadres actually tasked with constructing the new system, it is rarely clear what exactly is wanted, by whom, or how one should go about doing it. In many ways, mid-level cadres, especially those who joined the party in the socialist period, are betwixt and between. In July of 2008 I spoke to Senor Cabrito, a provincial official in the northern province of Nampula. He explained that his role was to coordinate between workers, industry, and the state, to finance businesses, to increase production and to create a harmonious and centralist structure that incorporated all these groups, but that in practice these efforts were hopelessly contradictory. The problem, though, is that many of the party leaders have a knee-jerk reaction to support workers no matter what, regardless of the cost or the circumstances. They do not really do this because they necessarily agree with the workers, but because they think this is something they have to be seen to do and that this is what Frelimo is supposed to stand for. It makes it difficult to work with foreign investors. Frelimo's pretense of unceasing commitment to workers appeared far more uncertain to officials of the Organization of Mozambican Workers, OTM, the former Frelimo-run union during the socialist period. The OTM is now officially independent, but it is still closely aligned with the party and it largely retains the role of channeling what benefits still exist to workers and passing their complaints to higher authorities rather than directly confronting employers or, more importantly, the state. According to Senor Cabrito, his primary duties are to deal with contract problems. Our goal is to create unity of production and spell out to each side what are their rights and what are their obligations. How this would be achieved in practice, though, was uncertain. A colleague of Senor Cabrito responded with a laugh when I asked him whether, under capitalism, the laws still tend to favor workers or if they now favor employers. The thing about laws is they do not favor anyone, it's like the laws of nature, whoever survives is favored. June 2008, Nampula. The adoption of capitalism has allowed the formerly socialist elite to accumulate tremendous wealth, and the party now has the resources to entrench itself far more deeply than ever would have been possible in the socialist period. However, this additional capability has been accompanied by incoherence. While the colonial period and the late socialist period were mired in the politics of pretense, at least it was clear what the pretense was. Currently, it is increasingly hard to know what exactly one should pretend to be, for whom one should do so and how exactly one should do it. As Archibald has so incisively argued, while the post-socialist era may be characterized by brutal inequality, widespread discontent, a lack of opportunities and pervasive suspicion, this does not necessarily breed outright resistance so much as evasion and dissimulation. Archibald 2017. However, even seeming acts of resistance can follow this same logic. Although the current incarnation of a politics of pretense demonstrates the hollowness of Frelimo's project and its growing incoherence, the regime limps on through shared complicity. See also Schubert 2018 for a discussion of similar processes in Angola. This complicity can also be a technology of rule. See Nielsen 2017. In 2019, Walter, a longtime party member, was telling me that he had had enough. As the party no longer stood for anything in his opinion, there was no reason to be a member of it. He then launched into a brutal critique concerning corruption and secret, illegal debts undertaken by high-ranking figures. July 24, 2019, Maputo. I later ran into a mutual friend, Varnya, and when I expressed to her my surprise that Walter had left the party, she simply laughed. How can he leave the party? You know his family. He goes home to the party every night. With the family he comes from, leaving is not really a possibility. He may not pay his party dues, but he will not renounce them or go against them. I mean, there are certain subjects that one is allowed to criticize, corruption and the secret debts, that is fine as long as you avoid more controversial ones. My father is the same way. He made a big show of leaving the party, but he is still in bed with them and he still benefits from being connected to them. July 26, 2019, Maputo. In the late colonial period, the politics of pretense was perhaps exemplified by Assimilaco, where legal proclamations of privilege and equality were intertwined with relentless humiliation. Under socialism, a utopian attempt to radically transform society degenerated into mindlessly mouthing meaningless slogans under the threat of violence. While the animating aspects of both colonialism and socialism have lingered on into the current period, they have been accompanied by growing incoherence. As the moral basis of the national disposition, the idea of an overarching Mozambicanness has been decoupled from any sort of realistic time frame. Even acts of resistance can shape a lived experience based on complicity. Conclusion: revolutionary time, capitalist temporality. Since at least the late colonial period, a variety of influences, spanning the Indian Ocean, the Portuguese Empire, the Southern African region, the Socialist world and the Bretton Woods economic regime, have shaped Mozambique's delicate dance between ambitious projects of transformation and the contradictions they have given rise to. Building upon and extending Archimbaud's, 2017, concept of the politics of pretense and McGovern's, 2013-2017, insights concerning the building of durable national dispositions under socialism, I have traced the legacies of Marx and Lenin for this Indian Ocean nation. The colonial state's attempt to legitimize itself through the ideology of lusotropicalismo was a prime example of the logic of para inglés ver, where grand proclamations of reform were largely for external consumption and rested upon a social structure dedicated to subjugation. Although the social category of assimilados predated lusotropicalismo, the existence of the group would likely be the major argument for the ideology, even if such an argument would be fatally undermined by the blatant hypocrisy of this project. The social category of assimilados was abolished nearly 60 years ago, but it remains a term of abuse and shame. Descendants from assimilado families who were born in the 1980s are still regularly insulted by their peers for their family histories and distinctive assimilado markers such as Portuguese last names. Socialism in Mozambique was, in many ways, a grand attempt to escape the colonial politics of pretense, often led by former assimilados, and to build something real, durable, and encompassing in its place. In some ways this endeavor was a striking success, and many of the major narrative tropes of the revolutionary period continue to play a central role in understanding what it means to be a Mozambican today. However, efforts to dramatically transform the nation and create an authentic national subject fell prey to its own utopian ambitions in combination with wider geopolitical factors, such as the Cold War and the confrontation with apartheid South Africa. In such a context, efforts to live up to the officially valorized ideal became increasingly difficult, and a new form of pretense, public loyalty to officially valorized tropes and forms of behavior, had to be privately repudiated if one wanted to survive. Buer 2010. While the legacies of what McGovern, 2013-2017, termed the socialist construction of a set durable national dispositions live on, it is often difficult now to square the elements that continue to elicit admiration, such as a sense of identity beyond that of region and ethnicity, with what one now knows was the cost. A friend of mine was horrified to discover that her cherished childhood memories of bucolic summers spent on her grandfather's farm actually took place in a re-education camp. What she thought was pleasant afternoons with friendly farm workers was in fact spent with terrified prisoners who lavished her with attention as her grandfather held their lives in his hands. Much as the former minister mentioned earlier, a Frelimo Cotter once told me his commitment to the party stemmed from his ambition to do something other African states had failed to do, not only to win independence, but to build a better world, something unrecognizable compared to what had come before. Unlike the minister, though, he admitted that he was now close to despair. After all the hopes and dreams, years of struggle and hardship, now we are just another African country. August 2004, Maputo. In their influential discussion of African socialism, Pitcher and Askew pose a set of questions: in the political and economic configurations existing in Africa today, are there memories of socialism? Do these memories coexist with the neoliberal principles that many governments espouse, or are they in contradistinction to them? Are memories collective or individual? Pitcher and Askew 2006, 5. Throughout this article, I have tried to discuss some of the ways in which Mozambique could provide at least preliminary answers to some of these questions. For those I have worked with, and, as Pitcher, 2006, demonstrates, among urban workers as well, memories of socialism do survive and can coexist with current neoliberal forms of governance. In a similar manner to African liberation movements more generally, as argued by Verhoeven, 2020, and Syed Barre's Somalia, as described by Yurdanov, 2020, Frelimo employs a wide array of socialist techniques, such as the structures of democratic centralism and the interpellation of the party, state, and security services, to retain power under multiparty capitalism. Yet socialism was not restricted solely to technologies of rule, it was principally a moral claim, the promise of justice and a better world, the herald of the dawning utopia. As Pitcher and Askew point out, the memories of promised utopias also linger on and resurface in both official discourse and personal reflection. Ibid. 9. Here is a clear contradiction with neoliberalism, as utopia is no longer a promise for the future, but the memories of a past that never was. Nielsen 2017. The gradual decoupling of any sort of political project of transformation from this sense of revolutionary temporality, a soon-to-be-realized future totally different from the present, has seriously undermined the moral basis of Frelimo's rule. For a wider discussion, see Verhoeven's introduction to this special issue. While the political relaxation that followed the abandonment of socialism is widely appreciated, power trumps fine phrases concerning the inalienable rights of man, and the primary promise for the majority is poverty without end. Currently, Mozambique appears to be trapped in an era of eternal crisis. Endemic political dysfunction, political upheaval, resurgent violence, deaths of iconic leaders and vast corruption scandals that threaten to tip the country into outright insolvency will now be joined by a pandemic the consequences of which for public health and the global economy can only be guessed at this stage. In the epigraph to this article, Grossman speaks of the ways in which people steal the trappings of the revolution and slip into its skin, while subverting its promise. Arguably, in Mozambique this process has gone even farther. While the skin of the revolution remains, even if stretched to the breaking point, it is not clear who, if anyone, has slipped into it now. Indonesia's missing left and the Islamization of dissent. Vedi R. Hades. Abstract. The demise of leftist political traditions in Indonesia has come to facilitate newer Islamic expressions of socio-political discontent accompanying socio-economic modernization in localities that used to be dominated by communist and radical nationalist organizations. Because social grievances related to endemic issues like social injustice are increasingly being framed through Islamic cultural references, there will be implications for the workings of Indonesian democracy, premised on secular state institutions. But this does not lead to the sort of post-Islamism associated by Bayat with Iran, where the imperatives of running a modern state and economy once purportedly enabled pluralist social inclinations, albeit within an Islamist polity. Nor does it lead to the generalist Islamization of radicalism envisaged by Roy. Rather, what is witnessed is the substantial, though by no means uncontested, mainstreaming of social grievances through the lexicon of Islamic politics within Indonesian democracy, even if there has been no takeover of the state by Islamic forces. The adoption of such framings even in the former bastions of the Indonesian Communist Party, once the third largest in the world, provides important insights into how hegemonic contests have taken place in the Muslim world after the end of the Cold War. It is argued here that the demise of leftist politics in Indonesia in the 1960s, cf. Fogg in this special issue, came to facilitate the emergence of new Islamic expressions of social discontent and political demands that have accompanied the subsequent economic modernization process. This tendency is starkly demonstrated in localities that used to be dominated by communist and radical nationalist organizations on the most heavily populated, and economically advanced, island of Java, where historical circumstances may have been expected to impede such expressions. Because social grievances about persisting social injustice are increasingly being framed by recourse to Islamic cultural references, there will be implications for the workings of Indonesian democracy. Without viable leftist political movements as a product of suppression under Cold War-era authoritarianism, social justice issues today are not likely to be considered in terms of systemic depredations of a prevailing oligarchic system of power, fusing politico-bureaucratic and business interests. 1 They are more likely to be understood as being rectifiable by the installment of individuals of alleged moral certitude in positions of power, even if these may have emerged from the loins of that same oligarchy. There are correlations here with developments in India, where Hindutva moral authority has dominated political discourse since the rise of the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, 2. As it promotes a neoliberal agenda supported by business elites, unencumbered by weak and fragmented representatives of leftist politics. There are correlations too with the rise of populist figures in the established Western democracies, who appeal to what are presented as commonsensical ideas of what is just or moral, to address social grievances accumulating since the near obliteration of social democratic challenges to the neoliberal economic order. One hypothetical scenario involves a trajectory leading to the sort of post-Islamism proposed by Bayat III in the Iranian case, where the imperatives of running a modern state and economy had been thought to enable pluralist inclinations within society to surface, albeit within an Islamist polity. Another regards the generalist Islamization of radicalism a la Roy.4 here. Its youthful social agents are rather like social nihilists who conveniently, but forcefully, refer to the vocabulary of Islamic politics to voice dissent against the prevailing status quo. Both scenarios assume that the institutions of the secular state would be fundamentally challenged by the social agents of Islamic politics as social discontent becomes articulated by way of religious references. What we are seeing in Indonesia, however, is a much different scenario. It involves the substantial, though by no means uncontested, articulation of grievances and demands through the lexicon of Islamic politics without challenging the secular state itself. It is characterized by the mainstreaming of Islamic social and moral conservatism, i.e. its anti-communism, rigid sexual mores and problematic treatment of religious minorities, as well as retrogressive positions on the place of women in society, without necessitating a victory of the social agents of Islamic politics or the superseding of secular state institutions. Thus, debates on Indonesia have lately focused on how Islamic social conservatism has contributed to the growing illiberalism of Indonesian democracy. 5. These Islamist articulations of grievances and dissent were displayed in the political mobilizations that took place during the Indonesian presidential contest of 2019. That they are prominent as well in formerly leftist strongholds in Java is sociologically significant. It is no coincidence that such localities have experienced the most profound socio-economic transformations, largely as the legacy of the Java-focused New Order era modernization project. Moreover, their political histories are different from those of places like West Sumatra or Aceh, where in the 1955 general election, the only free and fair one to take place before the advent of authoritarian rule, Islamic parties like the Masyumi had already established strongholds hostile to leftist politics. But what are the driving forces for the growing, if far from complete, Islamization of grievances and demands where the third largest communist party in the world had been dominant during the Cold War era? How do we understand them in relation to the social contradictions accompanying the modernization process since the advent of the authoritarian New Order regime of General Suharto up to the present post-authoritarian era? Does the Indonesian experience convey lessons about Muslim-majority countries where similar processes of marginalizing leftist or radical nationalist politics have taken place as part of the outcomes of Cold War-era social conflict? In Turkey, for example, research shows that former strongholds of radical leftist unions in the 1970s are now the site of labor constituencies for the ruling Justice and Development Party, AKP, which emerged in 2001 from pre-existing networks of Islamic politics. The current generation of workers appears to have few significant social memories of prior radical leftist politics and labor struggles. 6. Much like the Javanese youths who reside in the past strongholds of the Indonesian Communist Party, PKI, are disconnected from a formerly dominant political stream. While the mainstreaming of conservative Islamic doctrine in Indonesia, including via cultural products and the media 7, has become more widely discussed, few have addressed why militant and conservative groupings have been active where religious politics had not been a major force until recently. Such groupings vary but include terrorist organizations like Jemaah Islamiyah and its offshoots, some of which have pledged allegiance to Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, ISIS. They also include a range of militias claiming an Islamic identity, and a hodgepodge of vigilante groups. In fact, literalist interpretations of Islamic doctrine have been increasingly shaping the terms of political debate as they have become more mainstream. 8 This was dramatically witnessed in the outbreak of massive protests in 2016 to 2017 against the then governor of Jakarta, an ethnic Christian Chinese politician known as a Hawk 9 who prominently exhibited religious, and racist, sentiment in the midst of a hotly contested election. His crime was committing blasphemy against Islam in an improvised campaign speech in which he alleged that his opponents were using a Quranic verse to discourage Muslims from voting for him. Many treatments of matters like these have tended to focus on the realm of ideas. Hefner more correctly observed that the displacement of traditional syncretism of the Javanese hinterland by a more standardist Islam has involved several developments. He mentioned dislocations in village life caused by economic change, the greater prominence of Sharia-oriented thinking and collaboration between Islamic groupings with state officialdom. Yet relatively little was provided in the analysis on the link between socio-economic dislocations, certainly not as they continue post-New Order, on the one hand, and doctrinaire thinking and political contestation on the other. 10 Feely focused more fully on competing ideas, pointing to a tradition of doctrinal or cultural intolerance within Javanese Islam, apart from the better-known syncretic one, said to be expressed now by militant Java-based Islamist groups. 11 But as Hefner intimated, it is important to understand why militant ideas have come to the fore in relation to the broader socio-economic context. The remainder of this article rectifies this imbalance by delving into how social transformations in the heartlands of Javanese culture and of Cold War-era leftist politics have contributed to the emergence of the sort of militant groups to which Feely referred. In fact, the broader context of social transformations in these heartlands, especially over the last half-century, provides crucial insights on the Islamization of political dissent in Indonesia. Once at the core of a stereotypically rural society, they have undergone urbanization, and peri-urbanization, as well as new forms of social dislocation closely related to the economic modernization process initially presided over by the New Order regime, one of the most enduring capitalist dictatorships of the Cold War era. It is significant that their inhabitants today tend to be both younger and better educated than predecessor generations, harboring expectations of meaningful upward social mobility. Not surprisingly, they have also been influenced by a more intensely consumerist culture permeating their everyday lives. 12 At the same time, many will have also encountered significant obstacles towards social advancement, for reasons explained below. The bulk of the field research for this article was conducted over two 2-week periods, respectively in mid-2018 and 2019, 13 in localities in and around the cities of Yogyakarta and Solo, the traditional focal points of Javanese culture. 14 It makes use of material from 31 interviews, involving more than 40 individuals, with local officials of Islamic organizations, rank-and-file social activists, village-level community leaders and ordinary people whose families had been affected by the violent eradication of communism. Among the latter were the direct victims of the 1965 to 1966 anti-communist pogroms. While the emphasis was on those whose life experiences encompassed the period of the 1960s to the present day, some interviewees derive from subsequent generations, especially of formerly leftist families. 15 The researchers' knowledge of local historical contexts was supplemented by discussions with academics with specialized knowledge of social change in the localities where fieldwork was conducted. All of this was complemented by relevant interview material collected during prior research visits undertaken in the same areas over some years. It should be underlined that interviewees were not selected for considerations of representativeness, as they would have been under the logic of quantitative studies. Instead, the rich information they offered underpins the analysis presented here of how the changing experience and material conditions of life in the Javanese heartlands, replete with complexities and contradictions, have affected the lenses through which collective problems of communities are understood. The problem and the approach. The long-term consequences of the obliteration of Indonesia's left and the Islamization of dissent is informed here by a Gramscian understanding of struggles over hegemony. This requires, at a basic level, recognition of competing social interests that attempt to attain cultural and political dominance, not just by force but also through consent. It implies that the manner in which discontent is expressed and aspirations forged has much to do with the dominant values and ideas in any society. But Gramsci's perspective involved recognition as well of shifting class alliances in intricate struggles over power 16 and of multi-class historical blocks that are formed along with these dominant values and ideas. In a fundamental sense, hegemonic contests and their outcomes are thus an indicator of the balance of social forces within any specific constellation of social forces, as notable modern interpreters of Gramsci have argued. Point 17. Importantly, Gramsci also thought that hegemony was never absolutely attained and therefore a hegemonic project could never be truly completed, even if values and ideas acquired the force of conviction across many levels of society. Point 18. Pushing this one step further, it is suggested that the mainstreaming of ideas associated with Islamic politics could take place even if the social forces representing them never attained dominance over the institutions of Indonesia's post-authoritarian democracy. The continual failure of Islamic political parties in Indonesia is well known, and extra-parliamentary organizations, including violent ones, pushing for Islamic political projects have been far from successful too. Yet powerful elites who now have to maintain their position through electoral contests have learned to selectively appropriate the language of Islamic politics, as was widely recognized in the 2019 presidential contest. Then, New Order-era General Prabowo Subianto presented himself as the champion of the marginalized poor and virtuous Muslim masses against forces arrayed around incumbent President Joko Widodo, including most of the economically dominant, and often derided, ethnic Chinese-owned private business conglomerates. While Subianto was defeated and his erstwhile Muslim supporters abandoned in post-election elite negotiations, a setting was created where both religious mass mobilizations and the espousal of socially conservative ideas related to rigid interpretations of Islam have become more normalist. This approach makes sense if we comprehend large parts of Indonesian history as having witnessed uneven struggles for hegemonic status between sets of social interests or shifting coalitions thereof. Prominent among these was the leftist one. The social base for it was once large but only ever partially organized, most significantly by the PKI, and included large sections of the peasantry and the country's small proletariat. Another is that of the nationalist statism initially associated with Soekarno and with the broader Indonesian anti-colonial struggle but developed to greater heights of material organization in the organicism of the New Order. An organicist view of state-society relations came to be upheld primarily by the core of state officials that had gained instrumental control over the apparatus of government. Today, this view has been adopted too by the grandees of the Indonesian Democratic Party for Struggle, PDIP, the incumbent president's main backer. Pancasila, Indonesia's official state ideology, is inextricably linked to such nationalist statism, with its emphasis on harmonious relations between state and society. Furthermore, it became an instrument to curb dissent and insulate the interests of a powerful politico-business oligarchy nurtured by the authoritarian New Order. 19 This oligarchy, reorganized and reconstituted, now dominates Indonesian democracy. 20 Yet another mode of articulating politics is embedded within diverse expressions of an Islamic agenda, which conceive of a struggle to establish a just society according to moral precepts. This may or may not involve the requirement of establishing a state run according to Sharia. Though historically tied to the interests of a declining class of petty traders and producers, as well as rural smallholders, which had been marginalized within the colonial order of the Netherlands East Indies, it has made strong inroads within the modern urban middle class and the multitudes of urban poor. A central tenet of Islamic politics has been struggle in the name of the Ummah, a community of believers imagined to be united by a common faith. Such an imagination has to be upheld, even if the social differentiation accompanying economic development has made the Ummah more heterogeneous than ever before. 21 As in the case of the nation and the people. It is significant, in this regard, that Indonesia has never seen powerful, effective expressions of liberal politics. While Feith and Castle's classic work looked to the old Indonesian Socialist Party, SI, for evidence of political liberalism, this party of the then tiny urban intelligentsia only managed to attain 2% of the vote in the 1955 general election. 22 In spite of the prominence of some of its luminaries, such as the thinker and politician Soetan Chahir, the size social reach was in fact very restricted. Examinations of Indonesia's growing urban middle class and bourgeoisie have long found few traces of political liberalism. 23 In spite of the hope of modernization theorists, old and new. This has been explained as the consequence of nurturance within the New Order authoritarian regime that saw political controls as the guarantor of economic prosperity and also fear that unruly mobs unleashed by withdrawal of state controls would be a threat to private property. So rather than liberalism, the Indonesian middle class tended towards statist nationalism, until the emergence of a politics of public piety in the 1980s. Such a shift was observed most palpably among university students. 24, roughly at the same time that many other Muslim-majority societies were experiencing a rising wave of politico-religious sentiment. In Indonesia, this period saw the planting of the seeds of what would become the Justice and Prosperity Party, PKS, arguably the most successful of the Islamic parties in the Reformasi era, and of the now banned Hizb ut-Tahrir movement, on university campuses. But there is no crude one-to-one correspondence between class position and political agendas, even if specific ideological propensities in any given context would be more closely tied to social interests that benefit most from them. This is more so in contests over power and tangible resources that tend to intensify and become more complex in the modern, capitalist world. Distinct ways of articulating politics can thus be mainstreamed, without ever becoming hegemonic, in that their lexicon comes to significantly define commonly accepted ideas. Such a simple one-to-one correspondence is even less likely given the shifting and tenuous alliances in Indonesia, which continually become reconstituted through ongoing social conflict. While there is no guarantee that they would culminate in coherent historical blocks, these recalibrations are tied not just to domestic struggles but also to a changing international context that brought the Cold War to Indonesia, see Verhoeven, this issue, and subsequently imposed the imperatives of neoliberal globalization. Under the shadow of the Cold War. Economic change. One of the most important developments in Southeast Asia during the Cold War was the destruction of the previously vigorous leftist stream of politics in Indonesia. This took place via the anti-communist massacres of the mid-1960s, led by the army but within which numerous civilian groupings took part. Among them were Islamic militias like Banser, linked to the Nahdlatul Ulama, NU, 25, one of the two giant Muslim mass organizations in the country that claim tens of millions of members. The major legacy of the Cold War was that the eradication of the left created a vacuum once capitalist development had progressed, partly filled by the purveyors of Islamic politics. The anti-communist pogroms cost the lives of at least many hundreds of thousands of people and paved the way for the establishment of the new order, which was supported for decades by the West. 26 Many more untold numbers of people suffered imprisonment or exile without trial, often in far-flung parts of the Indonesian archipelago. The victims of the pogrom were not only members of the PKI and its array of mass organizations but also individuals who claim they were only caught up in the maelstrom. 27 A campaign was also begun during the new order to erase the contributions of the left to the nation's independence struggle from history books. 28 Vilifying its ideology, based notion ally on class conflict, see Fogg, this volume, as one that is fundamentally at odds with the national ideology of Pancasila. Not surprisingly, the atheistic worldview associated with communism was presented as contradicting an Indonesian culture asserted to be innately spiritual. More than 3 decades after the fall of the Berlin Wall, see Verhoeven, this issue, openly leftist articulations of social grievances or political demands are still hardly possible due to a generalist phobia carefully cultivated during the new order, shaping the attitudes of generations. Today, legislation still bans the dissemination of Marxist, Leninist ideas. 29 The authoritarian rule of the new order's main claim to legitimacy was a much-lauded economic development project that enabled rapid industrialization, which had stagnated from the late colonial era all the way to the chaotic Sukarno period. This authoritarianism was to be molded in such a way that all perceived threats to the regime were domesticated or suppressed, often violently, in the name of economic development. Initially, economic development itself was driven by foreign aid and investment from the Western powers, who were only too happy for Indonesia to enter their sphere of influence. It is well known that Indonesia's first president had been increasingly sympathetic to the PKI and prone to deploying anti-Western rhetoric in his public statements. 30 At the forefront of the new regime was an army establishment that had been courted by the United States, as well as groups of politicians and intellectuals previously cultivated through various schemes, including scholarships to study in the West. 31 Importantly, this alliance was consolidated when the USA was increasingly bogged down in the calamitous Vietnam War. That conflict, and its later expansion, had given rise to fears about a possible domino effect throughout Southeast Asia, where the fall of one country to communism would lead others to follow. After the initial injection of aid and foreign investment, Indonesian economic growth came to rely on windfall hydrocarbon revenues that followed the 1973 dramatic rise in international oil prices. Significantly, the new cash provided the new order with resources to craft an economy within which patronage networks, aligning business and bureaucratic and political interests, would dominate even more than before. 32 When oil prices fell in the next decade, the government would shift to an export-led industrialization strategy based on cheap labor. This was accompanied by deregulation and debureaucratization geared to connect Indonesia more closely to the global economy. Selectively neoliberal policies yet again tended to buttress the interests of New Order cronies and those of the Suharto family itself. 33 Leading to growing contempt for economic policies that dovetailed with visible social inequalities. The Suharto-era economic growth was in fact impressively constant at about 7 to 8% per annum, except when interrupted by the end of the oil boom and then more seriously by the Asian economic crisis of the late 1990s. Throughout its rule, the New Order simultaneously presided over a highly centralist authoritarian system that brutally suppressed dissent and insulated an oligarchy from potential challenges. In the 1970s and 1980s, Indonesia's Islamic forces were the major victims of authoritarianism, as their counterparts were in many parts of the Muslim world, where they posed challenges to variations of bureaucratic, military dominance over the national state. Like in Indonesia, many Islamic vehicles in the Middle East had been complicit in the domestication of leftist challenges, often working with militaries too. In Indonesia, Islamic forces were considered the most significant threat to a system of power that relied on the separation of the masses from political activity. 34 With the communists missing, only they had the potential to develop grassroots bases of support. Thus, they were regarded more seriously than the small pockets of liberal or social democratic critics that emanated from the urban intelligentsia, who lacked the ability for on-the-ground organization. Muslim activists were also a thorn in the side of the regime because of their ability to cast New Order economic policies as having sacrificed the interests of their co-religionists in favor of a small group that included the ethnic Chinese owners of large business conglomerates allied with the Suharto family. For example, machinations ensured that the United Development Party, PPP, the Islamic party approved by the New Order, only ever succeeded in garnering a small part of the national vote in heavily orchestrated regular elections that ensured landslide victories for Golkar, the regime's electoral vehicle. 35 Moreover, murky groups like Komando Jihad, with apparent links to the old Darul Islam movement of 1949 to 1962, that had striven to establish an Islamic state were suppressed harshly, even if they had high-level connections. 36 By the early 1990s, however, Suharto had recognized the wisdom of embracing sections of the growing urban middle class, who were now becoming more pious, rather than liberal and secular. This realization gave rise to the Indonesia Association of Muslim Intellectuals, ICMI, which was designed to co-opt leading lights of this middle class by providing a route to bureaucratic power. 37 At the same time, a growingly restive labor movement, based on workers in low-wage manufacturing industries, continued to be harshly dealt with by the state security apparatus, with their demands for freedom of organization and better wages and conditions dismissed as the concoctions of remaining communists. 38 This struck fear into the hearts of workers, given the murderous fate that befell real and imagined communists in the 1960s. Social change. Economic development has changed the physical landscape of much of Indonesia, but especially Java, where almost 60% of Indonesians live. Large swathes of Boyolali, Sukoharjo, Karanani or Klaten, all located in central Java, and mainstays of leftist politics before the advent of the new order, have been transformed. The same goes for districts that form the Yogyakarta special region, which enjoys provincial status. Nothing is more indicative of this than the myriad of interconnected urban and peri-urban formations that have come into being in what used to be called, with much greater accuracy, rural Java. Today, the main cities of the Javanese heartland form the core of expansive metropolitan areas incorporating numerous satellite districts and towns with heavy concentrations of people engaged in diverse economic activities. Their populations today are far from isolated, for they have access to an array of transportation and communication facilities that integrate them closely with the modern economy. On Java alone, Jakarta, population approximately 11 million people, and 30 million in its wider metropolitan region, Surabaya, 2.8 million and 7 million, and Bandung, 2.6 million and 7 million, dominate as urban agglomerations. Solo and Yogyakarta, the cities and their surroundings, with which this article is mostly concerned, are much smaller. The municipality of Solo has a population of only around 500,000, yet it is organically connected to a broader and densely inhabited agglomeration, the Greater Solo region, of 6 million people. 39 Yogyakarta city has a population of around 400,000 people, but together with surrounding districts, the population of the geographical area stands at about 3.6 million. 40 While these are smaller than Jakarta, Surabaya, or Bandung, respectively the capital cities of Indonesia, East Java, and West Java, they are nevertheless surrounded by greatly peri-urbanist surroundings produced by similar social transformations. Thus, the physical geography of the Javanese heartland is not a monopoly of idyllic villages dotting a landscape dominated by terraced rice fields. Instead, busy, meandering roads connect assorted urban and peri-urban formations with typically long stretches of marketplaces, nondescript except for endless rows of storefronts displaying oversized billboards advertising the latest consumer products, or the virtues of a candidate for political office. One significant byproduct of this transformation is that social inequalities have recently reached their highest recorded levels. 41 The macroeconomic data suggests that Indonesia went through a period of sustained growth in inequality between 1990 and 2012, a time span that covers the late New Order and the first decade and a half of democratization, according to Center of Economic and Development Studies at Padjadjaran University and the United States Agency for International Development. CEDS USAID, 42 The Gini coefficient grew from 0.33 in 1990 to 0.41 in 2012. The World Bank suggests that the richest 1% of Indonesians have more wealth than the poorest 50%. 4 of Indonesia's tycoons could be worth as much as 100 million of their poorest compatriots. The Guardian, February 23, 2017, even if absolute poverty has fallen considerably, down from 19.1% in 200,043 to 9.82% in 2018.44. What such data cannot reveal are the life experiences of those who navigate daily through Indonesia's much transformed social landscape. They include new generations that bought into the promises of the modernization project, which are continually offered through the nation's expansive education system, but whose desires are continually obstructed. Discontent should be expected when the life chances, to borrow a Weberian term, of significant numbers of people clash with aspirations that have grown together with the rise of a modern consumer-oriented culture, especially among comparatively educated youths. While official unemployment stands at around 6.18%, 45 underemployment affects about one-third of the workforce. 46 At the same time, Over 20% of Indonesian youths are regularly classified as being unemployed. 47. It has been observed 48 that the attendant social dislocations have provided opportunities for conservative Islamic groups that recruit followers among successive cohorts of discontented youths, though mostly males. Such youths resemble those in North Africa that Colas evocatively characterized as belonging to a highly alienated generation. He was speaking specifically of Algerians who were epitomized in the so-called Hittist, which refers to young urban men who prop up walls while listlessly watching life passing them by. 49 Similar youths can be found in many Indonesian localities, including in the Javanese heartlands. Here, chronically unemployed or underemployed young people are embroiled in life circumstances that can be best described as persistent precarity. 50 It is in such a context that the absence of vehicles representing leftist, as well as viable liberal and social democratic, streams of politics has provided opportunities for Islamic vehicles, some of which have established bases of support through university campuses, mosques, and pesantren, religious boarding schools. While Islamic-oriented political forces have not triumphed, the effect of the growing Islamization of political dissent and social grievances should not be underestimated. At the national level, a disposition to uphold religious morality has become prevalent not just among Islamic parties and mass organizations but also among those who are nominally secular nationalist. It has been widely reported, for example, that many local governments that have enacted ordinances known as Perda Sharia have not been controlled by Islamic political parties. 51 The current president, Joko Widodo, who won re-election in 2019, had felt so vulnerable to attacks on his perceived lack of religious credentials that he appointed a conservative senior Muslim cleric as his running mate. 52. Local level lenses may help to make sense of these national developments. With its social landscape profoundly transformed, Sukoharjo, Central Java, is the site of the Al-Mukmin pesantren at the village of Engreki, identified as the springboard for the Jemaah Islamiyah network. 53 Nearby Boyolali is home to another, less well-known pesantren, Darasi Syahida, alleged to have been a training ground for terrorist recruits in the 1990s. In Karanani, Islamic activists sought the establishment of an Islamic society, even if many such individuals have family backgrounds that include relatives with strong leftist affiliations in the late Soekarno period. By contrast, in parts of Klaten, Islamization was tempered by people who opted for Protestantism or Catholicism. According to some accounts, there was competition between Christian missionaries and Islamic preachers in obtaining converts in the Javanese heartlands following the anti-communist pogrom. 54 It is not surprising that both religious groupings benefited from the fact that many who had adhered to traditional belief systems were enticed to adopt an official religion to escape being tarred by the communist brush. In Greater Yogyakarta, where a sultan reigns as both monarch and governor, and is a dominant force in the world of commerce. 55 A similar kind of development occurred. Though Yogyakarta too was associated with thriving syncretic forms of religious practices, it is here that Lasikar Jihad was born. 56 The militia that sent fighters to Maluku during the outbreak of conflict between Muslim and Christian communities in the early Reformasi years. Such communal conflict also notably rocked Poso on the island of Sulawesi. 57 In the village of Yogyakarta, located just outside Yogyakarta city, those formerly imprisoned for communist affiliations, together with their families, have come to be assimilated within a community dominated by the leadership of a local mosque built in 1966 as a symbol of victory over communism. They display their piety by regularly attending the mosque as well as taking part in religious community events. 58 This is not to say that Javanese syncretism has disappeared. 59 On the contrary, traditional rituals such as those related to deaths, weddings, and births continue to be practiced extensively. 60 Thus, the physical manifestations of Islamization should not obscure the complexity that continues to cling to Javanese spiritual life. These include the increasingly common sight of pesantren in Notion Ali Javanist bastions. 61 And the various types of headscarves, jilbab, worn by the female population, a major signifier of religious identity for women. Yet many local customs coexist somewhat uncomfortably with more orthodox Islamic practices absorbed over the last decades. 62 In many ways, the fact that the Indonesian Democratic Party for Struggle, PDIP, led by a daughter of Sukarno, continues to excel electorally in these areas, including the historically important central Javan city of Solo, is testament to the limits of decades-long efforts to establish Islamic hegemony. In summary, a social environment has developed in Java's old aristocratic centers that facilitate understandings of social relations as constructed through an Islamic political lexicon. Though it is not the only one available, it helps that it is part of a larger cultural resource pool that developed out of prior struggles, arguably going back to the colonial period, to establish a just society, within which the pious would be notionally protected from the economically avaricious. 63. Growing Islamization of dissent. The political effects of ascendant Islamic piety in the Javanese heartlands have been profound. Some of these are easily noticeable even through cursory observation of everyday life. Perhaps one of the better displays of such effects is provided by the aforementioned case of the hamlet of Engraki, village of Semani, Sukoharjo district, Central Java. It is internationally known for its Al-Mukmin Pesantren, the religious boarding school co-founded by Jemaah Islamiyah notable Abu Bakr Bacir, now imprisoned, and the late charismatic firebrand preacher, Abdullah Sunkar. Today, Al-Mukmin stands at the center of social life in Engraki. But it was not always like this. After all, this is a locality remembered by a long-standing resident as having been staunchly pro-PKI or radical Sukarnoist. Able to vividly recall former leftist neighbors who have long since disappeared, and the locations in which their houses were once found, he also remembered the beginnings of how Islamic piety began to take hold in Engraki, when preachers started developing congregations following the destruction of the left. 64 In time, Engraki became known as a focal point of political dissent against the new order, accused of not being attuned to the interests of Indonesia's Muslim majority. Jemaah Islamiyah evolved from such an environment, and was responsible for the Bali bombings, that targeted foreign tourists but also killed and wounded scores of Indonesians, in 2002 and 2005. Given Sunkar's background in an organization called the Dewan Dakwah Islamiyah Indonesia, DDII, 65 The roots of the Engraki-based networks lay in broader and systematic proselytizing efforts related to early New Order political struggles. After all, the DDII was set up by Muhammad Natsir, the former leader of the Muslim-oriented Masyami party that Sukarno had banned in 1960, and who Suharto had prohibited from re-entering politics. Natsir would be instrumental in the education and political socialization of new generations of religious scholars and activists who reproduced his puritanical streak and firm anti-leftist stance. But the Al-Mukmin Pesantren also needed time to take hold. One of its co-founders, H.M. Amir, recalls how prayer congregations initially attracted only a few participants. 66 However, attendance improved as newer generations, partly made up of the children and grandchildren of former leftists, disengaged from their family histories and developed stronger Islamic self-identities. As mentioned, Yogyakarta provides another illustration of the Islamization of formerly communist-dominated localities, where generational change has produced a similar result. The village, located in the Yogyakarta sub-district of Montrijeron, had a history of class conflict before the advent of the new order, such that Indonesian special forces were deployed there, specifically, in 1966 to eradicate communism. According to a local source, hundreds of people from a population of only about 1,000 were imprisoned, many ending up on Buru Island until the mid-1980s. 67 Prior to this there had been tensions between the workers and owners of small batik manufacturing firms. The workers consisted of families of former guards of the Kraton, palace, culturally immersed in syncretic Javanese belief systems, who had been dismissed from their posts upon the 1940s advent of the Republic of Indonesia, thus effectively Rosalitization them. The transformation from palace guard, Yogyakarta can be translated as the place where guards live, to factory workers meant a tremendous loss in social status. The owners of the factories in which they came to work were predominantly newcomers from the nearby community of Karangkajan who were mostly culturally Muslim small-scale entrepreneurs. It was the Indonesian military that paved the way here for Islamic organizations by encouraging efforts to cleanse the community of communist influence. 68 These included 10 Roselitization by Muhammadiyah teachers arriving from existing pockets of Islamic piety in the vicinity. Conversion to Islam was facilitated by the provision of food and other basic needs to the local population in a time of hardship. Eventually, youth activists from organizations like the Indonesian Islamic Students, PII, and Muslim Students Association, HMI, also became involved in cultivating religious consciousness, as were students from the nearby National Institute of Islamic Studies. As in Engraki, the result was visible only over generations, as the children and grandchildren of families formerly regarded as PKI affiliated gradually developed a stronger religious identity. 69. During the New Order, Yogyakarta developed as a site of Islamic dissent against a government that was seen to be voraciously pro-foreign investment, which had destroyed the local batik industry, and Chinese business. Today, with high youth unemployment and underemployment, there are tensions between wealthier residents, including newcomers, on the one hand, and the descendants of former batik factory-owning families who have gone on to become middle-class salaried employees, and the children of locals who rely on precarious work, on the other. These tensions are subdued by calls to Islamic solidarity and the direction of a common resentment at a state seen not to cater to the interests of Muslim Javanese Indonesians. 70. Additionally, in the district of Karanani, about 1 hour's drive from Solo, there recently existed an organization called Forum Komunikasi Keluarga Darul, FKKD, Communications Forum of Darul Families. Now defunct because of the government's anti-terrorism campaign, it emerged in the sub-districts of Tawangmangu and Jatiyoso, former communist support bases in central Java. Comprised of individuals in their 20s and 30s who held strong views about the need for religious purity, it claimed to have members across villages in the two sub-districts. Ostensibly engaged in prayer and religious discussions, the FKKD also instigated campaigns against corrupt local officials. Yet its members mostly lacked formal religious training, and by their own admission, originated from families traditionally practicing syncretic Javanese belief systems and associated with local communist organizations. 71. Many members recounted the experience of having moved to nearby towns and cities, now much more easily accessible than they were decades ago, for education or work. One spoke of his encounter with a more genuine Islam when he moved to Solo as a teenager for educational purposes. It was in this city that he developed contacts with religious and political activists, after which, upon returning to his home village, he came to be repulsed by what he viewed as the impure religious practices of his own community and family. 72. But what were he and his fellow members reacting against? Significantly, besides feeling disdain for corrupt local officials, they greatly resented the social changes occurring in and around Tawangmangu, which had been transformed into a resort town for the affluent from nearby Javanese cities. The morality of these visitors, many of whom were ethnic Chinese and therefore outside the Ummah, was in question, due to their alleged propensity for alcohol consumption and for engaging in extramarital sex. To add salt to the wound, FKKD members claimed that the hotels and villas of Tawangmangu did not even employ many locals. 73. Yet such communities exist within a broader society in which ideological hegemony remains highly contested. While Islamic political parties have won elections in Yogyakarta, now much more densely populated than it had been in the 1960s, they have not fared well generally. As alluded to before, the PDIP has decisively won all the most recent elections for local councils in the cities of Yogyakarta and Solo, as well as in the districts of Boyolali and Sukoharjo, much to the consternation of Islamic-oriented parties. This indicates that while Islamism has made strong inroads into the Javanese heartlands, nationalist politics as articulated by the PDIP, the main claimant to the Soekarnowast legacy, remains formidable. At the same time, election results are not everything. not when political parties that are regarded as secular, such as the PDIP and Golkar, have had to accommodate Islamist sentiment to preempt charges of a lack of Islamic morality, tied to discontent with the injustices of the prevailing social order. Organizations like Muhammadiyat and NU also struggle to keep up with fringe organizations that overtly talk of Islamic solidarity against oppressors of the notion ally undiversified Ummah. 74 The consequence is the mainstreaming of the supposed overarching concerns of the Ummah, e.g. its economic backwardness relative to a wealthy small alien minority and threats to public morality, in debates about the country's future. Conclusion. It has been suggested that political Islam is a major articulator of social justice issues in the face of contradictions associated with capitalist development in Indonesia. This role has not been uncontested but is starkly visible in the Cold War era former bastions of leftist politics, not just because of the elimination of the PKI, but also due to the absence of significant liberal or social democratic vehicles. It is no coincidence, after all, that in spite of the much-hyped rapid growth of the Indonesian middle class, no major middle-class-based liberal party has been able to make its mark on Indonesian democratic politics after the Suharto era. Communism, after all, was not the only victim of New Order authoritarianism, so were other isms that could be presented as being foreign and un-Indonesian or against the state ideology of Pancasila, which privileged harmony, even if partly through obedience routinized by fear. But it was much more difficult to cast an ism linked to Islam, the religion of the majority of the Indonesian people, as being alien. The article also supports the contention, previously unfashionable, that economic modernization may not always result in secularization but could lead instead to growing religiosity, including in the political sphere. 75 Mounting social grievances could be increasingly molded by religious cultural references but without the outcomes associated with by its post-Islamism, where bureaucratic rationality as well as pluralist tendencies emerge anyway. Neither have the outcomes resembled Roy's Islamization of radicalism. The Islamization of grievances and dissent have only added to the illiberal streak in Indonesian democracy, by contributing copious layers of moral conservatism, but without rendering such notions as the establishment of an Islamic state more than the stuff of dreams of a small minority. It is not just in Indonesia, but across the Muslim world, that Islamic responses to social injustice have been highly nuanced. Thus, in Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood, before being crushed after the fall of the Morsi government in 2013, had gained a lot of traction from articulating the grievances of a growing yet precariously positioned urban middle and lower class, in lieu of leftist streams already in decline since the eradication of Nasserism in the 1970s. 76 In Turkey, the AKP caters to the concerns of burgeoning urban lower and middle classes, sections of which had grown increasingly pious, along with its cultivation of a culturally Islamic bourgeoisie. 77 Much room is available due to the prior domestication of leftist organizations in the 1980s when the Turkish military had aligned itself with Islamic groupings. 78 The Islamic Salvation Front, FIS, in Algeria 79 and Ennahda 80 in Tunisia had also become focal points for resistance against secular nationalist regimes that descended into autocracy, economic rapacity, or both. In all these cases, assorted social contradictions and marginalizations associated with modernization provided fertile ground for the Islamization of dissent, thus constraining the possibility of change, for example in more politically liberal directions. In another trajectory, the ousting of the left in the 1980s from the coalition that had supported the revolution against the Shah had excluded the possibility of leftist grassroots movements that might have come to challenge aspects of the Iranian Islamic State. 81. So, the currently prevalent critique of the position that had equated modernization with secularization, held dear for so long by traditions of social theory, whether indebted to Marx, Weber, or Durkheim, had actually been foreshadowed in much of the Muslim world. 82 While the modernization equals secularization thesis has been critiqued, it remains important not to lose sight of how it continues to color social analysis, not least when translated into the realm of policy making. For example, the Indonesian government's policy of de-radicalizing known Islamic radicals, through an outreach program backed by an army of academic experts, is almost completely oblivious to the context that had made the salience of Islamic descent possible in the first place. 83 The policy assumes that the modernization project should go together with wholesale acceptance of Pancasila, an ideological concoction of the secular state in the early post-colonial period to contain Islamist aspirations. Such a view cannot address political dissent linked to religious precepts without seeing it as some sort of deviation. Rather than deviation, the contested Islamization of social dissent in Indonesia, as seen from the Javanese cases discussed, can be more usefully understood from the vantage point of Gramscian hegemonic struggles. These have a basis in the changing contours of society, competing material interests and the availability and absences of narratives to make sense of them, all of which are ultimately tied to the outcomes of previous social conflicts in the Cold War era. Disclosure Statement. No potential conflict of interest was reported by the author. The Legacies of Marx and Lenin in Vietnam, A Historical and Regional Perspective. Tuong Vu. Abstract. In conversation with other essays in this collection but with a focus on Vietnam within a regional East Asian perspective, this essay explores the great significance of Marxist and Leninist legacies by reviewing the historical contexts in which Marxist and Leninist movements emerged as contenders in national politics, and the creation and evolution of socialist institutions where communists took power. Those institutions helped communist regimes dominate their societies for decades and remain important today. Yet how long these regimes can survive in the face of rapidly growing demands for political freedom is an open question. On December 19, 2018, about 2 weeks before 2019 rang in, a group of Vietnamese intellectuals published their online open letter 8 Demands of the Vietnamese People in 2019.1. The letter was addressed to the Vietnamese government, Vietnamese people at home and abroad, the United Nations, and foreign diplomatic missions in Vietnam. Within a week, the letter was endorsed by nearly 1,000 individuals, including numerous intellectuals, academics, and professionals in and outside Vietnam. Among the 18 organizations that endorsed the letter, many were based in Vietnam and led by political dissidents. The letter began as follows. 100 years ago, in 1919, a group of Vietnamese patriots under the collective name Nguyen the Patriot Nguyen Ai Quoc sent a letter to the Versailles Peace Conference organized by the victorious Allied powers in the First World War. The letter was entitled 8 Demands by the Vietnamese People Revendications du Peuple Annamite. Those 8 demands included: general amnesty for all indigenous political prisoners, legal reforms in Indochina so that indigenous people enjoy the same protection as Europeans, the closing of all special courts that have been used as a tool for terrorizing and oppressing the most outspoken enemies, freedom of press and freedom of expression, freedom of association and organization, freedom to travel and reside abroad, freedom to study, establishment of technical and vocational schools in all provinces for the indigenous people, rule by law, not by decrees, elections for representatives of the indigenous at the French National Assembly. In the last 100 years, millions of the best sons and daughters of the Vietnamese nation have sacrificed their lives in the struggle for the above demands. The Vietnamese Communist Party, the ruling party in Vietnam today, has claimed that Ho Chi Minh, its founder, was the Nguyen Ai Quoc who signed the demands of 1919. However, 100 years have passed and the country is now under the totalitarian rule of the Vietnamese Communist Party. The constitution of an independent Vietnam and the many international treaties the Vietnamese government has solemnly signed now incorporate most of the above demands. In reality, however, the rights and freedoms demanded in 1919 have been denied, sharply curtailed, manipulated, and even deliberately violated. The letter went on to list updated versions of the 8 demands that also included more specific contents, such as university autonomy. Vietnamese universities are kept on a tight leash by the authorities, private newspapers, not permitted today, and free elections. Current elections for the National Assembly are carefully staged events. Point 2. The letter was one of numerous acts of public criticism directed towards the Vietnamese Communist Party, VCP, in recent years, Kirkvliet 2019. Yet this act was uniquely controversial for its claim that, despite the passing of a century, independent Vietnam is not much different from colonist Annam as far as political rights are concerned. In support of its claim, the letter brought up the ghost of Ho Chi Minh, who claimed to be Nguyen Ai Quoc and whose mummified corpse is still on display in a grand, Soviet-built mausoleum in the heart of Hanoi, Vietnam's capital. 3 The letter also invoked the spirits of millions of Vietnamese who had sacrificed their lives in the three wars of the previous century, led by Ho and the VCP. The essays in this special issue focus on the legacies of socialism and communism in Asia and Africa, for which are arguably most conspicuous and significant in Vietnam, where communist rule has been around the longest, since 1945, among the 4 or 5 remaining formally communist countries. Even though critics of the VCP are correct about this party's dismal record of political freedom, it is my view that contemporary Vietnam is quite different from colonist Annam. In that regard, the enduring legacies of socialism need to be reckoned with, and the dismal status of political freedom today is a case in point. Vietnamese did enjoy a brief period of openness between the March 1945 Japanese coup that overthrew French rule and the violent crackdown on the opposition by the Viet Minh government in mid-1946. Southern Vietnamese lived under the Republican regime from 1955 to 1975. This regime was not a liberal democracy, yet it allowed them far more political freedom than did the communist North. In conversation with other essays in this collection but with a focus on Vietnam, this essay offers a perspective informed by my research over nearly 2 decades on East Asian and Vietnamese politics. In my reflections here on the broad themes of the issue, I explore the great significance of Marxist and Leninist legacies in Vietnam and East Asia by first reconstructing the historical contexts in which Marxist and Leninist parties emerged as anti-colonial movements and subsequently served as political contenders in post-colonial politics. These contexts built up so much pressure and released so much violence that their impacts often lasted for decades and spilled across national borders. The second part of the essay turns to the creation and evolution of socialist institutions over time in countries where communists took power. I argue that these institutions, or technologies of rule as Verhoeven, 2020, calls them in his essay in this collection, helped socialist regimes dominate their societies for decades. Although I do not have space to go into detail on the post-Cold War period, I maintain that the power of those socialist institutions, however corrupted and delegitimized they were following market reforms, explains why socialist regimes have tried to retain these institutions in their quest for survival after the collapse of the Soviet bloc. When they will finally abandon those legacies is hard to predict. Scholars have debated intensely about how firmly socialist regimes still retain control over their fast-changing societies as new challenges to their authority continue to surface. 5 Unlike cases such as Somalia, see Yurdanov 2020, Yemen or Mali, Syracusano 2020, but similarly to Mozambique, Sumish 2020, Ethiopia and Tanzania, Verhoeven 2020, politically disentangling from the socialist past is a challenge for the surviving communist regimes in East Asia today. The past is not yet the past, the enduring salience of socialism in Asian states. To get a nuanced sense of what decades of socialism have actually amounted to, one needs to look under the surface. Western visitors to Vietnam today may be fooled by the economic hustle in its cities and quickly jump to the conclusion that the country has gone capitalist. It is true that a vibrant private sector has emerged after market reforms in the late 1980s. The economy, much of which was once controlled by the government, is now largely fueled by foreign investment and private entrepreneurship. At the same time, it is easy to overlook the fact that the government continues to hold onto strategic industrial sectors that together account for about a third of national output. But there is more than the unusually large size of the state-owned sector, Fujita 2020. The VCP maintains a lucrative patronage network which latches onto socialist institutions, including state ownership of all land and tight government control over society, Verhoeven 2013. Party leaders offer foreign investors cheap and long-term access to Vietnam's human and natural resources in exchange for a portion of profits that pay for the bloated party, state bureaucracy and keep afloat the inefficient state-owned sector. 6 The institutional structure of socialism thus remains in place but is mostly hidden from casual observers, in part so that Vietnam can request Western trading partners for preferential trading privileges reserved only for recognized market economies. To be sure, the structure has deteriorated due to decay from within, but the fact that it has for 3 decades survived the collapse of world communism and its Soviet benefactor speaks volumes about the enduring legacies of socialism and its continued appeal to elites and important societal constituencies. 7. To appreciate the depth of socialist legacies in Asia and Africa, one also must realize that they are not the product of socialist and communist movements alone. Rather, these movements evolved in a dynamic and polarizing environment of decolonization and Cold War during which revolutionary and counter-revolutionary forces battled colonial powers, extra-regional enemies, and each other. See Sumish 2020 on Mozambique and Verhoeven 2020, both in this special issue. 8 The struggle for national independence was of paramount importance for all colonist peoples. Nevertheless, even before colonial rulers were out of the picture, the competition for power among the colonist elites had already begun. All groups sought to capitalize on nationalist sentiments among their people while maintaining their own ideological agendas. They cooperated as well as fought each other. By 1948, as the Cold War began in Europe, lines were also drawn in East Asia. While communist movements mobilized mass support and foreign assistance from the Soviet bloc, their ideological enemies counter-mobilized and appealed to the West for help. Ultimately, bloody showdowns took place across East Asia, including China, Korea, Indochina, the Philippines, Indonesia, Burma, and Malaya. Whether communists or anti-communists won, the losers did not sail peacefully into historical memory. Consider first the contexts where counter-revolutionary forces triumphed. Whether the communists fought in alliance with an outside power, as in South Korea before and during the Korean War, or were defeated and annihilated by the hundreds of thousands, as in Indonesia during 1965 to 1966, see Fogg 2020 in this collection on the omnipresence of the left before genocidal violence. The effects of such tragedies would continue to terrorize and polarize people for decades. Enforced social amnesia aimed to completely cover up and erase the conflict. Anti-communism filled in the blank memory and became the official doctrine or the source of legitimacy for the new regime. See Hades 2020 in this collection. While many communists and their sympathizers were killed immediately, more were imprisoned and would later be released. They and their families would continue to live under surveillance by the anti-communist state. Within the broader society, the memory of the event, however ruthlessly suppressed, lingers on. Despite the seemingly complete erasure of communism from politics, this social memory of state violence may have contributed to the popularity decades later of other protest ideologies, from Minjin, in South Korea, to anti-capitalism and Islamism, in Indonesia. 9. Where communist revolutionaries won the struggle, the trajectory was no less bloody. Following the communist victory in Indochina in 1975, Cambodia experienced genocide. Khmer Rouge soldiers typically killed members of the fallen regime on the spot. Extreme violence was directed, oftentimes indiscriminately, against ethnic, cultural and class enemies of the new regime, resulting in perhaps 1 million deaths. Locard 2005. In Laos and South Vietnam, hundreds of thousands who had served the Vientiane and Saigon governments were imprisoned in re-education camps, many for as long as 2 decades. Their families also lived permanently in fear and under state surveillance long after the Cold War had ended. A social amnesia, similar to the sanctioning of one version of history in South Korea and Indonesia, was imposed. Most people in Vietnam today, especially those under 50, have little knowledge of the Republic of Vietnam and the infamous re-education camps. What distinguishes Indochina from South Korea and Indonesia was that communist states soon alienated most people as their poor economic management and their draconian transformation policies produced severe economic crises, VU 2014a. Amid hunger and despair, millions of Vietnamese fled their country. If they chose to walk to Thailand rather than crossing the ocean to Malaysia and the Philippines, they would be joined by Cambodians fleeing the Khmer Rouge and by ethnic Mongs in Laos who had assisted, and were extensively armed by, the United States during decades of war. Those who escaped by boats traveled with many ethnic Chinese in Vietnam who were sent into exile by the Hanoi government. Hundreds of thousands of these boat people perished along the way, but those who survived the trip were deeply traumatized and naturally keep the memory of those historical events alive. 10. From exile, these refugees from communist states continue to be active in politics and exert influence on their homelands. For instance, French Cambodians returned and played a major role after the peace accord brokered by the United Nations in 1992. These include Prince Ranariddh, who was the first Prime Minister of Cambodia during 1993 to 1996, and Sam Rainsy, who served under Ranariddh and later founded the Cambodia National Rescue Movement, which came close to defeating the ruling, post-socialists of Hun Sen in the 2013 and 2017 elections, on 2019, 4-5. Vietnamese refugees' remittances to the tune of billions of dollars annually helped Vietnam survive the economic crisis caused by radical policies in the mid-1980s. 11. Thus, the legacies of Marx and Lenin in East Asia must be assessed within the context of an entire age in which communist movements emerged, embraced nationalism and fought their rivals to the death, not just in Eurasia as extensively documented, Snyder 2011, but across the global south where the Cold War was never really cold, Saul 2011. The era bequeathed deep social cleavages between winners and losers, bitter memories of trauma and violence, and repertoires of protest and experiences in political organization. Existing scholarship commonly confers limited agency to Asian and African socialists and dismisses their ideological commitments as shallow or, post-1989, that they have sold out on them, Wiegrats 2010. The enduring legacies of the confrontations between communist movements and their opponents across the continents pose a serious challenge to such views. On the one hand, East Asian disciples of Marx and Lenin in China, North Korea, and Indochina came to power thanks in no small part to their ability to mobilize popular nationalist sentiments in support of their movement. Their efforts earned them significant legitimacy when they established their rule or when they waged wars to reunify their countries. On the other, nationalism did not offer a specific action program and was less useful than Marxism, Leninism to communist leaders once their power was firmly consolidated and they were deeply committed to class struggle. Leninist and Stalinist-inspired institutional and economic experiments brought vast changes to the socio-political landscape beyond the large number of dead, imprisoned and exiled people. Traditional institutions such as monarchy and village councils were forever destroyed. So were Western-educated elites and small but growing urban middle classes. Through the Communist Party and its nomenclatura, peasants were now placed in charge of uniformly poor but highly mobilized and militarist societies. 12. Political control and the Cold War, instituting the dictatorship of the proletariat. Where communist or communist-inspired rule was established, as in China, Vietnam, North Korea, and Laos, socialist ideology was institutionalized as an official religion and embedded in the institutional structure of the new state. As I have argued for the Vietnamese case, ideology played three roles in that country's communist revolution, VU 2017, 20-23. It offered a vision of the future and a model in the form of the Soviet Union. It brought with it a network of socialist parties and countries that shared the same vision and that offered crucial assistance. And, finally, the ideology provided useful concepts and strategies for effective state building, or what Verhoeven, 2020, in this collection calls the technologies of rule. In the East Asian cases, These technologies followed the example set by Lenin and Stalin in the Soviet Union in instituting a dictatorship of the proletariat. This included the cult of the personality of the leader, a single party, from here on, party, governed by democratic centralism, a totalitarian surveillance of the entire society through state control of all productive assets in the country and state-controlled mass organizations that served as the transmission belts linking the party and the government to the people, a people's army that was loyal solely to the party, a massive propaganda apparatus, and an economy that operated under bureaucratic direction rather than market principles. McAdams 2017. These technologies shaped the institutional and organizational structure of the socialist state. How elaborate and stable that structure was varied. China, Vietnam, and North Korea, whose communist parties received personal, direct guidance from Stalin, were the first generation of socialist states founded after the Soviet Union, together with the Eastern European communist states. Vietnam and North Korea were also deeply influenced by China. The institutional structure of these three communist states was uniformly closest to the Stalinist model, although they would later evolve in response to particular historical contingencies. Communist states on other continents, such as Cuba, South Yemen, and Mozambique, emerged later and under different conditions. As a result, their socialist-inspired institutional structure displayed greater variations and less similarity to the Stalinist model, even if Lenin's recipes were, and are still, identifiable in all. See Verhoeven 2020 in this collection. In the structure of the most Stalinist states, the supreme leader, Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh, Kim Il-sung, Khaesone Phomvihane, was transformed gradually into a popular deity of sorts. Lees 2011, Myers 2011, Drower 2018, Evans 1998, 36-40. These leaders all oversaw bloody purges of class enemies, but their images, either standing alone or surrounded by children and young women, filled public space and gave a human touch to the faceless bureaucratic control and coercive transformation of society. Below the leader, the party was organically and thoroughly integrated into the state apparatus at all levels. Analytically, the two performed different functions, but in daily activities they were closely intertwined. The mass organizations, the People's Army, the security and propaganda apparatus, and the state-owned enterprises, were tightly bound to that party, state core. These institutional pillars spanned all social realms and had a wide and deep geographical reach, approaching the totalitarian ideal. Yet in East Asia, the various elements of the structure did not always work well together and often produced inconsistencies that threatened the system's very foundation. The cult of the supreme leader, for instance, overshadowed other elements of totalitarian control. For example, the cult of Mao nearly destroyed the Chinese state as Mao's abrasive leadership style resulted in conflict with his comrades, who were brutally purged during the Cultural Revolution. Mac Farquhar 1993. Kim's cult turned the North Korean state into his household fief which he could pass on to his son and grandson, Su 1988, to the extent that the end of the Kim dynasty will likely also mean the end of North Korea itself. Ho's more collaborative style did not create conflict within the Vietnamese state, and his ghost continues to be mobilized in service of the party today. Khaesone's cult was created by his successors only after his death, but the cult serves the same purpose as that of Ho, Folsna 2006, 10-16. As these personality cults exemplify, socialist technologies of rule took at least a decade to develop and continued to evolve. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, when Stalin was still alive, he was revered as a secular pope in China, North Korea, and North Vietnam, while leaders in these countries were merely his students. Marx, Engels, and Lenin were at first treated as prophets, and later as gods, as the iconography of the time made clear, often fusing old religious motives with the worship of socialist deities. Donham 1999, 16, 17. It took a massive purge during the land reform for the VCP to have full control over its bureaucracy, especially at the local level. VU 2010, ch. 6. North Korea began to distance itself from Moscow and Beijing as early as the mid-1950s, as Kim Il-sung purged the leadership of pro-Soviet and pro-China rivals following the Korean War, Nam 1974. It is important to note that the class categories used in Ho Chi Minh's land reform, Kim's show trials of his rivals as traitors to the nation, and Mao's mass mobilizing techniques in the Cultural Revolution were all socialist-inspired tools of political struggle. On the whole, however, socialist-inspired technologies helped the communist states in East Asia dominate their society, economy, and culture for decades. They survived containment by the West, and North Vietnam actually defeated anti-communist South Vietnam. Despite their conflict, Moscow and Beijing competed in supporting Hanoi in this war, bringing communist rule to all of Indochina by 1975. By that time, Chinese leaders had quietly abandoned the quest for world revolution. Following the Cambodian, Vietnamese and Sino-Vietnamese wars in 1979, a new regional order took shape in the next decade, with China as an ally in the US-led camp to isolate the Soviet Union and its allies in Vietnam, Laos, and the Vietnam-installed government in Phnom Penh. The new regional order coincided with the crisis of communist rule in East Asia. Following Mao's death and Deng Xiaoping's return to power, China embarked on market reforms in the early 1980s. As China was slowly recovering from the Cultural Revolution, and Cambodia from the Khmer Rouge's killing fields, Vietnam and Laos sank into crisis when their forced marches to socialism destroyed already fragile war-ravaged economies in both countries, VU 2017, ch. 7. Both would take a similar course to China in the late 1980s by abandoning collectivist agriculture, legalizing private trade and industry, and opening up to foreign investment, VO 1990, Vasavakul 2019, St. John 1997, especially 177-79, 181-82. North Korea flirted with economic opening in the early 1980s, not by domestic reform but by borrowing money from the West. This strategy quickly led to a ballooning foreign debt on which Pyongyang eventually defaulted, Kim 1991, 34. The experiment ended there and then. By the early 1990s, as Kim Il-sung was dying, famine killed nearly 1 million North Koreans as a result of the state's failure to provide food rations to its people. Under the rule of his son, Kim Jong-il, the government invested in developing nuclear weapons and rocket technologies while quietly letting local markets emerge, Smith 2015. As Verhoeven, 2020, argues in this collection, socialist-inspired technologies of rule are critical legacies that help the Ethiopian, Rwandan, and Mozambican regimes to stay in power in the post-Cold War world, and to thrive. For East Asia's ruling socialist regimes, this certainly remains true too. The institutional structure of these states and their domination of economy, society, and culture over decades have continued long after the shock from the collapse of world communism was overcome. The liberal moment of the 1990s and early 2000s came and went, and the party remains in charge. As in Mozambique, see Sumish 2020 in this collection, the party in China, Vietnam, and Laos survived the death of the Soviet bloc even though its legitimacy was seriously damaged. Its leaders remained loyal to socialist ideals and to the party's revolutionary past, which they all had devoted their entire careers to. This is a key difference between these East Asian regimes and their African counterparts. Their natural choice remains to tinker with the economy but not to abandon socialism or undertake political reforms. Practically, organizationally, and perhaps even emotionally, full transformation cannot be countenanced. After 3 decades of market reform, old socialist methods have been adapted to new demands in divergent ways. All surviving communist regimes have now sought alternative or additional bases of ideological legitimacy. North Korea has quietly dropped Marxism, Leninism from its constitution, leaving Kim Il-sungism and his concept of jich, self-reliance, as the sole state doctrine, Armstrong 1998. Lao leaders remained loyal to socialism but replaced the gold star in the national emblem with a Buddhist symbol. Reusing a past tactic that helped it take power, the Chinese Communist Party has promoted a virulent nationalism to bolster regime legitimacy, Chen 2016, ch. 5. In contrast, Vietnamese rulers have thus far suppressed popular calls for a closer relationship with the United States as a counterbalance to China, because such demands are often coupled with calls for democratization, VU 2014b. Not being able to count on nationalism as in the past, the VCP may face stronger headwinds than its Chinese comrades. Securing regime survival through the tried and tested socialist technologies of rule remains paramount. The VCP still retains effective control over domestic entrepreneurs and workers to prevent the rise of autonomous capitalist and working classes who could challenge it. State enterprises in alliance with foreign capital dominate the economy, and no independent labor unions are tolerated. The VCP has not freed the press, publication houses, or universities from its grasp, even if there is more wiggle room for journalists, writers, teachers and students today than under the dictatorship of the proletariat. That wiggle room is constantly monitored by Vietnam's unusually large military and security forces. Point 13. This may represent continuity with the revolutionary practice of armed propaganda when guns and grenades accompanied the pamphlets and the loudspeakers, but to what extent these methods are still relevant today is debatable. Conclusion, 1919 Redux. While their adaptability has helped socialist regimes to survive, changes such as liberalizing markets and opening up the economy to foreign investment have unleashed dynamics of their own. These economic changes have generated growth and, ironically, boosted the party's legitimacy. At the same time, the deepening of capitalist dynamism also corrupts officials, erodes the internal cohesion of the system, and further isolates the government from society. Point 14. Leaders have found their authority eroding as reform continues. Point 15. The dilemma of socialists in power in East Asia has always been how much to change, but this dilemma is arguably particularly acute today. This reluctance to embrace too much novelty is clearly manifest in Vietnam, where leaders of the party have repeatedly warned its members about the danger of peaceful evolution, an imagined conspiracy of the West to subvert communist countries by using propaganda to cause their people to reject socialism and adopt capitalism peacefully, as in the case of the Soviet Union and its Eastern European allies, VU 2017, 219. This fear of evolution may sound ironical for a party proud of its revolutionary past, but it reflects a siege mindset and motivates an aversion to any politically risky reforms. The greatest irony, however, is the fact that a century has passed since 1919, yet those political freedoms demanded back then are still elusive, long after Vietnam has gained independence from France. This irony suggests that, for Vietnam and perhaps for other case studies in this collection, Marxism, Leninism as interpreted and implemented by Mao, Kim, Ho, Khe-son, or Pol Pot was a false doctrine of liberation. It merely imposes on society a self-proclaimed revolutionary state, which possesses greater capacity and resources to suppress freedom than did the colonial regime it replaced. Nevertheless, like the French who were the target of the 8 demands of the Vietnamese people in 1919, and who ended up being expelled from Indochina, the VCP is ignoring the people's demands of 2019 at its own peril. Ambivalent successes, magnificent failures, and historical afterlives, a postscript to Marx and Lenin in Africa and Asia. Julia C. Strauss. Abstract. This article concludes a remarkable collection on the left in Africa and Asia. Drawing on the contributions to this volume, it reasserts the importance of the left's sacred texts that, aligned to a takeover of the state, enabled the implementation of socialist programs. It also cautions that in most places the left was defeated, and posits that when it prevailed, it usually did so because of its ability, in joining unimpeachable leadership and organization with an anti-colonial struggle to overcome pre-existing cleavages of religion and ethnicity, to create a new imaginary of modernity and development. It concludes by suggesting that the legacies of the socialism in Asia and Africa live on today with the rise of China and the ways in which the ruling socialist parties of Asia and Africa are now welcoming in a China that continues to confound neoliberal expectations of development and modernity. Concluding a remarkable collection on the left in Africa and Asia seems to be as impossible a task as achieving socialism in post-colonial societies themselves. How do we establish parameters for what was not one thing, but a multiplicity of cross-currents that could all be accommodated by the broad rubric of socialism? How do we account for the ways in which the socialist left developed in very different environments, at different scales and with different degrees of linkage to the dominant but never exclusive leader of the left during the 20th century, the Soviet Union? And, finally, given the current dominance of neoliberal logics of global investment and the pursuit of comparative advantage as the path to national development, even in locales that saw the rise of avowedly socialist party states such as Ethiopia and Mozambique, by what criteria do we evaluate the experiences of socialism in Asia and Africa now? These wonderful essays all shed light on at least some of these questions, from the difficulties of translating Marxist, Leninist methods of trade union education and organizing to environments where workers had to be reimagined as agricultural and forestry laborers, one to the diverse local understandings of what socialism meant in Indonesia before the repression of the mid-1960s, two to the ways in which legally trained activists used the procedures of the state itself to shed light on its own abuses of Naxalites/Maoists, three to the isolation faced by socialist sojourners from the Arab world in Beijing before the opening up of the People's Republic in the 1980s. 4 But as all conclusions are but bridges from what has already been written to other beginnings, I will group my reflections around thoughts that will, with luck, prompt more in the way of comparative thinking about the left in Asia and Africa for both the immediate post-colonial period and the present day. Replication of as well as divergence from the left in Europe and Russia. These articles all take up the challenge posed by Verhoeven, whose introduction enjoins us to consider what socialism meant in theory and in practice in Africa and Asia as highly heterogeneous and differed considerably from the European socialist experience, itself very diverse too. African and Asian movements did not simply mimic the ideas and institutions of Soviet or European Marxists, but endeavored to define their own, experimenting with a variety of interpretations and in the process adapting doctrines and templates to their unique political and social contexts. 5 This collection is, as suits the subject matter, not only heterogeneous in specific topic, but varied in both method and unit of analysis. There is something to suit all tastes, from the macro and integrative that range across cases and time. 6 To the small and socially isolated, Arab leftists sojourning in Beijing as the guests of the revolutionary Chinese government. 7. To the relatively small groups active and engaging with the left in society, to the wide-ranging popularity of different leftist shades in a very large and diverse Indonesia before their rapid and bloody demise. 8 And, entirely reasonably, differences in subject matter and scale are the product of the availability of different kinds of sources, which themselves suggest very different kinds of methods, from Pond's close reading of legal reports in the public domain to the palpable excitement of the scholar with access to primary sources in hitherto unmined archives, as expressed in Yurdanov's demonstration of Syed Barr's partial embrace, then stark rejection of, an alliance with the Soviet Union. 9 To Syracusano's discovery of a non-state archive shedding light on the activities of engaged European communists in Africa. 10 While the articles in this collection rightly emphasize the important and varied differences in which socialism, were imagined and practiced in the post-colonial environments of Asia and Africa, if we are to speak of a left or socialism in Asia and Africa that is related to, yet distinct from, a left and socialism in the West, meaning Europe and Russia/the Soviet Union, we need to consider the ways in which the left in Asia and Africa was similar to, as well as different from, the template first laid down in the West. Here I would suggest that the ways in which the politics of the left and socialism in Asia and Africa replicated earlier patterns in the West rather than departed from them points to important if problematic elements of the left/socialism in general. Socialism everywhere led to recurring problems that were features rather than bugs in the system. First, in all forms of socialism, Sacred texts were part of foundational ideology. But given the diversity of thinking that went into the canon, which particular texts were to be emphasized was no small matter. Would they be classic works, taught by self-declared scientific socialists, that were expanded on and reinterpreted to suit local conditions, as demonstrated by Siracusano's work on Italian and French Marxists in West Africa, 11, or were they simple and evocative slogans that served as tools of mass education and mobilization, as did Mao Zedong's Little Red Book, 12, even when there was an agreed-upon core, and frequently there wasn't, hence the factionalism and fissure that was such a prominent feature of the left in general. Interpretation and revision in light of the situation on the ground was necessary. This is often, and only partially correctly, referred to as the distinction between pure ideology and practical ideology. Point 13. Worse, these kinds of actions typically have had to be pursued under highly adverse circumstances. Repressive governments, secret police, and penetration by networks of informants were the norm, and even if governments were initially sympathetic to socialism, leaders such as Sékou Touré and Syed Barkood and did turn decisively against socialist organizing and socialist activities that appeared to threaten their rule. The societies that the left so desired to change often have been indifferent, if not actively hostile, to socialism, a point made explicitly by V.U. and Yurdenov. Point 14. If socialism were ever to move beyond a small network of idealists and activists, the organizational capacity and coercive power that only a state could provide would be necessary. The reality of the state, and the de facto requirement of socialism to align itself with state power to make its ideals practicable, led to two kinds of fracture within socialist circles. First was the degree to which socialism could, or normatively should, play by the rules of the state and within its organizations such as political parties, standing for elections, enacting legislation, and utilizing the state's legally constituted order through courts. Second was whether the ideals of socialism were fulfilled or betrayed in those rare cases in which revolutionaries succeeded in taking over the state. Key here was how power was taken, and what kinds of institutional capacities were either inherited from the old regime or built from the ground up in the years before the establishment of the new. Thus, as described well by Ankita Pandey, liberal legalism was the commitment of rules, the equal treatment of all citizens before the law, alongside a commitment to formal or procedural rather than substantive conceptions of justice, wherein a whole generation saw their role not in destabilizing the political system, but in institutionalizing the radical aspirations of the left within the law and the Constitution in the fact-finding inquiries of the 1970s. Point 15. Liberal legalism thus accepted one of the most basic constituent elements of the state, its own laws and procedures. Such engagement with the often hostile, non-socialist state was prefigured 2 generations earlier by Marxist theorists and politicians such as Edward Bernstein, whose revisionism culminated in the achievement of socialism by peaceful means and trade unionism. It was also anticipated by orthodox Marxists like Karl Koski, who maintained the primacy of Marxist thinking and revolution while continuing to adhere to the rules of party politics. Where Marxist, Leninists did succeed in taking over the state rather than working within its established parameters, there was also replication of the 2 standard Marxist, Leninist paths to power. The Ethiopian Revolution repeated a broadly Soviet trajectory of sudden old regime collapse, followed by the coming to power of an ever more radical self-appointed revolutionary elite. Frelimo in Mozambique followed surprisingly closely the Chinese/Vietnamese pattern of making armed revolution in the countryside for years, establishing areas of control, and eventual takeover. Point 16. African and Asian socialisms, like those in Germany, Hungary, Italy, and the Balkans in the interwar period, were often suppressed with varying degrees of violence. As demonstrated by Siracusano, despite the best efforts of French and Italian cadres in organizing Marxist schools of trade unionism in West Africa, in both Guinea and Mali otherwise sympathetic governments insisted that trade unions be subservient to their ruling parties. Point 17. In other locales, left-leaning leaders like Nkrumah were overthrown. Even in places where it seemed like socialism had prevailed, success could be more apparent than real. Yurdanov shows how Somalia's socialist experiment ran aground due to multiple factors: Syed Barre's reluctance to become a full-fledged Soviet client, mistrust of the Soviet Union within the state bureaucracy, and strong social opposition within the segmentary state itself. Similar but even bloodier patterns were also in evidence in Southeast Asia, the Malaysian state against the Malaysian National Liberation Army in the Second Emergency, 1968 to 1989, 18, and, more dramatically, the coup against the increasingly left-leaning Sukarno in 1965 that resulted in not only a purge of the left, but genocide against real and imagined communists and their supporters. Imaginaries, organizations, and coercive capacities, critical factors in success and failure. The appeal of Marxism, Leninism, socialism in rapidly decolonizing Africa and Asia was multifaceted. Ideologically, Marxism, Leninism provided a coherent, scientific explanation of colonial underdevelopment. The demonstrated effects of a successful Marxist, Leninist revolution further boosted its ideological appeal. The example of the Soviet Union showed that it was possible for a poor and peripheral country to storm ahead into industrialization, if it had the right kind of ideology and party organization. The examples of China, and, slightly later, Vietnam, demonstrated that non-Europeans could, on the basis of self-reliance and taking charge of their own revolutions, prevail after long years of struggle, turn around impoverished countries in very short order, and, most astonishingly of all, fight one of the world's superpowers to a draw in one case and achieve outright victory in the other. Given the relative unity of the socialist world in the 1950s, it isn't surprising that many of the first generation of post-colonial leaders, Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt, Julius Nyerere in Tanzania, Sukarno in Indonesia, and Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, to mention four of the most prominent, would, as suggested by Verhoeven, find the imaginary of socialism to be a source of inspiration even when they were not Marxists, Leninists themselves, and would act on that inspiration to different degrees and in different ways. 19. The development of socialism, in Africa and Asia invariably involved a complex interplay between the mobilization of support from below and the imposition of discipline and therefore rule from above. The devil was always in the details. On what basis were tactical decisions made about which sectors to engage with the limited resources available to either domestic revolutionaries or interested outsiders, be they of Soviet, Western European, or Chinese origin? Ideological guidelines that committed to progressive forces among workers, students, or the national bourgeoisie begged any number of practical questions. Intellectuals and students were typically the reservoirs of first resort, not only because of their likely leanings to the left, but because intellectuals provided necessary revolutionary leadership to party organizations. If socialism were to make inroads beyond a small and self-referential intellectual elite, it needed to appeal more broadly and develop its capacity rapidly. How this was to be accomplished was not obvious in situations in which the classic sectors of workers and national bourgeoisie were thin on the ground, and political parties were weak. Many socialist movements aspired, relatively few succeeded in coming to power or implementing recognizably socialist programs once in power. Given the frequently cruel outcomes for revolutionaries in Africa and Asia, exile, capture and death were always more likely than unlikely. Are there any factors that the successes tended to hold in common? Conversely, when conservative governments managed to contain leftist revolutionary movements, did they resort to similar tactics and or appeal to analogous constituencies? One could, of course, point to the ways in which the socialist bloc, the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, and Yugoslavia, or the capitalist bloc, particularly the United States, France, and the UK, channeled funds, training, weapons, and sometimes more to their respective local clients, and or attempted to hasten the overthrow of disfavored regimes. But with few exceptions, there is reason to doubt that either the Soviet Union and or China or the United States and or France provided the critical elements that determined outcomes for socialism in Asia and Africa. Proxy wars and external power interference in the domestic affairs of smaller states, even though they undoubtedly occurred, often did not work out quite as planned by the big power perpetrators. 20 Obvious US support for traditional political elites might have done more harm than good, from the perspective of containing communism, in South Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. Similarly, the Soviet Union found, to its dismay, that its supposed client in Somalia was no such thing, and that its influence over as stalwart an ally as left-leaning Egypt did not long survive its chief architect, Gamal Abdel Nasser. Given such a mixed and shifting record, I suggest that the success of the left in Asia and Africa was a function of the degree to which the left succeeded in melding, in terms of its imaginary, its organization and its raw coercive capacity, with anti-colonialism in ways that first included and then quickly transcended extant social blocs that were typically ethnic or religious in nature. In all places and times, this was a tall order. If even one of these elements was missing or out of sync, then the left was likely to fail. To illustrate this with a negative example in which the left was utterly rooted when by all accounts it should not have been, consider the case of Taiwan in the early 1950s. In 1949 to 1950, there was every reason to expect that the left would take over Taiwan. 21 Its Communist Party was admittedly small, but it was directly supported by the world's largest communist party only 161 kilometers away, across the Taiwan Strait. The situation for a leftist upwelling on the island seemed advantageous. Taiwan was only half a decade out of Japanese colonialism, and the ruling nationalists had shallow to non-existent roots in Taiwan. After it lost the civil war in China itself, the nationalist regime was, in addition, roundly despised by the majority Taiwanese population for its economic mismanagement, corruption, and heavy-handed repression of an island-wide uprising only several years previously. From the partial records that exist, we know that the size of the Communist Party in Taiwan rose exponentially in the late 1940s, from nearly zero in 1945 to something on the order of 1,000 in 1949, with party branches in all urban areas and most counties, as well as in factories, newspapers, at least one central government ministry, several departments in Taiwan's two major universities and, if the nationalist martial law archives are to be believed, in parts of the Navy and the Air Force. Given this exponential increase in party membership and what appeared to be very advantageous circumstances for attracting popular support, why was the highly repressive nationalist government able to so readily, and bloodily, crush the communist organization in what is now known as the White Terror of the early 1950s? The failure of the left on Taiwan was not due to the usual suspects of ineffective leadership, muddled messaging, internal factionalism or unpropitious timing. To the contrary, the left was suppressed most viciously precisely when it only needed to hang on for another few months. Despite all these natural advantages, timing, support, and direction from fairly nearby, effective leadership and a hated regime opponent, the left was well on the way to being wiped out even before the summer of 1950, when all expected that the People's Liberation Army would successfully invade Taiwan and conclude the Chinese Civil War. It was only the unexpected outbreak of the Korean War and the sudden recalibration of U.S. containment policy to include Taiwan along with South Korea that preserved the nationalist regime. So why was a weak, chaotic, and despised regime so effective at crushing the left? If we turn to the criteria suggested above, the strength and the appeal to meld with and recombine extant social groups, often as part of a struggle for decolonization, in the Taiwan of 1949 to 1950, there was little in the way of organized social blocs to transcend. Not only was there no broadly based anti-colonial movement struggling for national liberation in Taiwan, decades of Japanese colonialism had not brought about widespread enmity towards the Japanese as had been the case in Korea. Decolonization had simply replaced one set of foreign rulers speaking a different language with another from the mainland of China. There were few non-communist leaders or potential leaders with whom to unite, as most of the intelligentsia had been wiped out in the earlier repression of February 28, 1947. And the nationalists, chaotic though they might have been, maintained their hold over the coercive institutions of the state. So effective was their repression that by 1954 new cases against communists dropped to nearly zero, likely because they had already rounded up the usual suspects, along with a great deal of collateral damage to individuals who were either accused by the incarcerated, or simply in the wrong place reading the wrong thing at the wrong time. Japanese colonial rule had left a residue of authoritarian state institutions and practices that the nationalists expanded, an official language of business, government, and schooling, Mandarin, that was mutually unintelligible with the local dialect, Taiwanese, local police used to doing the bidding of those higher up irrespective of the reason why, infrastructure that made it possible to shuttle troops easily around the island, a military that the top leaders did not hesitate to purge at the first hint of disloyalty, and social organizations, including religious ones, and occupational groups that were quickly and thoroughly penetrated vertically by a repressive state and, crucially, kept out of sync with each other. And if all this weren't sufficient, individuals and families were atomized from the rest of society through a rapidly expanding system of informants who reported on their neighbors and each other. Specific patterns elsewhere differed, but led to similar outcomes. In what would become Malaysia, a serious communist revolutionary movement, through the armed wing of the Malaysian Communist Party MCP, attracted a great deal of support in the late 1940s, particularly among the large ethnically Chinese minority, at least in part because of its strong anti-colonial stance. It was eventually choked off by Malaysian security organizations that closely followed the earlier example, and continuing advice, of British counterinsurgency experts. 22 But like in Taiwan, Malaysian security forces were in a position to implement this advice as they had inherited an extraordinarily powerful late colonial leviathan, capable of restoring stability through the effective management of the MCP's urban labor movement as well as the decisive defeat of its rural insurgency. 23 In Indonesia, Fogg demonstrates how the popularity, if also the amorphousness, of socialism in the 1950s was undone shockingly quickly and thoroughly. 24 President Sukarno's increasing authoritarianism, a tilt towards the PKI, Indonesian Communist Party, and the increasing mistrust of the military and religious establishment led to his deposing, a full military takeover, the banning of the PKI, and the military government's incitement of mass killings against supposed PKI members, who were invariably also ethnically Chinese. The outcomes of the Indonesian and Malaysian cases, while extreme in their counter-revolutionary violence, also illustrate the ways in which the left was often unable to overcome potent communal divisions of ethnicity, religion, and occupational status, clerics, businessmen, tradesmen, workers, intellectuals, farmers, to recombine pre-existing identities, occupations, and imaginaries into something new, progressive and socialist. Thus, the left was often in competition, sometimes quite bitter competition, with the right in Asia and Africa. This competition took place on two simultaneous planes, the ideational/symbolic and the organizational. The left, by definition, could not exist without some set of notions about what the left was. Often this was a directly Marxist, Leninist left, Vietnam, Ethiopia, and Mozambique, but it could also be syncretic and only partially inspired by Marxism, Leninism, Tanzania and Indonesia. Where extant religious sentiment was unified and religious elites revered, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, the Philippines outside of Mindanao, the left was always going to be fighting an uphill battle. Indeed, as Hades illustrates for the case of Indonesia, once the left was forcibly ousted, Islamic idioms and organizations came to occupy the normative spaces, for social justice, resistance against the excesses of capitalism, previously dominated by socialists. 25 If the left were associated with visibly different minorities, often Chinese, who appeared to dominate the worlds of business and banking, Malaysia, Indonesia, these problems were compounded exponentially. Strong organizations, military, state and party, in the service of socialism were at least as important if competing military, state and party organizations needed to be outfought or outmaneuvered. While there were notable occasions when this occurred, The Chinese, Vietnamese, and Mozambican revolutions are exemplary in this regard. For the most part, if the states' militaries did not split, the left did not prevail, whatever its ideational appeal, as was the case in Taiwan, South Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and India. Most, but not all, of the locations in which the left came to dominate were those in which a leader or group of leaders with unimpeachable anti-colonial credentials either engaged in explicitly Marxist, Leninist revolution and party building as part of a lengthy anti-colonial struggle, Ho Chi Minh, Mao Zedong, Frelimo, or was so revered that his word and guidance were taken on faith for at least a generation, Julius Nyerere. In many cases, extant religious identities were weak and or ethnic identities were relatively unimportant either because of the overwhelming dominance of one ethnic group or because ethnic identities never got much purchase in terms of political mobilization in the first place. Tanzania, China, Vietnam, Mongolia, North Korea. Legacies of the left. In practice, the introduction of socialism or socialist emulation came about in different ways. Often spearheaded by either a unifying popular leader of the decolonization struggle who remained above reproach, Nyerere in Tanzania, or who began the post-colonial period with high prestige, Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe. Variants of anti-colonial socialism could also be brought to power through a coup staged by army officers who then moved in an increasingly leftward direction, Nasser, the Derg, or through years of anti-colonial struggle, Frelimo in Mozambique or the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, in Eritrea. But irrespective of the means, once some variant of socialism was in power, as VU demonstrates for the case of Vietnam, the imperative to build a mass party as quickly as possible was near universal. 26 And it is perhaps through the building of dominant parties capable of implementing some variant on the classic pattern of campaigns of terror, mass mobilization, land reform, and collectivization, China and Vietnam, land reform and villagization, Ethiopia, Ujamaa and villagization, Tanzania. Or building cities in the bush, as Sumish shows for Mozambique. 27 That states in Africa and Asia became most recognizably socialist. Socialist programs from land reform to mass education required a rapid expansion of state capacity that was accomplished through single-party states, with the full accompaniment of cadre indoctrination, organizational discipline, extensive propaganda drives and policy implementation by campaign. The contemporary repurposing and ongoing dominance of these unitary parties created specifically to implement socialist policies is perhaps the most important of the legacies of the left in Africa and Asia. The ruling socialist parties in Tanzania, Mozambique, Ethiopia, and Cambodia may have all transitioned to holding elections and either holding off or negotiating the neoliberal order, but they have all managed to do so without relinquishing power. The still Marxist, Leninist states of China and Vietnam have continued to demur from competitive multi-party elections. Remarkably, they have joined the neoliberal world economy with alacrity and, in the case of China, a success so extraordinary that it is now the world's second largest economy, has raised more millions out of absolute poverty more quickly than has ever before been the case, and is now poised to reshape much of the neoliberal order through new institutions, new multilateral development banks and its bold push for international development with Chinese characteristics that is now somewhat breathlessly branded as the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. 28 While empirical work on the variety of ways in which China's BRI projects are, or are not, negotiated, implemented, and received is still in its infancy. 29 It is at least possible that the organizational and institutional legacies of Marxism, Leninism in Africa and Asia, including de facto single-party rule, cadre indoctrination and training, and rapid state-led development with varying tinges of authoritarianism, provide unstated but nonetheless real frames of understanding between China and developing states with these histories. Although it is straightforward enough to judge the success or failure of the left by the basic criterion of either taking power or having been crushed in the attempt, assessing many of the other dimensions of relative success or failure is a deeply fraught exercise. There are many different and often incommensurate types of success and failure, and how reasonable benchmarks and expectations are set is a deeply political process. much of the time there will be no agreed upon standard. Most governments run down over time, nearly all political careers end in failure. What is strikingly new and popular in a particular time or place becomes tired, old, or radically out of touch in another. There is success or failure in terms of institutional legacy. Institutions created for one purpose, or set of purposes, in one time are often spectacularly ill-equipped to resolve later challenges for which they were never designed. The socialist left in Africa and Asia under contemporary neoliberalism is hardly the only example of this in action. The entire world economy and the governments that require high economic performance for their continued legitimacy are predicated on a set of incentives that, almost as a matter of definition, destroy natural environments and accelerate climate change. There is also ideational success or failure, and this is of course the most amorphous and difficult to clarify of all. Most norms and processes are those that we live within and have little perspective on. Each generational turn of the wheel brings different perspectives and makes its judgments in the light of the presumptive failures of the previous generation. More rarely, as is the case in the post-COVID-19 world of 2020, exogenous shocks jolt entire societies out of the norms and practices of their times. In the United Kingdom, a conservative ruling party whose leaders proclaimed with irritated confidence that there is no alternative to neoliberal-inspired austerity and that there was no magic money tree suddenly started to behave exactly as if there were a magic money tree once it was faced with the prospect of the majority of the British workforce being unemployed almost overnight. 30 Similarly, in the United States, the video of the police killing of an unarmed black man in police custody in May 2020 abruptly awakened a broad cross-section of the U.S. population to the deep problems of racism in law enforcement in a way that many previous years of police killings of unarmed black men had not. 31 It might not be too much of a stretch to suggest that the ways in which widespread perceptions of China's success in coping with COVID-19, which is itself embrocated with its high capacity and, for better and worse, its Marxist, Leninist single-party political order, might well lead to wider rethinking of the systemic resilience of socialist institutions and practices in China and elsewhere in the developing world, for at least some of the same reasons that socialism was ideationally so attractive to so many in Asia and Africa 2 generations ago, the potential to offer a different path to growth, equity, and the provision of basic public goods.